as the richest family of floating Cloud City. Just the various kinds of servants and maids already amounted to 200 or 300, and the atmosphere was normally exuberant and rowdy when they entered and exited. But when Xianxia entered, there was only a green-clothed male servant gently sweeping the ground in the empty courtyard. Most of the hundreds of houses and halls had their doors tightly shut, making the atmosphere lifeless and stagnant. Only those rare and valuable flowers and plants that were still blooming with life became the only signs of vitality in the place. Xianxia's heart slightly felt anxious. What was going on? Why would this place be so quiet and still? Where were the Xia family's people? Where were Uncle Xia or the others? Xianxia originally snuck in here with the intention to directly find Xianxia and ask him if Xianxia had returned here, but didn't expect that he would actually see such a desolate scene. As he was dazed, he didn't deliberately hide his figure either. That servant who was sweeping the ground saw him the moment he turned around and instantly screamed out, startled. Who are you? When did you get in?" As he screamed halfway, he discerned Xianxia's face and instantly froze for a moment and said hesitatingly, Aren't you Xiao families, Even though it had been 3 years already, other than some added coldness between Xianxia's brows, there wasn't really much change to his appearance. After all, the higher one's profound strength realm was, the slower age would leave scars on one's body. With the few great divine arts on him, as well as the blood of Phoenix and Dragon God, he had at least over 1,000 years of lifespan. Xianxia advanced a few steps forward and spoke without beating around the bush. "I am precisely that Xianxia who was kicked out of the Xiao clan 3 years ago. Tell me, what happened to Xia family? Where's your lord? Has your young master come back in these 2 years? Why did Xia family become like this?" That servant lad looked fixedly at Xianxia for a while, and his expression became sullen at once. "My lord has left. He left a year ago." "Left?" Xianxia's brows knitted. "Where did he go? Why did he leave?" The servant's voice started to carry a tearful tone. "My lord did not want to leave either, but he really has gone through too much. I accompanied my lord for over 20 years. He is gentle, kind, and never sorrowful on the surface, but I had always known the pain inside him. 10-odd years ago, Madam had already passed away. After that, my lord had often washed his face with his own tears when alone. For an entire 10-odd years, he never remarried. Later on, young Miss entered the frozen cloud Asgard and became a person half out of the world. But then my lord, at the very least, still had young master, but even young master went missing. If said he's alive, there was still no one who could find his live person, but if said he's dead, no one could find his corpse either. No one knew just where he went, and whether he is still alive or not, Madam is gone. Young Miss became one of the frozen cloud Asgard's people, and now my lord's only son went missing, his life uncertain. Even though my lord had experienced trials and hardships for over half his lifetime, he still couldn't handle it." "Then where did he go? Don't tell me he went to search for your young master," Xianxia said as his heart tightened. "Yes," the servant nodded. "My lord said that if young master was really gone, then what was the point of the family being 10 times more wealthier? A year ago, my lord sold off the family possessions, disbanded the servants, and left by himself, only leaving I and old Liu to keep an eye on this big and empty courtyard." "Then did he say where he was heading to?" Xianxia anxiously asked. Xianxia only had Xianxia as his only son. With no news of him and his life or death uncertain, it was indeed an unendurable blow. The servant thought for a long while and said, "When my lord left, I also asked where he was heading to, but he did not tell me. However, I remember when I helped my lord pack his things, my lord held an ebony wood tablet and felt it for a long time. I secretly paid attention to that tablet. There were no words on the tablet at all, but on there engraved a black-colored crescent moon marking. Black-colored, crescent moon, Black Moon Merchant Guild. As the biggest merchant guild in the profound sky continent, the Black Moon Merchant Guild was present throughout every single city and town in the continent, and could be said as to have a finger in every pie. Also, its strong point was not simple, because it was the greatest mercantile empire. It also controlled the most intricate information network in the continent. The profit that the Black Moon Merchant Guild made from selling information annually was also an astronomical number that was difficult to imagine. Since he had a Black Moon Merchant Guild's tablet, Xianxia probably had some kind of relationship with the Black Moon Merchant Guild. And if he were to search for Xianxia, relying on the Black Moon Merchant Guild's information network, was unquestionably the most reliable method. However, even though the Xia family was the wealthiest in floating Cloud City, in the eyes of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, or even just a branch of a branch merchant guild. It simply wasn't worth mentioning at all. So how would he be related to the Black Moon Merchant Guild? Could it be that he had some friends in Black Moon Merchant Guild, or had helped them in some way? Don't worry, your young master is going to be fine. Uncle Xia is a prudent person, and nothing will happen to him either. They should be reunited very soon. Yun Qi comforted, which also could be said as comforting himself. He didn't know just where Xia Yuanba had went. Even after Kang Yue mobilized the imperial family's power and searched for so long, there were still no news regarding him at all. My lord had always been kind at heart, and even treated us servants the same as family. Just why did he end up with such a fate to have been separated from both wife and children? Sigh, the heavens are really unjust. I wonder just when my lord will come back. The servant spoke with tears in his eyes. Yun Qi did not speak anymore and left Xia Manor with a slightly heavy heart. Yuanba, just where exactly did you go? If you've already got news of me still being alive, then come back soon. I did not die from saving you. Instead, I even met my first blood relative and even gained a great opportunity. There's no need for you to blame yourself anymore. Yun Qi muttered to himself with a low voice as he walked on the streets. Not long after, Xiao clan's gate appeared before his eyes. The two flamboyant words, Xiao clan, everything was exactly the same as in his memories and had not changed in the slightest. Seemingly nothing intrinsic had changed because of Xiao sect's grace 3 years ago. Far in his view, the outline of Xiao clan's rear mountain could be faintly seen. 3 years ago, Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi were imprisoned there. The reason was the great crime of stealing Xiao sect's great gift. They were going to be imprisoned for an entire 15 years. Moreover, the matter was related to Xiao sect, so Xiao clan would definitely not let them leave early. And all these were all because the despicable framing jointly acted out by Xiao Yunhai, Xiao Yulong, and others together with Xiao Quanjian. If Xia Qingyu's master, Chu Yueli, wasn't present at that time, Xiao Lingxi's fate would have been many times more miserable than just a simple imprisonment. Even if the Yun Qi at that time was even more furious and resentful, he would still not have the strength to prevent it. Thus, within these 3 years, he thirsted for power with incomparable craze. As for Xiao Yunhai and the others who didn't even hesitate to frame and persecute their family and clan members for their own benefit, unforgivable. This resentment had also been hidden deeply within his heart and body from the time he was kicked out of Xiao clan, and had never lightened. As his gaze looked toward the rear mountain's direction, Yun Qi once again murmured in a low voice, "Grandfather, little aunt, I'm back, I'm back." He incomparably wished to directly rush toward the rear mountain with his fastest speed, and hug the two people whom he had been separated from for 3 long years, whom he missed and thought of even in his dreams. But thinking of the vow he made back then, which was to make all of the Xiao clan beg them to leave the rear mountain while kneeling, he suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked before the Xiao clan's gate, and sent out a kick. The gate wasn't shut tightly, and under Yun Qi's kick, it opened as soon as the sound was heard. The Xiao clan today was very lively, because today was the annual competition day of Xiao clan's younger generation. The competition site was precisely the plaza in the center of Xiao clan. In the plaza's center, groups after groups of disciples were intensely fighting. Several rows of seats were set on both sides. Clan Master Xiao Yunhai, Great Elder Xiao Li, Second Elder Xiao Bo, Third Elder Xiao Zi, and Fourth Elder Xiao Cheng were all actually there. When the gate was kicked open, everyone's gaze instantly went cold and concentrated toward the gate's direction. Insolence, who is it to actually dare provoke my Xiao clan? Great Elder Xiao Li stood up at once and roared furiously. Yun Qi's gaze swept through. He actually didn't expect that these people would be present here to such an extent, as if they were especially here to welcome him. He walked in with leisure steps, a cold smile on his face as he spoke in an overcast tone. "Old dogs of Xiao clan, it's only been 3 years, you've forgotten about this young master so soon." Xiao Yunhai, Xiao Li, Xiao Bo, Xiao Zi, Xiao Cheng. All these people were in his view with not one missing. Back then, they jointly suppressed Xiao Lai, who was the strongest in the clan all year long. 3 years ago, it was them who despicably conspired together and framed to curry favor with Xiao Quanjian and let him take Xiao Lingxi away. To the point of even after Yun Qi ripped their false accusations bare, they still shamelessly and despicably imposed the sins. None shall escape from debts that ought to be repaid. Xiao Qi, Xiao Li stared blankly for a bit, then started laughing out loud. I had thought it was someone considerable to be so rampant, so it was actually the bastard who was kicked out 3 years ago. Tisk, I had thought that after a wastrel like you left the Xiao clan, you'd either become a beggar, or was beaten to death in 2 or 3 hits by someone. Unexpectedly, you actually came back alive like a person, and actually grew the guts to provoke us. Within Xiao clan, one's of highest profound strength was also only at spirit profound realm. Just in terms of profound strength ranks alone, Yun-Chi had already completely stomped the entire Xiao clan under him, and no one could sense the profound strength presence on Yun-Chi. They naturally wouldn't think that this wastrel they looked upon with disdain back then would have a profound strength that surpassed them, and could only think that he, who had crippled profound veins, simply did not have any profound strength aura at all. Xiao Qi, I had already said 3 years ago, you have already been kicked out of Xiao clan, and cannot step into Xiao clan throughout your entire life. Xiao Yunhai stood up. Being called old dog by a wastrel, he naturally wouldn't be in a pleased mood. Not only did you barge in my Xiao clan, you even insulted my Xiao clan's people as well. Were you in desperation outside and came back to seek death? Negative. Yun-Chi coldly grinned. I'm here to collect debts from you old dogs. Old dog Xiao, how has your blind, deaf, mute, crippled, and even castrated son Xiao Yulong been these few years? Ah, no, I should ask this instead. Is your son who had become a pile of rotten meat 3 years ago still alive? Yun-Chi's words felt as though a poison needle had stabbed into the most painful nerve of Xiao Yunhai. His entire body shook, and he spoke while flying into a rage. Xiao Yang, seize him, break all his limbs. Yes, clan master. Xiao Yang's current profound strength had just broken through into 4th level of the nascent profound realm and also obtained the result of top 30 in today's competition. He felt elated, knowing that he had to deal with such a wastrel with crippled profound veins and no profound strength presence at all. It was simply like playing around. He, Xiao Yang neared Yun-Chi while sneering and was even nonchalantly twisting his wrist. Xiao Chi, I suddenly somewhat respect you now. A wastrel like you was alone in the outside world for 3 years and had actually still survived. Putting surviving aside, your guts actually also fattened, and actually dared to come back to our Xiao clan and provoke us. Let Granddaddy I give you some good lessons today. Last time you walked out of Xiao clan. This time I'll make you crawl out like a miserable turtle. As Xiao Yang finished speaking, his right hand very casually grabbed toward Yun-Chi's throat, as a not-too-big profound energy twirl emerged from within his palm. Nascent profound realm, to Yun-Chi of 3 years ago, was an elusive realm which he could only look up to with envy. However, in the current Yun-Chi's eyes, it was no different from child's play. Facing Xiao Yang's face, which disgusted him, Yun-Chi smiled coldly. Without moving his upper body, he kicked out his right leg. How could a mere Xiao Yang have the ability to react to the current speed which Yun-Chi was currently capable of demonstrating? Just when he could see his own hand grabbing onto Yun-Chi's neck and picking Yun-Chi up like a little chick, suddenly, at his waist area, he felt as though he was ruthlessly struck by a gigantic mountain. Boom! Gua! Xiao Yang screamed. His entire body flew away like a rubber ball, and he rolled around dozens of times in the air. When he landed on the ground, his entire face was covered in blood. He was breathless, and it was unknown if he was still alive. Yanger! Xiaobo paled from shock and roared out loudly as he leapt out. After checking Xiao Yang's pulse, his face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. Xiao Yang's injuries were not enough to be called life-threatening. However, his profound veins had actually been completely shattered. Even if he possessed the legendary Great Shifting Golden Pellet, it would still be impossible to restore them. Which also meant that, from now on, Xiao Yang would completely become an absolute and utter trash. Xiaobo stood up shakingly. In the midst of shock and anger, his old face was already blood-red. Xiao Qi, you bastard child, what did you do to Xiao Yang? I'll kill you with my own hands, you bastard child. Xiaobo rose up in explosive anger. Like a hungry wolf who had already lost his reasoning, he pounced towards Yun-Chi. The arm which he swung out under extreme fury was filled with 100% of his strength. Facing Xiaobo's attack, Yun-Chi seemed to have been frightened silly, or he might basically did not have the ability to dodge it, as he did not have any movements, and Yun-Chi's chest was ruthlessly struck by Xiaobo's heavy punch. Everyone in the Xiao clan had initially thought that with this strike, Yun-Chi's chest would directly break apart. and he would at least be at near death, or worse, lose his life right there and then. However, when Xiaobo's fist landed on Yunqi's chest, there was not even single hint of a sound of impact, as though Xiaobo's punch, which he had poured his entire strength into, did not smash onto a person's body. Rather, it had seemingly smashed onto the softest possible ball of cotton instead. Forget about smashing Yunqi flying, his entire body did not even move, nor did it even tremble in the least. What a joke! A palm strike filled with extreme anger by a figure like Chu Yueli was only capable pushing a defenseless Yunqi back by a few steps. The profound strength of Xiaobo, who was merely at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, to Yunqi, was basically no different from having a mosquito collide with his chest. With his fist firmly and solidly smashed on Yunqi's chest, before Xiaobo could even reveal a cold smile of delight, he turned completely senseless. Looking at his own right fist, which seemed as though it had been sucked into Yunqi's chest, his pair of eyes were widened to the extreme, and casting upon his eyes was the cold laughter Yunqi was currently making, like that of a devil's. In the midst of disdainful cold laughter, Yunqi's chest lightly bounced out. Gua! An incomparably miserable scream spread throughout the entire Xiao clan in an instant. Xiaobo sprayed out scarlet fresh blood as flew towards the back. His entire right fist had completely shattered into a pile of rotten flesh. Several streams of blood scrambled as they poured out of his right arm, his entire right arm, under the force of terrifying strength, from outside to inside, from his skin to his bones, seemed to have been shattered into a hornet's nest. He laid on the ground, swinging his right arm, which had already completely lost its senses. He cried out loudly due to the incomparable pain, shrilling like a wailing banshee. In the entire Xiao clan, other than Xiaobo's screams, there was only silence. Every one of their faces was filled with fear and an extremely strong sense of disbelief. When Xiao Yang suddenly flew back and lost consciousness, they were shocked. However, it was not enough to appall them. But what kind of strength did Xiaobo have? 8th level of the spirit profound realm. He was an expert with strength at the highest level in the entire floating cloud city. Yet, his attack was as though it was just an itch to Yunqi, while Yunqi had simply used a light action that could not be any lighter, that instantly shook his entire right arm and shattered it. That terrifying aura, which lasted for a mere instant, caused them to feel as though they had sunk into a pit of ice, as though their heart had stopped. What kind of strength was this? This was an almighty strength that had completely exceeded their understanding. However, the person in front of their eyes was clearly the trash of Xiao clan that every single person in Floating Cloud City knew of back then. A trash who was born with crippled profound veins, who could never have any sort of future. Old dog Xiao, Yunqi said with a cold laugh. Watch your mouth. 1, my name isn't Bastard Child. 2, my name isn't Xiao Qi either. Since 3 years ago, my name has already been changed to Yunqi. Since then, other than my grandfather and little aunt, and the debt which I need to collect, I no longer have any relations with your Xiao clan. The name, Yunqi, was as though a thunder had rang right beside everyone's ears, causing a similar color of terror to surface in every single one of their faces. Gulp! Xiao Cheng strongly gulped down the saliva down his throat and asked with a trembling voice, could it be, that Yunqi of the ranking tournament is you? The second day after the ranking tournament ended, the name Yunqi had spread to every corner of the Blue Wind Empire. After that, following after his fall, his name was like the sun in the sky as the number of rumors regarding him grew, and among them, naturally included one that claimed he came from Floating Cloud City, and the Xia Qingyu he married came from Floating Cloud City as well. These rumors had naturally spread into the ears of the Xiao clan as well, and there were many information in the rumors, especially the point of him marrying Xia Qingyu, had coincided very well with the Xiao Qi, whom they had kicked out of the clan. However, in every corner of the Xiao clan, even the entire Floating Cloud City, the residents were incomparably determined, and believed that these rumors were definitely false. After that, even when there were rumors saying that Yunqi had come from the Xiao clan, they had simply taken them as jokes. The reason was incredibly simple. Everyone in the Floating Cloud City knew that Yunqi was born with crippled profound veins, and was a pure trash who basically could not even break through into the first level of the elementary profound realm in his entire life. While that legendary Yunqi, even though he was at a young age, he consecutively defeated the descendants of various great sects, and even received the princess's favor, as well as the heart of a frozen Asgard fairy. He was a pinnacle existence, as though he was a favorite pet of the heavens. The two people's differences were like the clouds above and the dirt below. No matter how, it was impossible for the two to be the same person. If a person with average potential were to have a miraculous encounter, it was not impossible for him to soar into prominence, however, for a complete trash to become an absolute genius of the first-rate ranking tournament. This was simply a huge joke. Among the rumors, there were even a few that mentioned that Xianxia was the descendant of the Divine Phoenix sect, the direct disciple of a certain hidden supreme expert, and more, which was even more unrelated to the Xiao Qi they knew. However, in that short instant earlier in their convulsing brains, the terrifying strength demonstrated by the person whom they had always seen as trash, and the name he spat out, the joke they had always believed in, was instantly pulled towards reality. A black light flashed in Xianxia's hands, and Dragon Fault surfaced. Subsequently, Dragon Fault had landed heavily on the ground. An explosive sound rang as the incomparably firm marbled floor under his feet instantly cracked apart. Dozens of crack lines wildly spread, and continued to spread until the feet of the people of the Xiao clan a few dozen meters away. Xianxia grabbed onto the hilt of the sword and said with a low voice, "Obviously, I'm the only Xianxia in this world." The earth that cracked apart was nearly 30 centimeters wide, and the tier was bottomless. The faces of Xiao Yunhai and the rest revealed horror-stricken expressions. Every single one of their complexions looked as though they had completely lost the redness of blood from extreme aghast and terror. Every single one of their eyeballs looked as though they had popped out of their sockets as well, while a few disciples whose mental endurance ability were weaker had fallen to the ground right there. And then, as their bodies trembled from shock, what emerged in front of their eyes was a form of power that they could not understand or even imagine. This was basically a terrifying strength that only a godly genius in their fantasies could possess. Even if they dreamed, they would never think that the Xiao Qi who had been mocked and scorned by them for dozens of years would actually return with such terrifying ability that they could never possess in their entire life and would never dare to hope for even in their dreams. Looking at the face in front of them, which they had once looked at with nothing but disdain and scorn, what they were currently feeling was only fear and horror. Xiao Yunhai's heart and face were twisting severely. The earthcrack caused by the godly might of Dragon Fault had coincidentally passed between his legs, causing his soul to leave his body at that every instant. Even now, his entire body was dripping with cold sweat. He raised his right hand and he struggled to reveal an extremely ugly smile on his face. So you're actually that legendary Xianxia? Ha ha, I should have known of this fact long ago. I did not expect that after my dear nephew left the Xiao clan, he, the fish, had actually leapt over the dragon's gate. Really, this is really worthy of celebrations. Your 18 generations of ancestry are worthy of celebrations. With a face filled with a cold smile, Xianxia interrupted Xiao Yunhai. Raising his arm, Dragon Fault was lifted off the ground. I shall say this once more. Today I'm here to collect the debt from you people. Xianxia's figure suddenly flashed. A broken shadow flashed past like a ghost, rushing right towards Xiao Yunhai. Xiao Yunhai's eyes blurred, and when he basically had yet to see everything clearly, a gigantic strength of around 15,000 kilograms smashed onto his chest. He spat out a heavy amount of fresh blood and directly rolled onto the ground. He wanted to cry out painfully, but a foot firmly pressed onto his lips, and he was not even able to spit out a single sound. Xianxia's right foot stepped on Xiao Yunhai's head, causing a large half of his head to be stepped into the ground, and he coldly said, "Xiao Yunhai, as the clan master of Xiao clan, for your personal interests, so as to curry the favor of that Xiao sect trash, you actually planned to frame my little aunt, and had almost caused my little aunt to plunge into hopeless abyss. The act you displayed back then was really extremely brilliant. With that superb acting along with your despicable and malicious heart, for you to be a mere clan master of Xiao clan, the heaven are truly blind. Don't you dare harm our clan master!" Xiao Li roared out, and suddenly pierced his sword out towards Xianxia's back. Xianxia did not even turn his head. He casually stretched out his hand to grab towards the back, caught onto the tip of Xiao Li's sword, and instantly seized the sword in his own hands. Then, with a flip and turn of his palm, the longsword, like a poisonous snake, flew out in the opposite direction, piercing into Xiao Li's shoulder. The sword hilt stuck onto his shoulder blade, as it brought him flying far away. With a boom sound, the sword deeply pierced into the tall walls at the back, nailing Xiao Li there just like that. A slaughtered, pig-like scream was released from Xiao Li's mouth. As if he had gone mad, he struggled about. However, the more he struggled, the deeper the blade stabbed into his shoulder blade, and his bones were painfully penetrated into. Blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain, dripping down his body, and very quickly a big pool had accumulated right below him. Xiao Zi and Xiao Cheng had initially wanted to take action together. However, seeing Xiao Li's miserable state, and Xiao Bo who was miserably wailing out on the ground, their faces were as white as paper, and their scalp and skin grew numb. With eyes filled with terror, both of them obediently kept their swords, shrunk their bodies, and no longer dared to take even half a step forward. Xiao Ano Yunqi. Xiao Zi's legs trembled, and he spoke while gulping down his saliva. My grandson Xianxia went with Xiao Quanjian to Xiao sect 3 years ago, and is also a person of Xiao sect's main sect now. Can you please out of his reputation? To them, Xiao sect's existence was like a hall of gods. Being able to join Xiao sect would be the greatest glory in their entire lives. Xiao Zi had wanted to make Yunqi somewhat fearful by bringing out the name of Xiao Chengzhai who joined Xiao sect. But before he even finished, Yunqi's icy and thorny gaze suddenly turning to him made him unable to speak another word. Xiao Chengzhai? Heh, let alone he, who would be something even less than a mere door guard at the bottom most level after entering the Xiao sect. Even if Xiao sect's sect master Xiao Juishan came, I'll make him pay his debt too. The debt that his son owed, he, as the father, cannot get away from the responsibility either. Yunqi's words were ice-cold and heart-piercing, and actually thought nothing of even Xiao sect's sect master, Xiao Juishan, in such a evident way. Everyone's hearts trembled as they heard this. If he didn't even give a shit about Xiao Juishan, then would Xiao Chengzhai even be considered to be someone's fart? No. He simply couldn't even be considered as someone's fart. Bang! Yunqi threw out a kick and blasted Xiao Yunhai away. Xiao Yunhai's body, which flew back, horizontally knocked over a dozen disciples together behind him. However, when Yunqi struck out these few times, he hadn't struck with the intent to kill. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he were to use just 10% of his strength, it would be enough to make anyone here die without a complete corpse. Having become Xiao clan's clan master, Xiao Yunhai naturally wasn't a total idiot and also noticed this. He sat up struggling and said, Yunqi, back then, we have indeed let you and Fifth Elder down, but that time we were also forced by the situation. We simply cannot afford to offend Xiao sect's people. If we didn't do that, it would have ended badly for all of us. Us chasing you out of Xiao clan was also because you indeed did not have Xiao clan's bloodline. But after all, we Xiao clan has nurtured you for 16 years. Xiao Yunhai naturally wasn't someone who treated honor more preciously than his life, and would rather die than submit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold and framed his own clan members in order to curry favor with Xiao Quanjian back then. Thus, when he noticed that Yunqi didn't seem to want to strike killing blows, he immediately started begging. Bullshit, Yunqi swore as his brows sunk. Forced. The first day Xiao Quanjian came here, he simply didn't see my little aunt at all, so how could he have birthed dirty thoughts against her? The framing you lot performed on the second day, you actually have the face to say it couldn't be helped. Moreover, the person who nurtured me was my grandfather Xiao Lai, not you Xiao clan. What you have given me were only lofty contempt, disdain, mockery, and oppression. These I will never forget for eternity. As Yunqi spoke, his gaze swept over every single person present. No matter who it was that touched his gaze, they all felt their body turn cold. Especially those who had once and once again mocked him as a wastrel back then, all of them lowered down their lead as fast as lightning, their whole body trembling as they didn't even dare to breathe a single loud breath. If it was a normal strong being standing before them, they definitely wouldn't shrink back to such an extent. After all, so many people of their Xiao clan altogether could be said to be the strongest force of Floating Cloud City. But the strength Yunqi displayed was truly too frightening. Xiao Bo, Xiao Yunhai, Xiao Li. These three, who were currently the strongest three in terms of basic power, didn't have the slightest capability to even struggle a little. Him casually splitting open the ground with his sword, even more so, made many people's heart collapse on the spot from fright. Facing an oppressive might brought by such strength, they could only fear and simply could not muster up the guts to resist. Xiao Bo's right arm was entirely crippled. Xiao Li was nailed onto a wall. His miserable screams had already become incredibly hoarse. Clan Master Xiao Yunhai knelt down on one leg with a face full of blood. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Zi's legs were all clearly trembling, not daring to walk forward a single step. The entire Xiao clan was permeating a kind of almost despairing aura. Looking at Yun Cho, who was emitting heavy imposing pressure, resentment, and maliciousness, their intestines were almost breaking from regret. The current Yun Chi, whose name shook the world, was actually the Xiao Qi who was chased out amidst their malicious words back then. If back then they didn't do such insidious and sinister things in order to curry Xiao Quanjian's favor, Yun Chi's glory today would have benefited their Xiao clan. Xiao clan's fame would undoubtedly surge to the skies, and would not even be inferior to a branch sect of Xiao sect. Xiao clan's name would be known by the world, and because of Yun Chi, they would also gain connections with the imperial family and frozen cloud Asgard. These were things that they didn't even dare to dream about, things far more than millions of times greater than that insignificant charity by Xiao sect 3 years ago. Yet all these things that could have been realized were entirely destroyed because of their greed and insidiousness 3 years ago. What replaced them was Yun Chi's resentment, as well as utter hopelessness that was most likely to come. For the first time in their lives, Xiao Yunhai and these few elders understood how the word regret was written with unparalleled clarity. But there was no medicine for regret in this world, and it was eternally impossible for them to turn back time. But this had been self-sowed, and there was no one else to blame. They also had to painfully swallow this kind of outcome themselves. Xiao Cheng carefully said, "Yes, these are all our faults. We were completely blinded by Xiao sect's awe-inspiring name back then, but everything were all the previous young clan master Xiao Yulong's idea. We were only coordinating with Xiao Yulong, and Xiao Yulong had also received retribution after that. On that same night, his eyes were gouged out, his nose, ears, tongue were cut off, and even the tendons in his limbs were snapped. And he even became an eunuch. Everything back then really wasn't our idea." The matter regarding Xiao Yulong had always been a taboo that was not allowed to mention. Otherwise, Xiao Yunhai would definitely go hysterical. But at this time, in order to attain a chance to live, Xiao Cheng couldn't help it but to mention this matter, and even pressed all the crime onto the head of Xiao Yulong, who had died a miserable death. Yun Chi's gaze shifted sideways and sneered. "You are correct, all of these are retribution. They are retribution that he deserves. Yet you, after having done what you did that day, did you not ever think that sooner or later you would also receive retribution one day?" Yun Chi's voice seemed to be right beside their ears. His figure had already instantly vanished, as Xiao Cheng and Xiao Zi simultaneously felt a wave of profound energy that was as sharp as a blade, and as vicious as a tsunami come toward their face. Pa, pa. 2 overlapping slapping sounds rang, and they were loud to the point that it made one's eardrums vibrate from the tremor. Xiao Zi and Xiao Cheng both flew up simultaneously from the slap, landed far away and ragdolled on the ground, unable to stand back up for a long time. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as their old faces became a field of blood red. The side of their faces that got slapped swelled to over 2 or 3 times the usual size. Covering their old faces that felt like they were scorched by a raging fire, they painfully wailed in a low voice. His figure flickered again, and Yun Chi had already returned to the original position where he had stood. His speed was so fast that no one present could see him clearly. Yun Chi crossed his arms at his chest and spoke with a sneer. "But don't you worry, I won't kill you just yet. Otherwise, you would have already become a pile of broken corpses long ago. It is not that I don't want to kill you, but it's because my grandfather and little aunt are both kind and benevolent in nature, and have never been tainted with the sin of killing before in their entire lives. Moreover, my grandfather and little aunt belongs to the same clan as you lot after all. If I were to kill you all like this, they would feel that your deaths were related to them, and would shoulder a feeling of guilt because of it." The moment the few people who were already despairing heard this, they instantly became overjoyed. But right after, they suddenly recalled something as their complexions changed once again, becoming even worse looking than before. Xiao Yunhai hastily stood up struggling and said, It is indeed us who let 5th Elder down first, and for the great sin before, we deserved the retribution we received today. If you spare us today, then from now on our Xiao clan will follow you as the leader. If it's your reasonable request, Ah no, command. Even if we have to jump into hot water and go through fire, we will definitely comply, and we only hope to compensate for the wrongdoings back then. All of their changes in complexion were recorded in Xianxia's eyes. He felt that something was slightly off, but didn't really take it to heart. He looked at Xiao Yunhai with cold eyes. Xiao Yunhai, you sure are working out ideas. Chasing me out of Xiao clan back then, yet now you want to strike up a relationship with me. Very well, since you Xiao clan wish to obediently obey, then now I already have one thing for you lot to do. Xianxia's gaze sunk, watched everyone as he spoke coldly. Every one of you, head to the rear mountains reflection gorge right now. Kneel down at where my grandfather and little aunt are being sealed at, and beg them to leave the reflection gorge. If you lot manage to beg them to leave, I will consider sparing your lives and let your fate be decided by grandfather. If you can't get them to leave by begging, then kneel there until you die. Xianxia was not a merciful person, but Xiao Lai was, as well as Xiao Lingxi, especially Xiao Lai. If he did not heavily value loyalty and love, how would he have endured the mockery and criticism by thousands, and toilsomely bring up Xianxia, who had with crippled profound veins, who wasn't even his blood-related grandson? Xianxia knew what would happen if these people's fate were to be given to Xiao Lai. Even if they had utterly failed Xiao Lai still wouldn't sentence them to death. Xianxia knew that clearly, but he could only choose to do so. Otherwise, it would be like what he himself had said, and make his grandfather's heart shoulder a sense of guilt that was hard to put down henceforth. However, he didn't expect that after he spoke these words, the members of the Xiao clan before his eyes actually did not reveal joy and relief on their faces, and instead revealed a frightened look several times more greater. His brows abruptly tightened, and a bad feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. This. While this was clearly a great hope that descended from the heavens, that even neared a bestowment of grace, Xiao Yunhai and others had instead felt their entire bodies turn cold. Xiao Yunhai kneeled on one knee again, his entire body powerless as he could not manage to stand up again. With a hoarse voice that carried deep fright, he said, Fifth Elder, and Xiao Lingxi are already. Xianxia's pupils instantly constricted, and his entire body suddenly released a malicious aura and killing intent that was cold to the extreme. His figure rushed before Xiao Yunhai's face, and he tightly grabbed his collar at once while speaking with bloodshot eyes. What already happened to my grandfather and little aunt? What happened to them? Speak. Speak now. As he was grabbed by Xianxia, Xiao Yunhai suffocated as his face became ghastly white. Xiao Cheng, who was beside them, held his swollen face and said while shrinking back, They are already no longer in the rear mountain. Xianxia's head went bzzzt, and he felt an intense wave of dizziness. A surge of icy malicious aura, as though it came from hell, made everyone's entire bodies shiver. Xiao Cheng fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and hastily spoke, afraid that Xianxia would suddenly explode in rage and kill them. It was Burning Heaven Clan. It was Burning Heaven Clan's people. 3 days ago, a group of Burning Heaven Clan members suddenly came here. They said they wanted to take away Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi. We didn't know the reason at all, and they didn't explain anything to us either. Since it was Burning Heaven Clan's orders, we simply didn't dare to resist, and could only watch as they went to the rear mountain and took away 5th Elder and Xiao Lingxi. It was Burning Heaven Clan's people. It really has nothing to do with us. Number $%? Within Xianxia's brain, it was as if something exploded with a bang. Every single drop of blood, every single bundle of nerves, every single wisp of his soul were all completely and utterly flooded with a suddenly exploded fury and hatred. Ah! Xianxia furiously roared, and flung Xiao Yunhai far into the distance. As a result, Xiao Yunhai's head smashed into the ground and fresh blood splashed in every direction as he passed out on the spot. Then Xianxia frantically charged into the rear mountains. He brought his impatience, longing, excitement, joy, and many emotions back with him. The moment his foot set into floating Cloud City, these emotions mixed together like the rolling tides. Among these, joy occupied the most space, because he was about to meet his grandfather and little aunt whom he had not met for 3 years soon. He was about to take them out of their 3 years of misery soon. He wanted to let them see what he had become and tell them about how he had already grown up. He wanted to let them not be worried about him and feel gratified and proud of who he had become. Soon, he was going to finish what he set out to do, completing the promise that he left behind for his grandfather and little aunt. Soon, he was going to collect all the debt that Xiao clan owed them, and relieve his grandfather and little aunt of all their worries and resentment. However, he never could have thought that what he would obtain was such an astonishing shock. Yun-Chi was like a violent gale as he charged into the rear mountains. He charged past Reflection Gorge and arrived at the place where Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi were isolated for 3 years. Mountain floor, withered grass, stone room, and a clear spring. This place was incredibly simple and calm, but it was also incomparably isolated. Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi were forced to be locked up here and were not allowed to take even half a step away. Yun-Chi stopped as he arrived in front of this stone room. He did not dare to advance any further for a while because he did not wish to tell them the truth about everything. He would rather believe that everything that Xiao clan had told him was a lie. He would even choose to believe that everything they told him was a dream. He brought his 3 years of accumulated longing, worry, and concern back with him. He was incapable of accepting this result. Grandfather, little aunt, are you guys inside? I'm Xiao Chi, I'm back. Grandfather, little aunt, do you hear me? If you do, come out and meet me. His shouts after shouts contained a slight tremble. His voice wafted with the wind into the distance, but there wasn't even a single response. His final shred of hope extinguished like a soap bubble. Yun-Chi held his breath and advanced forward. As soon as he took a step forward, his entire body suddenly became motionless. What he saw in the stone room in front of him was a dark red bloodstain. Yun-Chi's heartstrings tightened as he rushed over like a violent gale. He immediately knelt in front of that puddle of blood to see that the bloodstains had already dried. However, there was a thin layer of dust on its surface. In this place where the mountain winds never ceases, this thin layers of dust proved that this bloodstain was only left behind in the past 3 to 4 days. Not far from the bloodstain, Yun-Chi saw 2 broken swords with patches of rust on top. Apart from this, there weren't any traces that a fight had occurred here. Against Burning Heaven clan's strength, how could Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi have any capability or struggling and resisting? Yun-Chi's hands propped up against the ground, and his 10 fingers deeply embedded themselves into the rocks. His head drooped as his entire body trembled. He tightly clenched his teeth and made crunching noises. An intense anger and bitterness that practically came to life filled the entire stone room. Its oppression made the air here completely stop flowing. Burning Heaven clan! Burning Heaven clan! Burning Heaven clan! Quiet grunts seeped out from Yun-Chi's mouth. Those quiet grunts were like the voices of ghosts from hell seeking life. He remembered about the person that Sikongdu mentioned at New Moon City, Fen Duanhun's third son, Fen Jiuchen. Sikongdu was not mistaken. That was indeed Fen Jiuchen. The reason why he appeared in New Moon City was only to pass by. His actual target was actually this place. His resentment towards the Burning Heaven clan was birthed 2 years ago. Fen Jiucheng wanted to assassinate him, but Fen Jiubai was harmed instead. Fen Jiucheng's attempt at courting Kang Yue was futile, and was actually severely injured by him in the process. This lost all face for the Burning Heaven clan. Afterwards, he even sent out 8 Sky Profound Realm experts led by Fen Moli to assassinate him. He killed 7 and left 1 alive. That final person was his warning to Burning Heaven clan, and left Burning Heaven clan with a tiny bit of face, leeway, and even a little bit of compromise. Because Burning Heaven clan was an extremely powerful sect that had been there for millenniums. Unless he was at his wit's end, he was not willing to have eternal animosity toward the Burning Heaven clan. However, he never would have thought that Burning Heaven clan would reply by acting like this. Even if the hatred between him and Burning Heaven clan was 10 times greater, what did that have to do with Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi? Ah! Yun-Chi shouted at the top of his lungs until he lost his voice. He smashed the ground with his fists and created a several-meter-deep hole in the ground. After that, his entire body shot out, then landed on the snow phoenix. With a hostility that soared into the heavens, he flew into the distance. You old dogs from the Xiao clan, it's all because of you, all because of you. If something actually happens to my grandfather and little aunt, I'll have your entire clan all be buried with the dead. In the skies above Xiao clan, a voice that seemed to have originated from the depths of hell echoed down. They raised their heads in alarm and saw an enormous snow-white beast charge into the sky. They were all paralyzed on the floor and shivered uncontrollably. Even until that enormous snow-white beast disappeared from their line of sight, they were still unable to stand up properly. As he followed the downdraft, The ice-cold wind somewhat calmed his mind a little bit, but his chest and brain were still on the verge of exploding from being congested with hatred. He clenched his teeth and picked up the sound transmission jade as well as the 1,000-mile transmission talisman. He said towards Sikongdu with a rough voice, "Senior Sikong, tell me where Burning Heaven Clan is. What happened? Hurry up and tell me where Burning Heaven Clan is," Xianxia furiously roared. 3,000 kilometers southwest of New Moon City. Once you arrive at a place called the Bluefear region, ask around for the location of Burning Heaven Valley. Burning Heaven Clan is in the Burning Heaven Valley. You have to be extremely careful. Xianxia put away the sound transmission jade and stared into the southwest with his hate-filled eyes. The snow phoenix beast beneath him practically sensed its master's emotion and started flying at its utmost speeds. A long streak of white pulled behind it as it quickly disappeared into the distant horizon. Floating Cloud City was very far from the Bluefear region where Burning Heaven Clan was. Even if Burning Heaven Clan used unconventional profound beasts as a method of transportation, a round trip would still take them around 10 days. So how could their mounts even be mentioned in the same sentence as Xianxia's snow phoenix? If the people ahead hastened their journey, and the person behind advanced at his top speed. When Fen Juchen returned to Burning Heaven Clan, Xianxia should already be less than 50 kilometers away from the Bluefear region. Among this party was a young female that looked about 17 to 18, with a face full of fear. Beside her was a 50 to 60-year-old unwavering and angry elderly. From the pale look that was plainly showing on his face, it seemed like he suffered a pretty heavy injury. These two people were shockingly Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi. When they arrived in front of the main gate of the Burning Heaven Clan, everyone jumped off their mounts. The young female clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and said, "There is no enmity or grievances between us. What exactly are you guys trying to do?" An old man walked in front of the young female, pushed her with his hands, and said, "Less rubbish, go." Xiao Lai suddenly took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiao Lingxi. He was instantly pushed to the ground by that old man. "Father!" Xiao Lingxi sadly exclaimed as she hurried to help Xiao Lai up. Xiao Lai covered his chest and violently coughed. His face became even paler now. "Stop!" Fen Juchen suddenly turned around and coldly said, "Who told you to bother them? Whether or not they live or die is not up for you to decide. If you dare to bother them again, I'll chop your hand off." That old man was sneering and about to curse at Xiao Lai, but upon hearing Feng Juchen, his entire body suddenly froze. He nodded instantly as he quickly stepped back. "Lock this Xiao Lai in the lowest level of the dragon confining prison. As for this female..." Fen Juchen did not look at Xiao Lingxi, but his expression was a bit abnormal. "Bring her to where I'm living, Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion, and have the second maid Zai Lan watch her closely." "Yes!" Burning Heaven Clan, City-Destroying Pavilion. Fen Jucheng's entire left hand was wrapped tightly, and his entire right arm was dangling down. Although Burning Heaven Clan had unlimited spiritual pellets and effective medicine, in addition to the fact that Fen Jucheng's profound strength was not weak, Xianxia's strike was truly too vicious. In a span of 10 days, it was impossible for Fen Jucheng's wounds to completely heal. In the past few days, all the pain in his body and the endless humiliation within his heart had transformed into more and more intense hatred toward Xianxia. City-Destroying Pavilion's door was furiously kicked open, and Fen Duanhun angrily walked inside. Facing the obviously angry Fen Duanhun, Fen Jucheng was not surprised or confused at all. He stood up and asked a question with an obvious answer. "Father, who provoked you to the point of becoming this angry? Was it you who let Chenner go to Floating Cloud City and bring these two back?" Fen Duanhun asked furiously. "Yes," Fen Jucheng immediately admitted. "You're making trouble. You didn't consult this matter with me at all. Because if I consulted with you, you would never have agreed," Fen Jucheng said fearlessly. "Disgraceful." Fen Duanhun swatted down and smashed the long jade table beside his hands. "Do you know what you're doing? Xianxia is a person that you absolutely cannot provoke right now. Great Elder Fen Duankeng, Fen Moli, 1/2 a step to the Emperor Profound Realm and 7 Sky Profound experts, all suffered a crushing defeat in his hands. The only one who escaped, Fen Duanhai, was spared to serve as a warning to our Burning Heaven Clan and leave us with a little bit of face. According to Fen Duanhai, Xianxia's strength is practically the same as your grandfather's. If one could befriend this kind of person, you have to befriend him. If you can't become friends, you absolutely cannot provoke him. But you, So father wants to continuing enduring this. Fen Jucheng fiercely stood up and met Fen Duanhun's furious eyes with his pair of eyes which were brimming with animosity. He killed my second younger brother, who is also your son. He disturbed my wedding, leaving me and the entire Burning Heaven clan without any face. We became a laughingstock for everything under the heavens. He also killed 7 of our elders who were our pavilion masters. This kind of hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Not only me, even many elders and pavilion masters wants to see Yun Qi hacked into 1,000 pieces. But father, you chose to temporarily endure this in the clan's grand assembly. How could we possibly endure this? Within the thousands of years of hardships for the Burning Heaven clan, when have we been disgraced to this point? Who would dare to kill our young clan master, and so many of our elders and pavilion masters? When did our Burning Heaven clan become so weak to the point that we fear a little savage kid without any background? Shut up! Fen Duanhun swung his arms. I naturally wouldn't forget about whatever you said. I have also never said to let Yun Qi go. Except Yun Qi's current strength is too astonishing. We have to wait carefully, and we absolutely cannot act irrationally. Him letting Fen Duanhai go is also informing us that he would not completely fight us to the death. Thus, we would have a lot of time to observe in order to make a decision, but you secretly allowed Chenner to go and capture 2 of his relatives. Yun Qi is an extremely affectionate person. He would trade his life for the sake of saving Xia Yuanba, who was only at the elementary profound realm. What you did is completely pulling off his scales in reverse. If news of this were to spread, our Burning Heaven clan would be dubbed as completely shameless and criminal. Our reputation would henceforth be severely damaged. So, Fen Jucheng twisted his brows, his features becoming slightly savage. We should immediately release his 2 relatives and go beg Yun Qi's mercy. We can preserve our Burning Heaven clan's prestige like this. You! Fen Duanhun's palm raised up and was just about to give Fen Jucheng a slap on the face. But seeing his miserable state of being heavily wounded and the resentment on his face, this palm did not slap down in the end. Our entire clan's dignity was all torn into pieces by Yun Qi on the day of my bridal procession. In the Blue Wind Empire right now, who isn't laughing at our Burning Heaven clan? Our Burning Heaven clan's 1,000 years of prestige have all now completely turned into a foil for Yun Qi's prestige. If the news of Great Elder's group of 7 all dying under Yun Qi's hand gets out, then we would thoroughly be reduced into a joke. And in this situation, if we instead choose to be hesitant in taking action and endure it for now, even I, who is the Burning Heaven clan's young clan master, will look down upon Burning Heaven clan. Fen Jucheng almost roared as he clenched his teeth. He, who had always been ordinarily obedient in front of Fen Duanhun, actually did not yield in the slightest today. Only by killing Yun Qi would we recover the prestige we lost and be able to face the elders and our past ancestors who are dead. For this, what fault is there in being unscrupulous with our methods? If father is afraid that it would taint his own name from this, then after killing Yun Qi, you can push all responsibilities onto my head and say that it was me who acted on his own and abducted Yun Qi's family. Say that it was unrelated to anyone else in the Burning Heaven clan. Each and every of Fen Jucheng's words were harsher than the previous. For him to do this, the so-called prestige of the clan was only a small part of the reason. The larger part of the reason was naturally to seek revenge against Yun Qi for his hatred that penetrated down to his very marrow. As Fen Jucheng's father, Fen Duanhun, of course knew what Fen Jucheng's true intentions were, yet every one of his words had all directly struck at his vitals. Within the Elders' Council, most opinions he had heard were all similar to this. If not for the vast majority of them agreeing to do this, how could he, the clan master, only receive the news of this today? Anyone else could be impulsive and could be unscrupulous in methods for their personal emotions, but he couldn't. As the Burning Heaven clan's clan master, he would have to think about the situation as a whole and weigh the advantage and disadvantages regarding everything. But since things has already reached this point, other than baiting Yun Qi here though this and killing him, he already had no other options. Forget it. Fen Duanhun's hand drooped down and helplessly sighed. However, his gaze was still incredibly cold and harsh. From childhood until now, let alone bullied, you have almost never been refuted by others. Yet you were humiliated in Yun Qi's hands once and once again, and I know that you wouldn't be reconciled if you don't obtain this vengeance. The vengeance of killing the great elder and others must indeed also be repaid. I'll let your capriciousness slide this once, and personally go arrange the formation to kill Yun Qi. but only this time. If you dare to act on your own without thinking about the consequences like this ever again, I absolutely will not be merciful on you. Fen Duanhun's imposing pressure as the clan master naturally wasn't something Fen Jiucheng could truly resist against. His upper body slightly trembled as he immediately replied, "My hatred toward Yun Qi is extremely deep. Second Elder, as well as the others, also urgently wished to kill Yun Qi to avenge Great Elder. So that's why I did this behind Father's back. Jiucheng promises that there will never be similar things happening again. After killing Yun Qi on the fault of me acting on my own wishes, I will also accept any of Father's scolding and punishments." HMPH? Fen Duanhun coldly snorted and exited with a turn of his sleeves. When he arrived at the door, his footsteps stopped as he suddenly asked, "Why did you make Chenner bring people to do this? His morality is staunch and absolutely wouldn't accept this kind of method of holding one's family hostage. Just how were you able to convince him?" "Father perhaps does not know," Fen Jiucheng said. "The reason why third brother wasn't able to attend the ranking tournament was precisely because of Yun Qi. When he was at the Blue Wind Profound Palace, not only did Yun Qi defeat him, he even squashed him underneath his feet back then. Second brother's single sentence of humiliation already made him leave the sect for many years, swearing to make second brother pay. Yet Yun Qi stomped his dignity beneath his feet. Pavilion Master Duankang, who was killed by Yun Qi, was even more so the person he admired the most in his life. His hatred toward Yun Qi is definitely not inferior to mine. I promised him that when Yun Qi is on the verge of death, I'll let him humiliate Yun Qi to his heart's content and finish him off personally, and so he accepted. As for the reason why I made third brother go," Fen Jiucheng drooped his head down, "was because only third brother was out of the clan and didn't return for many days, so father wouldn't become suspicious or notice something early." HMPH? Fen Duanhun turned his head around. Without speaking another word, he left in a fury. After 10 breaths of time, his overcast voice had already seeped into every single corner of Burning Heaven clan. "All elders and pavilion masters hear my command. Everyone must gather at the Great Assembly Hall within 15 minutes. There is an important matter to discuss." "Old Jiu, where are those two being imprisoned at?" Fen Jiucheng yelled. Outside, a person whose back slightly bent forward walked in, answered with a low voice. "Xiao Lai is imprisoned at the lowest floor of the Dragon Confining Prison, and as for that girl called Xiao Lingxi, she was locked within the Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion on Third Young Master's order." "Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion?" Fen Jiucheng froze for a bit. "You sure that this is Fen Jiuchen's own orders?" This really is interesting. Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion had always been a taboo ground that belonged to him, and even I would be hit with his frown if I were to stroll in. He actually locked a woman who was used as bait in there. The person who was referred to as Old Jiu spoke with an obscure tone. Even though Xiao Lingxi is Yun Qi's aunt, she seemed to be even a little younger than Third Young Master. Her looks are extremely beautiful, and she has a kind of unique aura. Third Young Master perhaps has some other ideas about her. "Oh, is that so?" The corner of Fen Jiucheng's mouth distorted and suddenly formed into a sinister smile. "Come with me to Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion. For Yun Qi to hear the news and come here will at least take 7 or 8 more days. In this period of time, there are many things that can be done." Yes. Burning Heaven clan was located within the Burning Heaven Valley. The clan's premise wasn't a flat ground, but a mountainous land with up and downs. Within it, mountain cliffs of various heights laid throughout the land one after another. Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion was Fen Jiuchen's residence, and as to why it was called Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion, that was because it was constructed on the tallest cliff within Burning Heaven clan, which was nearly 100 meters in height. This was Fen Jiuchen's residence and would occasionally be treated as a training ground. No one was allowed to step in at will. Of course, if Fen Jiucheng insists on entering, no one would dare to stop him either. Fen Jiuchen was not in Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion, and Fen Jiucheng entered the Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion with incredible ease. The moment he pushed open the gate, he immediately saw the girl who was looking back at him with a panicked face beside a wooden window. Seeing this girl, Fen Jiucheng's eyes immediately lit up and revealed the lustful glare like that of a hungry wolf. The girl before his eyes looked to only be 17 or 18 years old. Even though the information he obtained said Yun Qi's aunt was not very old, he never thought that she was young to such an extent. She was evidently even a little younger than Yun Qi. The girl's tender features were smooth and charming. Her rosy lips were vivid and juicy. Her petite and raised nose was refined and delicate, and under the pure black eyelashes were a pair of eyes that revealed panic, yet were still as beautiful and clear as diamond and stars. The long tunic she wore was very plain and even appeared to be slightly worn out, but on her body it instead appeared to give out an elegant and refined feeling. Fen Jiucheng's gaze stared fixedly at her, unwilling to move after a long time. The small floating cloud city, a place that he simply didn't bother to care. He would never have thought that a place like that could give birth to such an extremely beautiful girl composed of all the charmingness of the world. Compared to her tender and beautiful features, what made one's heart beat even more was her refreshingness, that seemed to have never been tainted by a hint of the mundane. On her body, she clearly emitted a tender and delicate feeling which caused one to uncontrollably gain a desire to protect her. Especially her pair of charming eyes. They were crystal clear and lovingly fascinating like a pool of glistening spring water. Fen Jiucheng's gaze switched between greed and lust. Closing the room's door with a kick, he walked toward Xianxia with a lewd smile. Who are you? Just what are you guys going to do? Coming into contact with Fen Jiucheng's gaze, Xianxia's entire body felt a chill, and she panikedly retreated as her right hand tightly grabbed onto her clothing in front of her chest. Oh, forgot to introduce myself, Fen Jiucheng said while grinning. This one is Burning Heaven Clan's young clan master, Fen Jiucheng. You'll have to remember this name well. You are that aunt of Xianxia's. If I remember correctly, your name is Xianxia. There aren't many in this world who could make me, Fen Jiucheng, remember their name. But it's good that not only did you not disappoint me, you've even given me a very great, joyous surprise. As Fen Jiucheng spoke, his smile became even more wanton. Burning Heaven Clan, to Xianxia, was originally a force that only existed within legends. Burning Heaven Clan's young clan master was more so an extraordinary being in those legends, someone she had expected to never have any contact with in her entire life. But in just one night, an unpredictable misfortune descended just like that. She and her father were actually brought to this legendary enormous sect. On the way here, from conversations of the few Burning Heaven Clan's people, she intermittently heard something. She faintly understood that the reason why she and her father was brought here was because of Xianxia, and Xianxia was precisely that Xianxia she had dreamed about and yearned for through day and night. Only she still didn't understand what exactly had happened amongst them. When the entire blue wind was passing around and discussing Xianxia's name, Xianxia and Xianxia, who were imprisoned in the rear mountain, was ignorant of everything, and it was impossible for them to know anything. Her image of Xianxia still rested on that weak youth with crippled, profound veins that needed her protection and worry, yet could also resolutely stand in front and fend for her when facing against Xianxia's oppression. I don't understand what you are saying. Xianxia had passed every single second here under panic and fear. Jiucheng's gaze made her even more afraid. She shook her head and said, "What about my father? Where is my father? Did you do anything to him? What exactly are you guys going to do?" "What are we going to do? Hey, you don't need to know that." Fen Jiucheng raised his left hand, which was bound by bandages, and leisurely exercised his shoulders a little. "But you are about to know what I am about to do next. Ha. I am suddenly a little grateful to Xianxia now to actually let me find such a fine thing in the world. Before he comes, let me first collect some good interest on your body." After he finished speaking, Fen Jiucheng laughed obscenely and pounced towards Xianxia. "Ah, don't come near." Xianxia dodged to another corner as she screamed, her hand placed on the center of her chest. Go away. If you dare to come one more step closer, I'll snap my own heart veins." H-A-H-A-H-A. Fen Jiucheng laughed wantonly. "Your profound strength is only a pitiful early-stage nascent profound realm, and you want to snap your own heart veins in front of me. Then why don't you feel free and try?" As Fen Jiucheng laughed, he pounced towards Xianxia again at this time. A rumbling sound suddenly came from behind him, and the tightly shut door was violently kicked open. Fen Jiucheng quickly turned around and abruptly saw Fen Jiuchen, who had on a somber expression, standing by the door. "Who said you could enter?" Fen Jiuchen's eyes fixedly stared at Fen Jiucheng, as if he was staring at his arch-nemesis. "Oh, third brother, you're back." Fen Jiucheng turned his face around and said with a grin, "I saw you weren't here earlier, so I came in on my own accord. You came back at the perfect time. I'll be taking this woman." Fen Jiuchen's initially overcast expression abruptly sunk once more. Within his gaze there faintly carried a surge of ice-cold, killing intent. He spoke coldly. I am the one who brought her here. I only said that I would bring them back, but I've never said to hand them over for you to manage. Leave right now. Oh, Fen Jiucheng's eyes narrowed. Tusk, third brother's reaction is really somewhat rare. Could it be that third brother took a fancy to this girl? So what if that's the case? Not only his gaze, even Feng Jiuchen's aura now carried the intent to kill, as though if Fen Jiucheng still didn't leave, he would immediately strike out. Oh, Fen Jiucheng revealed an obscure and knowing smile. So that's what it is. Third brother had always been stoic and lacked the desire for love and always acted with the same manner toward women. I had actually always worried that third brother would be homosexual, but it seems like I am worrying too much as your elder brother. Since she's a woman whom third brother fancies, then naturally I, as the elder brother, will leave her to you. But third brother should take care to not forget that she is Yun-Chi's aunt. With a faint smile, Fen Jiucheng carefully walked out. When he stepped out of the room, the smile on his face vanished. His expression suddenly darkened as a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. If it was any normal day, Fen Jiuchen definitely wouldn't be his match. But currently his left arm was heavily wounded, his right arm couldn't move, and there were even internal injuries in his body. If they really fought like that, it really was uncertain whether he would be Fen Jiuchen's match. Furthermore, Fen Jiuchen was someone who would become crazy the moment he falls into a disadvantage in a fight. Fen Jiucheng absolutely did not want to fight with him under an injured state. Thank you. Only after Feng Jiucheng left did Xianxia's panic recline by a little. Stroking the center of her chest, she expressed her gratitude in a light voice. She and Xianxia were brought to here by Fen Jiuchen. All of the misfortune in these few days had all stemmed from him. Yet she still sincerely said, "Thank you," because he chased away Fen Jiucheng. She was still so innocent and kind to the point that it made one's heart ache. Fen Jiuchen's heartstrings were faintly plucked by an indescribable feeling. He sat beside the desk as his brows twitched. It was only after a long while did he finally suddenly speak. "No need. Don't worry, you are only brought here to be bait. No one will harm you." Bait. It's for dealing with little Qi. Xianxia immediately became even more panicked. She anxiously said, "What exactly happened between you guys and little Qi? Why are you doing this to him? If he did something wrong to you, I'll admit fault in his stead and apologize to you. Is that okay? Please spare him. Little Qi is a really kind person. He definitely didn't provoke you guys on purpose." Admit fault? Apologize? Fen Jiuchen clenched his teeth and said with a voice filled with resentment, "How laughable. The faults he committed must be repaid with his life." Xianxia's heart suddenly tightened, and completely filled with fear. What she feared for wasn't her own situation, but the most important person imprinted within her heart. She didn't understand just how he managed to provoke the Burning Heaven clan, and even had a huge grievance that he must pay with his life. She bit her lips and suddenly said somewhat angrily, "If you really have such a deep grievance, then why don't you solve it using honorable methods? Your Burning Heaven clan is so great, but to deal with little Qi, you actually held me and my father hostage and as bait. Don't you guys feel despicable and shameful?" Xianxia's words made Fen Jiuchen's expression violently convulse for a while. His hands fiercely clenched tight as he spoke with clenched teeth. "It is despicable and shameful. Doing this is indeed extremely despicable and shameful. But Yun-Chi stepped my entire life's dignity under his feet, and even killed someone who was half a father and half a master to me. With my current ability, I simply cannot win against him at all if I could have this vengeance. So what if I am despicable and shameful this one time?" Right at this time, Fen Jiuchen suddenly felt smothered in his chest. A surge of ice cold and sharp bloodlust, which carried deep hatred came from who knows where, made him suffocate all of a sudden. In his entire life, it was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying killing intent. And at this time, a screaming roar descended from the sky like furious thunder from the 9 heavens above. "Burning Heaven clan, you sons of bitches! All of you get the FCK out to meet your end." The heaven-shaking, furious roar shook the entire Burning Heaven clan, and even the entire Burning Heaven Valley. That wave of sharp killing intent had even completely shrouded the enormous Burning Heaven clan, making every single person in Burning Heaven clan feel like they had fallen into an icy cavern, as their entire bodies uncontrollably shivered once. The expressions of Fen Jiucheng, who had not fully exited the mortal parting heavenly pavilion, as well as Fen Duanhun and various elders who were having a meeting within the great assembly hall, all changed at once. Them abducting Xianxia and Xiaolai was precisely for baiting and forcing Xianxia to come. But they absolutely did not think that Xianxia would actually come so quickly, so quick to the point that it almost caught them completely off guard. The sound of thunderclaps engulfed the entire Burning Heaven clan, and even thin layers of dust began to surge. Every disciple in the Burning Heaven clan raised their heads. To their astonishment, they saw a large, majestic bird that was snow-white all over floating above the Burning Heaven clan as its body released an ice-cold power into the distance. On its back stood an extremely indifferent young man clad in black cloth, whose body released an extremely dense aura of terrifying killing intent that sent chills down all of their spines. The strangely shaped large sword in his hands was like an extremely angry, evil dragon roaring. Whoever laid their eyes on it would feel a deep choking sensation. Xianxia. Beneath him is Frozen Cloud Asgard's Snow Phoenix. Waves of surprises immediately resounded within Burning Heaven clan. Xianxia had a great reputation that had surpassed common folk for a long time. Even within the four major sects, he was still an extremely stunning character. Especially after he disturbed Fen Jucheng's wedding and heavily injured 8 experts of the Sky Profound Realm. He was the name that Burning Heaven clan mentioned the most. After the clan heard rumors that their great elder brought a group of 8 to kill Xianxia, and 7 of them had died instead, he practically became a demonic character within everyone's mind. The majority of them had never seen Xianxia before. But that heavy sword, shaped like an evil dragon-like heavy sword, had been symbolic to his status for a long time now. Rumors of the clan having captured Xianxia's family had just spread out from within the clan, and many people were still oblivious to what happened. Xianxia was already directly above the skies of the Burning Heaven clan. Those who had not met Xianxia, or those who always doubted, or were in complete disbelief of his strength, when they sensed the aura and killing intent from Xianxia, they could not help but agitatedly change their expression. Xianxia's eyes were like a hawk's as he stared into every corner within his line of sight for the entire 3,000-kilometer journey. He had not eaten, rested, or stopped for even a second. The snow phoenix beneath had surpassed the capacity of its strength and surpassed its life force. Despite the fact that he was very far away when Xiaolai and Xianxia were brought here, the difference in time between when he arrived to when they arrived was only 1 hour. After rushing through 3,000 kilometers, his rage had not disappeared in the slightest. He was also not even the least bit exhausted after furiously and angrily rushing over. His chest, blood, and soul was all filled with the urge to kill. 2 people rushed into the sky from Burning Heaven clan's great assembly hall. One was the Burning Heaven clan master Fen Duanhun, the other was Burning Heaven clan's second elder, Fen Moji. When they appeared, all the surrounding Burning Heaven clan disciples began to worship. Clan Master, Second Elder. The way they addressed Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji made Xianxia's eyes serious as he deathly locked his eyes on their body. This was the first time that Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji had seen Xianxia in person. As soon as they saw Xianxia's eyes, their hearts were simultaneously instilled with fear, and the power exuded from his body made them unable to restrain their apprehension clearly. He only had the aura at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, but he still released an aura that stifled and oppressed them. However, this place was Burning Heaven clan's domain. It was where the Burning Heaven clan had been for millenniums. They would not be scared of anyone here. Even if it was Heavenly Sword Villa's Grand Villa Master, they would only be shocked but not scared. Although Xianxia had arrived a lot sooner than they had expected, he came nonetheless, so they had achieved their goal. In their eyes, Xianxia had no way of escaping today. Fen Moji quickly flew beside Xianxia as he quietly bellowed. "You're Xianxia, it's good that you came. Return what you owe to Burning Heaven clan today without a single penny less." "Owe you?" Xianxia's gaze rounded. His rage was practically materializing into a genuine flame that was about to burst out of his eyes. "I truly regret that when you sent that old bastard Fen Moji to kill me, I did not immediately take my revenge afterwards, and idiotically left a slim hope for you guys." Xianxia's eyes ferociously shifted onto Fen Duanhun, firmly staring at him with endless ridicule in his eyes as he resentfully and contemptuously said, "Burning Heaven clan is a clan that had been here for thousands of years with thousands of years of reputation. Although Fen Jucheng was sinister and malicious, and Fen Moji almost killed me twice, apart from those 2, I had always possessed a minimum amount of respect towards your Burning Heaven clan and clan master Fen Duanhun. However, I was truly blind. Although we have 1,000 resentments and 10,000 hatred, it was all towards me. You guys can come at me all you want, but you actually made such a shameless and lowly move. This is the Burning Heaven clan with thousands of years of history. You all disgust me. Yun Chi's words were like daggers that directly jabbed towards Fen Duanhun's nerves. Even though he was very calm on the surface, his mind billowed, and not a single word could come out of his mouth. These actions were disgraceful even in his opinion, but they already captured them, and Yun Chi had already come here in rage. There were no other choices aside from capturing and killing him here. Fen Moji shouted with extreme anger. You little maggot! You killed our second young clan master, killed my elder brother, and had even disgraced our young clan master along with our clan. It would not be excessive to kill you with any methods in order. Let second young clan master and my elder brother to rest in peace in the netherworld. Since you came here today, just obediently accept your death. Accept death, Yun Chi coldly laughed. Along his rage and fury that spread out like flames, he spoke lowly like a devil towards the entire sky above Burning Heaven clan. I will give you people one last chance. Release my grandpa and my little aunt at once, and I will only consider killing Fen Juchen and Fen Jucheng. Otherwise, I'll leave your entire Burning Heaven clan without a single inch of life. Death is near, yet you would actually act so arrogantly and conceitedly. This is a joke as big as the heavens. I'll personally settle this with you today. Fen Moji roared loudly. He flung his arm, and a purple burning heaven blade appeared in his hands. He waved the blade and conjured a 60-meter-long tongue of flame that cut across the sky toward Yun Chi. Yun Chi's arrival already triggered a commotion within the entire Burning Heaven clan. During these many years, there had never been a single person who was so insolent within the doors of the Burning Heaven clan. Almost every Burning Heaven clan member's eyes were concentrated towards the sky as large amounts of people rushed over. Among these people, there were the high-ranked elders, pavilion masters, hall masters, and guardians. There were also low-ranked ordinary disciples, totaling up to at least 100,000 people here. After seeing Fen Moji take action, a bunch of Burning Heaven disciples began to excitedly cry out in alarm, because among them, the majority had never seen the terrifying elder at the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm take action before. 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm was even considered the peak of peak within the Burning Heaven clan. When Fen Moji made his move, that huge power and shockwave which spread a 300-meter heat wave made countless Burning Heaven disciples' eyes shine. The purple flame tongue swept over and directly cut towards Yun Chi's throat, but Yun Chi remained motionless. When that flame tongue was less than 3 meters away from him, he extended his palm at a lightning-fast speed and grabbed onto the flame tongue. A frantic power followed the fire tongue and instantly conducted onto Fen Moji's hands. Ah! When Yun Chi grabbed that purple flame tongue with his hands, everyone assumed that Yun Chi's right hand would be instantly severed, and his entire hand would also be burnt to ashes. However, no one could have thought the one to release a wretched scream was actually going to be Fen Moji. During his wretched screams, blood splashed into the air from his hand that held the blade as the web between his fingers were immediately cooked rotten. He instantly let go of his Burning Heaven sword, as the flame tongue had been directly absorbed back into his own hands by Yun Chi. Ping! Along with the majority of Fen Moji's lifespan, the high-grade Earth Profound Burning Heaven blade was immediately crushed to 2 pieces in Yun Chi's hands. The broken edges simultaneously fell from the sky. When they hit the ground, they emitted a brisk clang sound. WH, 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 what? This scene was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens that struck the depths of their brain. It overwhelmed all of them with shock and despair. Being able to defeat Fen Moji, Yun Chi's power should already be abnormally high. However, Fen Moji never could have thought that Yun Chi would be this powerful. In merely one exchange, his weapon had already been easily stolen away by Yun Chi and destroyed in his hands. Furthermore, his hands also suffered some severe injuries. The one who escaped, Fen Duanhai, said that Yun Chi's power could already be comparable to their Grand Clan Master. None of them believed it, but now he suddenly started to realize that Fen Duanhai's words were not words that were said out of fear. This your revenge? Very well. Yun Chi flung the fragments of the Burning Heaven blade from his hands as his cold and gloomy face started to fluctuate with malevolence. You son of a beach and F-seeking bastards, today, at this dirty and despicable Burning Heaven clan, I'll delightfully drink your blood. Die! Yun Chi furiously roared as he took out Dragon Fault, which emitted an angry dragon cry that reached the horizons, and charged straight towards Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji. "Clan Master, Second Elder, be careful." Below them, when Fen Duanhai saw Yun Qi make his move, overwhelmingly shocking shouts began to come out of his mouth. He was the only person at the scene who personally saw Yun Qi's power. He was more clear than anyone about it. 10 days ago, when Fen Moli had died, he was not simply defeated by Yun Qi, he was absolutely crushed. The extremely powerful half-a-step to the Emperor Profound Realm, Fen Moli, practically had no chance to struggle or flee from Yun Qi's hands as he met his tragic death. With Yun Qi's power and current fury, against either Fen Duanhun or Fen Moji alone, they simply would not be able to live through 5 exchanges. "Junior, you dare?" After being extremely shocked to this point, Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji would never underestimate Yun Qi again. They even started to regret for going against Yun Qi with only 2 people. They simultaneously made their moves, and 2 thick streaks of purple flames fused into one as a heat wave that soared into the heavens charged towards Yun Qi. Boom, the purple flames collided with Dragon Fault and were instantly wrung into chaotic sparks that filled the sky. Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji paled in shock. All the profound strength within their bodies surged forth, and the 2 combined their power, but it was forcefully blocked by Yun Qi's heavy sword. The deadlock only lasted a short moment. Before Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji even had a chance to catch their breath, the leftover power of the heavy sword ferociously sneak attacked them, and instantly snapped both Fen Duanhun's right hand along with Fen Moji's left hand. After that, it fiercely struck their chests like a massively heavy hammer. The furious Yun Qi did not have the slightest bit of hesitation and pity in his heart. His moves were ruthlessly heavy. Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji simultaneously faced upwards and spat out blood as they flew backwards, while 2 long streaks of blood mist pulled behind them. These 2 who had suffered a crushing defeat by Yun Qi's hands were not just anybody. One of them had a name that shook everything below the sky: the Burning Heaven Clan Master at the 9th level of the Sky Profound Realm. The other was an elder second only to Fen Moli, whose profound strength reached the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm. Fen Moji. The 2 of them were both peak-level characters within this world. However, even with their powers, they were still instantly heavily injured by the furious Yun Qi. This kind of scene was like an unimaginable and incredibly terrifying nightmare that ruthless rushed into all the souls of the Burning Heaven disciples. "To have injured our clan master, die!" The experts of Burning Heaven clan charged up from all over the place. Over 1,000 blue and purple flame dragons rushed into the sky as they devoured towards Yun Qi. Yun Qi was completely submerged within the countless number of flame attacks that completely converged into a flame storm. Even Fen Moli, who cultivated in the Burning Heaven flame, would have been burnt to ashes by it, but he did not suffer even the slightest injury. His angry, merciless, and frantic roars echoed from within the flame storm. "It's good that you're all coming out, the more the better. It saves me the time to find you people one by one and send you to hell." The Elder and Pavilion Master-level people were all near the Great Assembly Hall, and ones who came to stop Yun Qi from continuing to attack Fen Duanhun and Fen Moji were all nearby disciples with the profound strength of Spirit Profound Realm and Earth Profound Realm. But enemies of this level simply didn't possess the slightest bit of threat to Yun Qi. Yun Qi put away the Snow Phoenix and allowed his body to be submerged by the burning heaven's flames without caring. His entire person plummeted down, and without even looking below him, the Dragon Fault smashed violently downwards with a berserking cry. Boom! The entire Burning Heaven clan's ground began to distinctly tremble, accompanying a burst of miserable screams that shook the heavens. Burning Heaven clan disciples within 30 meters of radius all flew outwards, with the furthest flying hundreds of meters away. When they landed, they were either heavily wounded and unable to get up, or had died right then and there. The moment Yun Qi landed, his figure turned into a dash of flowing light, and like a sharp blade, he plunged into Burning Heaven clan's army that flooded at him. Carrying the howling noise of a descending hurricane, the Dragon Fault smashed down. Boom! Another huge explosion resounded as Burning Heaven clan's ground shook once again. Under this single sword strike, over 100 disciples instantly turned into spirits of the dead. A mere two sword strikes had already shattered the psychological defense of almost everyone present. If not for seeing it personally, they definitely wouldn't have believed that the extensive shaking of the ground was actually caused by this young man's attacks, and would have only thought of it as natural earthquakes. Even a battle between elder-ranked beings within the sect wouldn't have at all possessed such a force. There were no ordinary people within Burning Heaven clan. Even average disciples here could be considered instructors in the outside world. Yet in front of him they became stretches of corpses under a single sword strike. Anyone that wants to die, feel free to come. With a furious roar, Xianxia swung the heavy sword out and back. With every single swing of the heavy sword, at least over 30 Burning Heaven clan's disciples would always be blasted flying away. Let alone blocking his attack, these experts in Spirit Profound Realm and Earth Profound Realm couldn't even endure the residual energy wave of his attacks. For a moment, everyone within the Burning Heaven clan could feel the quaking of the earth, the howling gale of a hurricane, and the rumbling of a crashing thunder, as well as the blood, limbs, and shards of bones that danced in the air, blotting out the sky. Not too far away, elders and pavilion masters in the great assembly hall emerged at the same time. Feeling that surge of terrifying might coming from Xianxia, all of these super-strong beings, whose loftiness normally surged to the skies, felt their hands and feet turning ice cold, as their scalp felt an intense numbness. So he's that Xianxia? An elder said with a trembling voice. How could there be such a terrifying youth? No wonder he could actually kill Great Elder. Yet his profound energy aura is evidently only at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Being able to exhibit such a terrifying strength, while only being in the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, it was simply appalling. Clang, 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 clang. Within the chaos, 4 blades burning with profound fire simultaneously chopped down onto Xianxia's back. Yet the sound emitted was that of metal hitting metal. The blade strike that those 4 clearly felt that they had put all their strength into had actually chopped onto an incredibly hard metal plate and almost caused them to dislocate their wrist from the shock. And looking through Xianxia's cut-open clothings, the revealed skin inside actually only had a few lines of very shallow red marks. Let alone wounds, there wasn't even a drop of blood. The 4's faces became ghastly from fright, and their eyeballs almost popped out on the spot from their shock. Xianxia's counterattack arrived like a tsunami, and with a huge sound, the 4's bodies shattered into several dozens of pieces then and there. The heavy sword's residual energy wave continued forward, and instantly annihilated a dozen more Burning Heaven clan disciples who tried to rush over. Xianxia's body possessed the great way of the Buddha's protection, as well as the phoenix blood and dragon god blood's refinement. Not long ago, he also obtained pure marrow of dragon god himself, and was once again reborn even if Xianxia didn't use profound energy to protect himself. His body's toughness still far surpassed everyone's imagination and comprehension. Compared to his extremely overbearing attack power, his body's defense was far more overbearing. It could be said that even if the current Xianxia wanted to die, it wouldn't be that easy. If one were to focus on attacking, then their defense would certainly be somewhat deficient. Heavy sword-style weapons were extraordinarily ferocious, but the openings they leave were also huge, and enemies could easily grasp an opening to launch a fatal attack. Even if one's destructive power was 100 times greater, without enough capability to defend oneself, it would still be useless. Xianxia's attack power was already terrifyingly abnormal, while his defensive power had more so reached an unthinkable extent. Even if he were to stand still, it would still be difficult for these jointly attacking Burning Heaven clan disciples to harm him. This kind of Xianxia, under swamping attacks of Burning Heaven clan disciples, had thoroughly become a slaughter machine that could not be stopped. No matter how strong an expert, they would still fear being overwhelmed in numbers. Thus, in their own territory, Burning Heaven clan never needed to fear anyone. In everyone's eyes, if Xianxia dared to come, then that would be simply throwing his life away. Yet this rule didn't seem to be valid on Xianxia at all. Swarming and attacking him from all sides did not suppress Xianxia in the slightest, but instead was like voluntarily handing over their life for him to massacre. "Junior, die!" From Xianxia's backside, 2 strong Sky Profound Realm auras assaulted him simultaneously. Amongst the elders and pavilion masters who had been watching on the sidelines, there were finally 2 who struck out. Taking advantage of the opening as Xianxia was being surrounded, their 2 blades combined together, as the blade's tip released a streak of deep purple blade beam and directly pierced toward the center of Xianxia's back. Boom! Xianxia turned around with lightning-fast speed, and the Emperor Profound Dragon fought more than 10,000 kilos in weight swung out behind him like a feather that weighed almost nothing. With a loud explosion, the purple-colored blade beam simultaneously released by the two Sky Profound Realm experts was directly pulverized into nothingness, as the violent storm from the heavy sword heavily smashed onto the two's chest. In that instant, these two finally understood why every single time Xianxia's sword swung out, it would actually cause the earth to tremble. That was not illusory, not imaginary, because at that moment, they felt as if their chests had been smashed by the thunder god's hammer from the heavens. The two flew backwards in the same direction and smashed onto a mountain cliff over 300 meters away. The mountain cliff quaked, and the two Sky Profound Realm experts' bodies that were tougher than even boulders shattered into a few dozens of pieces at the same time and mixed together in the process of breaking and falling down. Even if their birth parents came, they still wouldn't be able to tell just which piece belonged to whom. 14th Elder, Pavilion Master Duanqi. Waves after waves of frightened, mournful cries sounded from within Burning Heaven clan, and those elders and pavilion masters' expressions had even more so changed once and once again. They knew the strength of those two extremely well. However, in front of Xianxia, they were unexpectedly so very fragile. 27 elders and 33 pavilion masters, these were the backbone of Burning Heaven clan's power. As for people who could become elders or pavilion masters, their profound strength must all have reached Sky Profound Realm. Which is to say, within Burning Heaven clan, of the Sky Profound Realm experts whom were like legends in the outside world, there were still an entire 60 people excluding Clan Master Fen Duanhun. The number of Sky Profound Realm experts belonging to Xiao sect, or Frozen Cloud Asgard, was definitely no fewer than this as well, while ones belonging to Heavenly Sword Villa could even be counted up to the third digit. This was precisely the mightiness of the four major sects. Excluding the enormous number of all their disciples, just releasing these backbone powers at Sky Profound Realm was enough to wipe out all of the sects apart from the four major sects. Amongst these Sky Profound Realm experts of Burning Heaven clan, including Fen Duanhun, there were a total of 7 people in later ranks of Sky Profound Realm. All others were at early or middle ranks of the Sky Profound Realm. The strongest was Fen Moli, who was half a step into Emperor Profound Realm. 60 experts of Sky Profound Realm were unquestionably an extremely terrifying number in Blue Wind Empire's profound practitioners' common senses. But behind every single Sky Profound Realm expert, there carried enormous amounts of Burning Heaven clan's effort and resource. The downfall of every single Sky Profound Realm expert would be an extremely huge loss without exception. However, out of all these Burning Heaven clan's Sky Profound experts, 7 of them had been killed by Xianxia at once. 3 of them, Fen Moli, Fen Duankang, Fen Morin, were 3 out of the only 7 late-stage Sky Profound Realm experts Burning Heaven clan had. Adding the 2 people just now, amongst 60 Sky Profound practitioners, 9 had already been annihilated by Xianxia alone. This was a huge loss that the Burning Heaven clan before would have never even thought about, nor even dared to think about in their dreams. The elders and pavilion masters who were gathered together all felt their hearts shudder. Momentarily, no one actually dared to step forward. When Xianxia came, they had initially thought it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. But they did not expect that not only did the bait abducted by shaming the sect's honor not lure in a lamb waiting to be butchered, it instead lured in an unimaginably powerful, furious, and uncontrollable, bloodthirsty, vicious wolf. Before they could even harm a single hair on the opponent, they had already lost an elder, a pavilion master, and hundreds of clan disciples. Among them were many of their descendants and kinsmen. Standing halfway on the mortal parting Heavenly Pavilion's mountain cliff, Fen Jucheng's entire face was convulsing. With his eyes wide, he saw Xianxia being successfully lured in. But what he saw next wasn't him being mobbed and subdued, and instead was a great massacre performed by him. The encirclement and suppression from tens of thousands of Burning Heaven clan disciples instead became a field of corpses within dreary screams and cries after being counter-killed by Xianxia alone. Burning Heaven clan, their own territory, had actually directly turned into Xianxia's slaughterhouse for indiscriminate massacre. When he crashed his bridal escort in the Imperial City back then, he wasn't Fen Duanchang's match yet. It hasn't even been a month, yet his strength had actually grown by such a terrifying extent. Only now did Fen Jucheng become truly aware that Great Elder and the others' deaths were not caused by Xianxia's sly and shrewd methods. They had instead were struck down by true and genuine strength. No, With Xianxi's currently displayed terrifying strength, let alone one Fen Moli, even if there were 10 of him, they would still be killed. Why is it like this? Fen Jucheng's eyes stared wide, as his teeth kept on making creaking sounds from clenching. On the mortal parting heavenly pavilion, Fen Juchen's face was also similarly convulsing. Looking at the Xianxi in his view, even his heart almost burst apart a few times from shock. Clan Master, what should we do next? Fen Moji concentrated all his profound energy to suppress his injuries. When he spoke, his voice clearly trembled. This Xianxi, he's simply like a demon god incarnation. He's not even 20 yet, so how could he have such a terrifying strength? Clan Master, how about we? Sound transmit to all elders and pavilion masters right now. Fen Duanhun covered his chest with his hand, breathing heavily. Start preparing the 9 profound dipper formation. No matter what, we must put him to death today. Hearing the words 9 profound dipper formation, Fen Moji's pupils greatly constricted. Feeling the terrifying might coming from Xianxi, he actually didn't think this decision as exaggerated at all. He forcibly nodded. Very well. If the 9 profound dipper formation is used, even if he was 10 times stronger, he would still die with all certainty. All of the ordinary Burning Heaven clan disciples had scattered in retreat, because they all knew that even if they were to go up, they would simply be throwing away their lives. At this moment, those who were besieging Xianxi were all people of the middle-ranked Earth Profound Realm. However, them jointly attacking together was practically no different than simply throwing away their lives. Under Xianxi's heavy sword, they were being destroyed in groups like piles of rotten wood. What they had amounted to was at most slightly delaying Xianxi's advancing steps. It had not even been half a quarter of an hour since Xianxi had began swinging his heavy sword. Yet Burning Heaven clan bodies were already piling up on the ground. The prestigious, solemn, and imposingly scorching Burning Heaven clan that was like a sacred place in the eyes of ordinary profound practitioners was riled into a complete mess in such a short amount of time by Xianxi. Fear, screams of misery, and the everlasting wails and howling that seemed to have come from banshees and evil spirits came from all over the area. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from a place not so far away. Everyone pull back! The one who issued the order was Second Elder Fen Moji. Under his command, the Burning Heaven clan members surrounding Xianxi felt as if they heard the voice from heavens. Xianxi's terrifying strength and ruthless methods had already scared them out of their wits long ago. They had forced themselves to charge at him, and immediately after the command was issued, everyone panikedly retreated like the parting tide. Xianxi motionlessly stood in place. Around him was a field of dismembered bodies that extended to more than a radius of 30 meters. The blood under his foot streamed as though a river, a ghastly sight to behold. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the Burning Heaven clan of the 4 major sects had actually been turned into a blood-stained slaughterhouse by a young man of not even 20 years of age. Xianxi did not chase after them, nor did he continue onwards. Around him, human figures quickly moved about one after another, and after they all stopped, they had already made a strange battle formation with him at the center. A total of 30 people surrounded him. Among these people, even the youngest was already a little over 40. The 9 closest people around him were evenly standing in 9 different locations around him, while the 21 standing behind them were distributed unevenly. Another 60 more meters behind them were another 20 people with faces full of grave concentration, yet they did not approach. All of these people were wielding a burning heaven blade, and the fire on all of these burning heaven blades were all purple in color, which was to say that the profound strengths of these people were all at least in the sky profound realm. Be careful, this is a power-transferring profound formation created by people who have cultivated in the same profound arts. Jasmine's voice suddenly echoed from Xianxi's mind. Her voice contained a slightly grave tone. This profound formation could allow everyone within the formation to concentrate all of their power to those 9's bodies. Not only that, those 9 people getting the transferred power are not fixed, and could swap to anyone attacking you or being attacked by you at any time. This profound formation could only have a maximum capacity of 30 people. It may be less, but no more than that. Even if you kill one among them, those at the back would immediately enter to repair the formation until they completely suppress and kill you, or drag it on until you are exhausted. Xianxi. The sky profound realms of this sect should all be here. HMPH, just to kill you alone, they actually did not hesitate to mobilize all of their sky-profound practitioners. Though I'd suppose that you are this sect's greatest enemy in their history, Jasmine said indifferently. Just as Jasmine's voice fell, the surface of the 9 people closest to Xianxia suddenly became ablaze. At the same time, their profound energy aura had all instantly increased by several fold. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept across everyone before him. Under their feet, there was a faintly discernible image of a flashing formation. An enormous pressure also heavily pressed onto Xianxia's body at this moment, making him feel a little threatened for the first time since entering the Burning Heaven clan. 9 profound dipper formation, Fen Jucheng uttered in a low voice while standing in the middle of mortal parting Heavenly Pavilion's mountain pass. His previous overcast expression instantly smoothed out to reveal pleasant surprise, arrogance, and a savage smile. And it's even a 9 profound dipper formation constructed by every elder and pavilion master. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xianxia, you're toast. This time, even if you are 10 times more powerful, you would still be doomed to die without a burial ground. Among the 9 people closest to Xianxia, the oldest one, an old man whose beard and hair had all turned completely white, stared fixedly at Xianxia and started speaking with a solemn voice. Xianxia, it wasn't until this old man saw it with his own eyes did he dare believe that such a person like you would appear in Blue Wind Empire. With your aptitude, your future would surely be mighty enough to shake the world. But unfortunately, you had overestimated your own abilities and provoked my Burning Heaven clan. You have dug your own grave, cutting off all future prospects. You have no one to blame but yourself. It is unfair for us dozens of people jointly forming a formation to deal with you. But, shut your old mouth! Xianxia smashed his heavy sword on the ground, interrupting that old man's speech with a loud sound as he sneered with mockery. A group of old dogs that kidnap and hold innocent people hostage, despicable to the point where heaven and earth would hold you in contempt, actually would care about being unfair. Bullshit, Xianxia's words made the white-haired old man flush with anger. His old face twitched, but in front of Xianxia's cold eyes filled with disdain, he was already unable to even say anything to keep up a front. After his whole body trembled all over, he roared in exasperation. Insolent Junior, die! A group of despicable old dogs actually have the face to bark in front of me. Go bark in hell! Xianxia's body suddenly exploded forward, and Dragon Fault smashed towards the old man who had just spoke with a thunderous sound. Under the incomparably berserking power, the surrounding air was instantly pushed apart, denting in a faintly discernible circular arc in front of Dragon Fault. The power behind this strike drastically changed the old man's expression, but it instantly returned to calm again. The 9 people around Xianxia simultaneously mobilized. As 9 burning heaven blades that came in all different directions brought along heat waves scorchingly hot to the point where even the space was almost melting, and assaulted Xianxia. Clang, the incomparably loud striking sounds almost shattered everyone's ears. 6 burning heaven blades struck atop of Dragon Fault at the same time, and a surging wave of profound energy instantly exploded outwards. Xianxia was knocked 4 or 5 steps back as his wrist felt slightly numb, but the 6 people directly in front of him were simultaneously blown flying for at least a dozen meters away. However, they had merely been blown away and did not sustain any substantial injuries whatsoever. And following Xianxia's brief moment of imbalance, 3 streaks of chilling aura rushed at him from behind, and 3 burning heaven blades slashed onto Xianxia's back at the same time. PFF, blood splashed, flying out from Xianxia's back as 3 lines of blood marks that were half a foot long and half an inch deep was carved into Xianxia's back. The acute sensation of pain came from his back, and also instantly evoked Xianxia's ferocious nature. With an explosive howl, Dragon Fault brought along a furious dragon cry as it smashed backwards. Following the loud sound, 3 burning heaven blades broke an answer and flew out of their hands. The 3 burning heaven clan elders who had injured Xianxia were also blasted flying into the distance. Previously, the 6 combined attack had actually completely offsetted his heavy sword's attack. And the attack from the 3 in the back actually had all brought about wounds that were not so frivolous. Xianxia tightened his brows as the profound energy in his entire body frantically roiled like boiling water. This battle formation was far stronger than what he had imagined. When Xianxia was being slightly shocked, the shock on the Burning Heaven clan's side was instead entirely inconsolable. Though they had injured Xianxia in one exchange, Not only did 6 people's worth of a combined attack not even gain the upper hand, they instead had all been blasted off by Xianxia. The 3 blade strikes that contained all of their strength had actually merely cut open 3 insignificant bloody marks. These 9 people were no ordinary sky profound experts. Inside the 9 profound dipper formation, their bodies contained the entire combined power of 30 sky profound experts. They simply could not believe that Xianxia's power and physique was actually frightening to such an extent. Even though they were incredibly shocked, they still completely believed that once they had activated the 9 profound dipper formation, no matter how much stronger Xianxia could be, it was still impossible for him to leave alive today. Because aside from the Grand Elder and the Grand Clan Master who had long withdrawn from society, this was Burning Heaven Clan's greatest power they could dish out. And when he was inside this formation, the previously always invincible Xianxia had indeed been injured in a single exchange. The white-haired old man who had spoken to Xianxia previously had nearly dislocated his wrist from being jolted by Xianxia's strike. Even though he was shocked in his heart, his expression was not at all frenetic as he said in a stern voice, "As expected, you are indeed strong. No wonder even Great Elder had died in your hands. But once the 9 profound dipper formation is established, no matter how much you struggle, you would still inevitably die today." The 9 people simultaneously went forward, swinging 9 streaks of purple-colored flame dragons from each of their burning heaven blades, driving them straight at Xianxia. "The ones who will die are you lot." With a loud roar, Xianxia stood in place as the heavy sword's power crazily released, and an explosive overlord's fury smashed down within a rumbling sound. This strike was actually striking towards all 9 people. Boom! Profound energy exploded as purple flames filled the sky. The surrounding 30 meters or so area of ground had been flattened, as the dismembered bodies everywhere scattered into the distance like dead leaves. The heavy sword's attribute was just this tyrannical. Although this strike of Xianxia were smashing against 9 people, these were 9 people condensed with the power of an entire 30 sky profound experts. It was a direct confrontation between one person and 30 sky profound experts. In the midst of the explosion, all 9 of the burning heaven elders were blasted more than 30 meters away. Xianxia didn't move at all from his position, but a trail of blood slowly leaked out from the corner of his mouth. In this attack, he had suffered internal injuries. In the entire blue wind, aside from Xianxia, who could possibly withstand the combined attack of 30 sky profound experts. Even though he suffered internal injuries, Xianxia's expression was nevertheless still incomparably clear, and not the least bit panicked. The 9 profound dipper formation was more troublesome than he had originally thought it was, but if they wanted to defeat him, they better not think that it was this easy. The 9 people who had been blasted off loudly roared at the same time as they went forward again. They were of the same clan, cultivated in the same burning heaven arts, so under the profound formation, and along with the same profound strength, their movements were even more identical, flawlessly executing their advances, retreat, and constrainment together. Boom, bang, clang, whoosh, the heavy sword's explosive sounds were deafening. A terrible loud sound was brought about each time Dragon Fault was swung and would simultaneously blast off the 9 people besieging him. However, the 9 would just immediately come back again as an incomparably hot purple blaze came together, firmly sealing Xianxia in the middle while suppressing him step by step. As the #1 battle formation for 1,000 years in Burning Heaven Clan, the 9 profound dipper formations was not trivial at all. Xianxia began to distinctively realize that he had been forced into a disadvantage, as Fen Duanhun and every Burning Heaven disciple's complexion had finally began to ease. PFF, Xianxia's left shoulder had taken another attack, and the wound was deep enough to see bone. Under the acute pain, Xianxia's ferocious nature suddenly exploded. Like an extremely angry evil dragon, Dragon Fault suddenly chopped towards the burning heaven elder that had cut him. Falling moon-sinking star, die! Bang! The 5 burning heaven blades that blocked in front of Dragon Fault were all instantly shattered. Carrying an extremely ferocious power, Dragon Fault smashed onto that burning heaven clan elder's chest and blasted out a bloody cavity as big as a person's head from his chest. That burning heaven elder let out a despaired scream as he flew backwards like a cannonball and violently crashed onto another burning heaven elder behind him, shattering his sternum. Sticking together, those 2 flew out 150 meters away. Elder Mo, Elder Xinghao. Even under the 9 profound Dipper formation, another elder was actually killed. This made Fen Duanhun's heart convulse to the point of bleeding. However, the 9 profound Dipper formation wasn't very affected because of this. After Yun Qi smashed one dead and another injured, an additional 2 quickly went up to fill the gap, becoming the new profound formation's core. 2 of the Sky Profound experts outside of the formation also quickly joined in, allowing the 9 profound Dipper formation still maintain 30 people. Sky Wolf slash! 9 people once again encircled toward him, yet they were immediately scattered by the Sky Wolf's image that Dragon Fault swung out. The 2 who had just filled in didn't even have the chance to swing out their first strike, before they both became 2 halves under the Sky Wolf slash at the same time. What? Fen Duanhun's entire body trembled and almost puked out blood on the spot. The powerful, profound skill of a true god still allowed Yun Qi to easily kill his opponents even under suppression. But regardless whether it was a falling moon sinking star or a Sky Wolf slash, they were all accompanied by enormous depletion of strength. Every time these 2 profound skill gets unleashed, it would definitely be able to kill at least one of the opponents. However, opponents could substitute in right away, suppressing him once again. The 9 profound Dipper formation's strength never weakened from beginning to end. But every time he used an ultimate move, his strength and oppressive air would decrease somewhat. About this, Yun Qi was well aware. But even if he did not use profound skills, every single smash of the heavy sword was still incredibly terrifying. Even though the 9 encircling Yun Qi faintly had the upper hand, the hearts of every single one of them were constantly trembling with fear. The sense of dread when Yun Qi's Dragon Fault assaulted at them were even more terrifying than that of nightmares. With the Dragon Fault in his hands weighing at over 10,000 kilos, Yun Qi's movements were being restrained. Adding on that all the enemies beside him could use the profound floating technique while he couldn't, he had always been unable to escape the 9's joint entanglement. The wounds on his body started to increase, and his body rattled with lines after lines of bloody marks. But he never truly collapsed since the beginning. On the contrary, the people encircling him died one after another under his intermittent eruptions of power. Every time Yun Qi's falling moon sinking star and Star Wolf slash was unleashed, at least one person would become a corpse on the ground. Moreover, all of these casualties were people at the level of Burning Heaven clan elders and pavilion masters. Every time one died, Fen Duanhun's heart would shudder a little more. After the 6th one died, his body swayed, as he directly fell onto his knees. Until now, including Great Elder, an entire 15 Sky Profound experts within Burning Heaven clan had lost their lives in Yun Qi's hands. 15. Losing 15 ordinary disciples, even averaging late state of Earth Profound realm, would be inconsequential to the Burning Heaven clan. But losing 15 elders and pavilion masters was an extremely heavy impact to Burning Heaven clan. Even though Burning Heaven clan was ranked as the last of the 4 major sects, they were always confident that their comprehensive power wasn't much weaker than Frozen Cloud Asgard or Xiao sect at all. However, the Burning Heaven clan, after losing 15 Sky Profound experts, had almost lost their qualification to sit shoulder by shoulder with Frozen Cloud Asgard and Xiao sect. Even if they were to successfully kill Yun Qi today, such an enormous loss simply couldn't be recovered either. Yet all of this were done by Yun Qi and him alone. Fen Duanhun clenched his teeth tightly, and the knuckles of his fists turned ghastly white from gripping. He felt all the more that provoking Yun Qi once and once again had brought the greatest nightmare in Burning Heaven clan's history. If he were to be given a second chance to choose again, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Fen Jucheng to accompany Fen Jubai to the ranking tournament. And when the Elder Council insisted on assassinating Yun Qi, he definitely would have tried to stop it with all his power. But he didn't have such a second chance. Moreover, Yun Qi's limit seemed to be far more than just this. He had originally thought that since Yun Qi only had the profound strength of Earth Profound Realm, his endurance would certainly be very weak, and with heavy sword as a weapon, his exhaustions would be even faster. But he didn't expect that even though the current Yun Qi was covered with wounds, his heavy sword's might was still incomparably domineering. Although the 9 jointly attacking him had the upper hand, they could never entirely suppress him. Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion was located at the highest ground of Burning Heaven clan, and from there, one could view every corner of the entire Burning Heaven clan from above. Xiao Lingxi stood by the window and could clearly see everything that was happening below, starting from when Xianxia appeared. Her gaze had always been fixedly focused on him, and could no longer move away again, looking at him roaring furiously, seeing him swinging his heavy sword, making the peerlessly strong burning Heaven clan into a river of blood. Little Chi, little Chi. Xianxia tightly covered her lips, as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Her pair of charming eyes shimmered with a hazy yet dreamy light. That was the voice belonging to him, and she could even faintly discern his features. However, she could not believe that this was really the little Chi who grew up with her, who had always needed her care and protection. Ha! Star-scorching demon lotus! Xianxia furiously shouted with a loud voice. A fire lotus exploded on his body and swept toward his surroundings, carrying a heat wave that surged toward the sky. Block it! The instant that phoenix demon lotus bloomed, a surge of heat wave, terrifying to the point of exceeding their imaginations, rushed toward their face. The 9 roared loudly, simultaneously stepped forward while crazily conjuring up all their profound energy, and greeted toward the incoming blooming scarlet petals. The star-scorching demon lotus's blooming speed instantly became slower and started to irregularly sway from the 9 powerful obstructive forces. In the end, it actually slowly stopped blooming. Under an entire dozen breaths of time in stalemate, the fire lotus suddenly directly exploded, scattering down shattered lotus petals all over the sky. The 9 people were also all blasted, flying away by the heat wave. Everyone's clothes and hair were all mostly burnt, their faces were charred, and their palms were more so gravely scorched. They were all in an extremely sorry state. Switching back to Xianxia's perspective, he, who released the star-scorching demon lotus, instantly felt a surge of strong sense of weakness in his entire body. His body slacked, and his entire person knelt onto the ground with one knee. Panting heavily from his mouth, the sweat on his forehead flooded out like a spring, and stains of blood were scattered all over his body. Xianxia was evidently already exhausted, yet he could actually still resist to such an extent under the 9 profound Dipper formation, and even killed a whole 6 elders. This was already a terrifying miracle, and was more so a nightmare enough to make Burning Heaven clan remember for generations to come. One could tell that if there was no 9 profound Dipper formation, even if all the sky profound experts were to flood in at once, they would perhaps all meet their deaths in his hands. Xianxia, your death is at hand. Let's see how else you can still act arrogant. Covering his chest, Fen Moji pointed his finger at Xianxia and loudly roared. Even though his voice was cold and harsh, anyone could hear the trembling within. Xianxia raised his head, hands still grabbing onto his heavy sword, yet a hint of a cold smile could be seen at the corner of his lips as he said in a low voice, "If all these people were to die, then wouldn't it be all over for your Burning Heaven clan?" Xianxia's cold laugh was as gruesome as a vicious demon. His words were more so like the most venomous curse, making even the imposing second elder of Burning Heaven clan uncontrollably shudder. The muscles on his face convulsed as he pointed his finger at Xianxia, and expending his loudest voice, he roared, "You actually still dare to make such insolent and audacious remarks? Elders and pavilion masters, he is already an arrow near the end of its flight. Quickly kill him and avenge the kinsmen who died in his hands." Devil spawn. Die. The 9 who were injured by the star-scorching demon lotus all fell back, and another 9 pressed forward at the same time as their 9 burning heaven blades respectively pierced toward Xianxia's 9 vital points. Every single one of their strikes, all struck to kill. They wished to doom this terrifying Xianxia to death right away. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stood up with dragon fault in his hands. An azure-colored mysterious light suddenly released from his eyes. Behind him, an image of an azure-colored dragon suddenly appeared. "Dragon's soul domain!" Roar. A majestic and overbearing dragon roar descended from the heavens, quaked souls, and flooded the entire world. 3 feet above Xianxia's head, a pair of azure-colored eyes that were as ice-scorching as the stars, and as profound as the skies, abruptly opened. The 9 who had been rushing towards Xianxia all stopped in their tracks, their expressions changing from malice to surprise. After which, they suddenly morphed to extreme fright. Their eyes began to shrink rapidly, and their entire bodies seemed to tremble like leaves in the wind. This was because a dragon had appeared before their eyes, an incomparably large dragon that filled the sky. Its body was thousands of meters long, and just its head was as big as a mountain. An aura that was indescribably humongous came bearing down upon them from the sky, and under this large aura, they felt as minuscule as a grain of sand in comparison to the universe. The skies darkened and peals of angry thunder roared down from above, shaking the earth and sending it into a series of trembles. This entire scene was practically as frightening as if Judgment Day had suddenly come. What? What is that? Looking at the frighteningly gigantic dragon before their eyes, and the world before them that had suddenly changed, their limbs grew weak, their bodies shuddered, and their eyes bulged, letting out the loudest screams they had ever shouted in their lifetimes. And the humongous dragon seemed to have heard their shouts of fright. Ai's large head suddenly descended from the skies as it opened its mouth wide, heading towards them. Ah! A shriek that was filled with extreme fear practically tore through the heavens, and these incomparably strong sky-profound practitioners were like mice caught by a ferocious tiger under such might and fear, unable to resist at all. In their terror, their bodies had become limp, causing them to lose all their strength, leaving them none to even escape. Each of them crumpled onto the ground, clutching at their heads instinctively and letting out extremely miserable and frightened shouts. Bang! A trembling elder of the Burning Heaven clan had his chest pierced through in a strike by Xianxia, his eyes staring wide with fear as he was struck down. Bang! A Burning Heaven clan pavilion master who was in the midst of a frightened howl was cut into two with a sweep of the dragon fault sword. Boom! A loud noise sounded, and 4 of the Burning Heaven clan's elders were sent flying in a strike, instantly becoming corpses. The 9 Profound Dipper formation had collapsed altogether, and without the enormous bestowed strength from the Profound formation, their defense was simply laughably weak before Xianxia. Within the Dragon Soul domain, and under such immense might, they had totally lost all their fighting spirit. What remained was only fear. Let alone continuing their attack on Xianxia, they seemed to even have completely lost their ability to resist and escape. They, who were incomparably strong, were currently just like weak sheep waiting for the slaughter, as they were easily killed off one by one through Xianxia's strikes. Outside of the Dragon Soul domain, all those in the Burning Heaven clan were already utterly frightened. All they heard was a dragon's howl, and saw a dragon's shadow appear suddenly behind Xianxia, following which they saw that everyone encircling Xianxia had all stopped where they were. Trembling from head to toe, pupils enlarged, and the expression on their faces were as if they were witnessing the most terrifying scene in the world. And it was also almost at this instant, the Profound Formation's light suddenly flashed, and the 9 Profound Dipper formation linking all the Sky Profound experts' profound veins and minds had actually disappeared at once. Xianxia rushed out like a wild leopard. Dragon Fault crazily smashed onto one after another elder and pavilion masters, and these elders and pavilion masters all seemed like they were demon-possessed. When facing Xianxia, they all collapsed onto the ground with fright. Their lives ending in a single sword strike in the midst of their shouts of fear, they did not strike back, nor did they resist. Even after death, their eyes were still opened wide, filled with a fear that seemed as if they were about to enter the underworld. What's happening? What's going on? They were about to see Xianxia lose his life under the 9 Profound Dipper formation. But just like a nightmare that suddenly descended, the strong Sky Profound experts from their Burning Heaven clan were actually killed one by Xianxia while trembling in place. The Dragon Soul domain was a mental domain without color nor shape. Beyond the domain, unless a person's mental strength was strong enough, they would not be able to sense anything happening at all. The Dragon Soul domain that Xianxia had established was not large, because the larger the area, the more taxing it would be on his mind. It was only just enough to envelop the entire 9 Profound Dipper formation within. The Dragon Soul domain was not a strong attack-based domain, nor was it a control-based domain like the Frozen Cloud domain. Rather, it was a mental domain, the likes of which Xianxia had never come into contact with before. He had never thought that the might of the Dragon Soul domain would be frighteningly strong to such an extent, that even these strong Sky Profound Realm practitioners would turn into defenseless sheep waiting to be slaughtered, allowing him to take their lives as he wished while they cowered and trembled. Such might was so frightening that even he himself was overwhelmed with deep shock. Although it could not instantly kill people, nor cause bodily harm towards any target, it was still far more frightening than any attack or control domain that Xianxia knew of. After all, this was the god's domain from the Dragon God, that could only be activated through the Dragon's Soul. However, such a strong domain would also use up an incomparably large amount of profound energy and concentration. Especially so was the amount of mental exhaustion. After a mere 5 breaths of time, Xianxia's brain already started to become heavy, and he was showing signs of increasingly strong dizziness. He faintly felt that in his current state, were he to forcefully continue onwards, he would certainly suffer strong mental backlash when he dispel it, and might even go unconscious on the spot. In this 5 breaths of time, an entire 12 sky profound experts had had their lives ended by dragon fault. Overlord's fury! Xianxi's figure rushed forward, and instantly arrived at the place most concentrated with elders of the Burning Heaven clan. Dragon fault violently smashed down, and the dragon soul domain, which had been sustained for merely a few breaths of time, was, by then, also lifted. Bang! Several dozen meters of land burst open completely, blasting 6 of the Burning Heaven clan elders flying simultaneously. Under the dragon soul domain, not only would their bodies not have the transferred profound energy from the 9 profound dipper formation, but even their own profound defense had collapsed under fright. In a strike from Xianxia, 6 Burning Heaven clan elders all died, and none were spared. The scene had originally been one of Xianxi's impending death, yet in a few breaths' time, it became that of 18 elders of the Sky Profound realm being killed in succession like vegetables being chopped. The sudden change in the situation had made everyone unable to react. A sea of darkness engulfed Fen Duanhui's vision as he violently sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The dragon soul domain was lifted, and the remaining elders and pavilion masters seemed to have suddenly been awakened from a nightmare. They knew that they must have fallen for one of Xianxi's plots. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground around them, they gave a loud roar and rushed forward furiously. But the collapsed 9 profound dipper formation could no longer be constructed. Even though they had rushed forward at the same time, their threat towards Xianxia had already reduced substantially. In his current state, Xianxia was only left with half the strength of his peak, but against these sky profound practitioners who did not have the 9 profound dipper formation, the pressure upon him had suddenly dropped. Dragonfault danced, and storms screamed, drawing people, one after another, into the whirlpool of death. Under the might of Xianxi's sword, these sky-profound practitioners, whose names shook the blue wind, were practically unable to get within 10 meters of Xianxia. And if they came into slight contact with the dragon fault, a light hit would result in grievous injury, while a heavy one would result in a violent death. Before long, these sky-profound practitioners were already flustered. They could not even save their own lives, as each revealed expressions of utter despair. The sneer had completely vanished from Fen Jucheng's face, and every muscle in his body was twitching. He stared widely and rigidly as Xianxia killed each of the Burning Heaven clan's pillars of support one after another. Even more so, he was cutting off the Burning Heaven clan's lifelines one by one. His hands and feet were ice cold, and his teeth clenched tight as a wave of deep fear began spreading in his chest. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and ran like a lunatic towards Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion. Mortal Parting Heavenly Pavilion's door was kicked open. Fen Jucheng's gaze was locked onto Xianxia's person firmly as he quickly rushed towards her. A figure appeared in a blur in front of him, and Fen Juchen blocked his path. His gaze was brimmed with coldness. "What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? Of course it's to take her life to Xianxia." Fen Jucheng spoke deep and low. "Xianxia was willing to come here for her, so it's evident that she's important to Xianxia. I'll bring her before Xianxia and have him take his life in exchange for hers." Xianxia moved backwards, her back pressing tightly against the wooden windows while her eyes filled with fear. Fen Juchen's footsteps did not let up, and even his expression was still completely unfeeling and cold. "I've said that she's just a bait, that's all. This was the bottom line we agreed on in bringing her here. Other than that, nobody is allowed to touch her. Xianxia has already killed more than 20 elders and pavilion masters, and the entire of the Burning Heaven clan is about to be buried in his hands, yet you're still shouting about your ridiculous bottom line, scram." Fen Jucheng's expression was sinister. Raising his right arm, he knocked Fen Juchen away roughly while grabbing towards Xianxia. "You're asking for death!" Fen Juchen became enraged, as streaks of long fire chains shot out from his hands, winding firmly around Fen Jucheng, who was charging towards Xianxia. At the same time, his body rushed forward, as he threw himself forth like a fierce wolf. "The one who is courting death is you? You're a good-for-nothing trash who insists on assuming a lofty stance. In my eyes, you've always been just a ridiculous and pitiful clown. With just your abilities, do you think you're fit to stop me?" Bang! The chains of fire burst apart as Fen Juchen and Fen Jucheng began engaging in combat. "Fen Jucheng, fueled his pressing desire to capture Xianxia in order to coerce Xianxia, and Fen Juchen, who was fueled by both his desire to protect Xianxia as well as his overflowing fury and murderous intent. The two brothers who had originally got along rather harmoniously were yet currently filled with murderous desires, their attacks incomparably vicious with no leeway in the least. Fen Jucheng's left arm and right hand were already injured heavily, and he was also injured internally as well. However, his strength was a realm greater than compared to Fen Juchen's, and still very quickly pressed Fen Juchen into a disadvantageous position. After a dozen or so exchanges, a tongue of flame hit Fen Juchen right in his chest, throwing him far away. Fen Juchen's back was smashed heavily onto the wall, causing the wall to break open as the wooden tables and chairs beside him had also rapidly caught on fire. Trash, Fen Jucheng smiled disdainfully, grabbing towards Xianxia yet again. Who did you say was trash? An enormous hand of flame surged up in fury and smashed onto Fen Juchen's face in an instant, forcing him back by 3 or 4 steps. Fen Juchen also leapt over from the ground, throwing himself at Fen Jucheng like a thoroughly enraged wolf. You're courting death! A terrifyingly sinister expression appeared on Fen Juchen's face. With a roar, the flames on his body exploded into life. Fen Juchen's gaze was fierce, and although his profound fire was far weaker than Fen Jucheng's, he wasn't inferior at all in terms of the imposing pressure. Even more so, his gaze was even colder than the cutting edge of a sword. Letting out low roars, he stubbornly obstructed Fen Jucheng's advancing steps. The skin and flesh on his hands were also being burnt to crisp by Fen Jucheng's flames, yet he did not utter a single word, nor did he retreat by even half a step. The things that I, Fen Juchen, wish to protect, unless I die otherwise, don't even think of having it your way. Don't think I won't dare to kill you, you useless trash. Fen Jucheng's expression grew all the more malevolent, and his flames began devouring Fen Juchen's flames even faster. Almost half of his arms had already been burnt enough to practically reveal his bones, but still he did not let up. The flames started to spread beyond his hands, arms. Xianxia stood by the wooden windows. Her tender face had long been drained of color. Regarding Fen Juchen, she was originally supposed to be filled with hatred towards him, as he was the one who had brought her and her father here, but he had protected her once and again, to the point where he would not hesitate to use his life to protect her. She did not understand just what this unfeeling, taciturn person was thinking from the bottom of his heart, but she had practically lost all her hatred towards him by then, and it had been replaced with a kind of complicated gratitude. Although her profound energy could not be compared to that of the two at all, it was enough for her to know that no matter how ferocious Fen Juchen was, he would still not be able to restrain Fen Jucheng ultimately. Her gaze swept past, landing upon the wooden windows as she looked at the figure of the one who was struggling in battle, blood-soaked, for her. Suddenly, all her fears had vanished, and an entrancingly beautiful smile appeared on her face. Little Chi, you must think of me? Bang. With a palm strike, the wood windows were smashed into pieces as she swiftly leapt up, passing through the windows lithely. Closing her eyes, she allowed her body to fall. She was scared of dying. But if she was being used as hostage to capture Xianxia, as an element to endanger his life, she would rather choose to die. The sound of the wooden window shattering was completely masked by the ear-shattering rumbling that filled the entire Burning Heaven clan, unable to attract anyone's notice. However, as though a telepathic sense, Xianxia's gaze seemed to have been pulled by some shapeless thing, and subconsciously looked up. With a glance, he saw Xianxia's figure breaking out through the window. Xianxia's current sight power could be compared to an emperor profound expert, and could distinctly see blades of grass and plants over 300 meters away. But it was still not enough to clearly see a face over a kilometer away, and even the body shape could be roughly distinguished. However, the moment his gaze touched Xianxia's falling figure, his pupils instantly dilated as his heart crazily throbbed. In his mind, 2 words were heavily striking his soul. Little Ant. Even though he could not clearly see her face, her attire, nor her body figure, and could only see a hazy image, the name Little Ant appeared in his sea of mind with incomparable intensity. Because he knows her far too well, for an entire 15 years, they grew up together, stayed together from morning to night, and was inseparable like the body and its shadow. The time he spent together with Xianxia even far surpassed that of Su Linger. Toward her appearance, personality, likes, gaze, thoughts, and even smell, he was familiar to the depths of his marrow. Even their souls had almost already intermeshed with each other long ago. Xianxia was entirely sure, even if his little ant had magic from fairy tales cast upon her and turned into a little animal or a plant, he would still be able to tell it was her right away. Little ant! Falling from 200 meters of height wouldn't be able to harm practitioners above spirit profound realm, but Xianxia's profound strength had only barely entered nascent profound realm at present. Falling from such a height was entirely enough to cause a direct death. Xianxia's eyes, after a split second of staring blankly, went bloodshot in an instant as all of his blood rushed to his head. With an explosive roar, he put away Dragon Fault. No longer caring about anything around him, he dashed over as if crazed. The Xianxia, who was extremely ferocious that made them unable to even get close, was suddenly dispersed of all killing intent, revealing huge openings. Even that terrifying Emperor Profound heavy sword was put away. 3 Sky Profound Elders rushed forward, and their violent burning heaven blood claws simultaneously smashed onto Xianxia's back. Xianxia let out a grunt as blood leaked out of the side of his mouth, but borrowing the 3 Sky Profound Elders' attacks, he dashed forward with an even faster speed and broke through all of the encirclement from the burning heaven elders. His eyes stared wide to the point of almost bursting, fixedly onto Xianxia, who was falling. His speed after putting away Dragon Fault became extremely fast. But to catch Xianxia before she plummeted to the ground with such a speed was simply impossible. 300 meters swiftly passed by under Xianxia's feet, while Xianxia was already halfway to the ground. Below her was the impeccably tough marble surface. If she landed, there was almost no possibility of survival. Xianxia's hands reached forward as painful howls sounded from his mouth. He had never before so crazily wished for time to stop right now. "Little ant! Little ant!" The husky shouts traveled to the plummeting Xianxia as if they were from a dream, and she slowly opened her eyes. The wind howling by her ears was intense and cold, like the voice of hell's god of death calling. Yet a voice she was extremely familiar with and yearned for was also mixed in. Following the direction of that shout, her gaze turned to the side, and she hazily saw that silhouette dashing toward her as if gone insane, and touched his imperative, panicked, and fearful gaze. Her heartstrings were heavily pulled, and the will to survive quickly birthed in her heart. Closing her eyes, she released all of her profound energy and guarded her body. Xianxia's plummeting speed became faster and faster, and she would smash onto the cold and hard ground in less than 3 breaths of time. But between Xianxia and her there was still a distance so far that it was despairing. "Ugh! Purgatory!" A beast-like roar flooded out from Xianxia's throat, and the 3rd gate forcefully opened. Instantaneously, red light appeared from his body, and all the profound energy in his body began to burn ragingly as if aflame, and all turned into power that crazily drove him forward. Even though Xianxia's speed sharply increased, Xianxia neared toward the ground with an increasing velocity, Empyrean dance of the Phoenix. Xianxia's figure, as if turned into an arrow of flame, instantly dashed over an extremely long distance. Right after, his left arm reached out, and a flash of cyan light shot out like a shooting star. "Profound Handle, go!" This streak of profound handle was instilled with almost all of his conviction and hope. His gaze tightly fixated onto the profound handle's trajectory that flew toward the falling Xianxia. At this moment, he already didn't have the spare concentration to notice that his current profound handle color was actually cyan. The profound handle was red-colored when in a normal state, orange-colored under the evil soul state, and yellow-colored under the burning heart state. Following this, the profound handle ought to be green under purgatory, yet the profound handle Xianxia released at this moment was shockingly cyan, the same cyan color as Xianxia. The profound handle's speed far surpassed Xianxia himself, and rocketed forward like a streaming light passing by in a flash, yet in Xianxia's eyes, the travel path was so terribly slow. The flow of time had seemingly slowed down substantially in Xianxia's eyes at this moment. With wide eyes, he watched Xianxia fall bit by bit, and watched the profound handle nearing little by little. At last, when there wasn't even 2 feet between Xianxia and the ground, the profound handle that carried all of his hope also rushed below her at this moment. Bang! The profound handle crashed onto the cliffside, and a wave of not too ferocious power instantly exploded. The storm it created shifted Xianxia's falling trajectory and flung her horizontally outwards like a falling leaf in the wind. And Xianxia also arrived in a swoop, his 2 arms tightly held onto Xianxia, At that instant, it was as if he had saved the entire world. Bang! Another loud noise sounded as the head of Xianxia, who didn't have time to stop violently, crashed onto the stone cliff, and he tumbled onto the ground while hugging Xianxia. In his embrace, Xianxia was tightly protected by his profound energy and didn't take any damage. He swiftly sat up, his arms holding Xianxia tight. In the next instant, his gaze directly met hers. The two froze at the same time, and the scene seemed to have froze forever at that instant. They grew up together, accompanied each other day and night, and had never separated for even a day, yet that was 3 years ago. And the 3 years of separation, to them, was as long and unbearable as though 3 centuries. Xianxia's complexion was very pale. Her breathing was also extremely weak. Even though her body didn't fall to the ground, the impact from falling and the as gentle as possible impact from the profound handle's energy made the profound energy and aura in her body become chaotic, while also considerably injuring her innards. If not for the yearning to take a glance at Xianxia, she would have already fainted. She stared at Xianxia blankly, her gaze clouded and misty as if she was in an illusory dream. Slowly, her eyes that had been previously filled with the will to die began to shine with more and more expressions. Joy, tenderness, moved, satisfaction, gratification. She felt herself being hugged tightly in his embrace. Back then, just how familiar and usual that was. But this time was far too long ago from last time. Lying down in his arms quietly just like this, she stopped hearing all other sounds, stopped feel any pain and weakness on her body, and forgot all the danger she had just encountered. In her heart, only ease, warmth, and happiness that only he could give was left. The corner of her lips curled up bit by bit, and her snow jade-like hand lifted little by little, gently covering Xianxia's face. From within her lips, a voice like the gentle breeze flowed. "Little Qi, you finally come back." This one light sentence of a few words had actually made Xianxia distinctively feel a wave of care and longing as great as the ocean. At that instant, Xianxia almost erupted with tears on the spot. And Xianxia's hand had also fallen at this moment, as her entire person completely went unconscious. 3 years without meeting, Xianxia had grown taller, yet her waist became even more slender and soft. Holding her in his arms, she felt as light as a bundle of silk, without any sense of weight. She had grown up from a 15-year-old naive girl to an 18-year-old graceful young woman. Yet she had become so thin. In these 3 most valuable years of a person's life, what she had endured was unbearable loneliness and miserableness, as well as longing and yearning that accompanied her throughout day and night. Xianxia stood up and silently raised his head. On the high-up mortal parting heavenly pavilion, he saw 2 figures that were looking down from above. One was Fen Jucheng, and the other was Fen Juchen. A surge of ferocious killing intent released from his body. The resentment in his heart was monstrously undulating like the ocean's waves. However, he forcefully suppressed all of his killing intent and hatred. Holding Xianxia in his embrace, he summoned out the already exhausted snow phoenix beast and rushed straight toward the east. He no longer wished to go on fighting. He only wanted to take little ants safely away from here as soon as possible. Whether it was rage or resentment, even if they were millions of times more intense, they were not the slightest importance compared to Xianxia. Just as Xianxia saved Xianxia, Burning Heaven Clan also had a huge movement. "Deploy the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation right now." Fen Duanhun roared, seeing the miserable scene of elders and pavilion masters' corpses scattered about. He could no longer stay calm, as his voice became distorted and violent. Fen Moji, who was similarly still shaken, was greatly startled by this command from Fen Duanhun, hastily said, But Clan Master, Heavenfire Star Burning Formation should only be used when the sect encounters an enemy that could cause us to perish. Once it's used, it needs an entire 300 years to construct again. Is the enemy we are facing right now not one that could cause us to perish?" Fen Duanhun madly roared with his teeth tightly clenched. "Xianxia must die, otherwise if he leaves today our Burning Heaven Clan will certainly meet the disaster of our end not long after. Quickly go." "Why, yes. All of you scram." Xianxia rode the Snow Phoenix and swiftly flew. Because the Snow Phoenix was already in a thoroughly exhausted state from rushing non-stop for 3,000 kilometers. After being summoned again, its flight speed wasn't very quick, and its flight altitude was also only less than 30 meters. Yet in the place he rushed toward, there weren't any elders to greet him. Instead, they all hastily fled far away as if to let him leave as he wished. while the current him was greatly exhausted of his strength and also had a person in his bosom. It was supposedly the best chance for the Burning Heaven clan to attack him. At this time, Jasmine's warning suddenly resounded. An attack-based profound formation ready to be launched suddenly appeared to your front. The profound formation's might is enough to annihilate someone at the later stages of Emperor Profound Realm. Jasmine's words made Xianxia's heart abruptly turn cold. Annihilate a late-stage Emperor Profound Realm. Within the Burning Heaven clan, there was actually such a terrifying profound formation hidden. As expected, the four major sects' heritage couldn't be discounted. However, Jasmine's tone eased right after and let out a disdainful sneer. This profound formation is a pure, profound fire formation. Not long after Jasmine's voice fell, a deep purple-colored, enormous profound formation suddenly emerged from the ground below Xianxia and began to quickly spin. On the edge of the profound formation, over 30 deep purple pillars of fire suddenly surged up towards the skies. Every single fire pillar was 5 feet thick and over 100 meters high, tightly encircling Xianxia and the unconscious Xianxia in the center. The profound formation underneath was rotating, and several tens of fire pillars surged to the sky, sealing off all Xianxia's advance and retreat routes. The high temperature released by these pillars of fire was over a dozen times more terrifying than any of the burning Heaven Elders Xianxia had crossed swords with. Outside of the profound formation, a loud roar full of resentment came. "Xianxia, let's see how you can still act insolent now. Since even 9 profound dipper formation couldn't do you in, then just die under this Heavenfire Star Burning Formation. To be able to die in our Burning Heaven clan's Heavenfire Star Burning Formation, you can consider this life of yours worthy. What the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation carries is our Burning Heaven clan's highest level Heaven Burning Fire. Under this Heaven Burning Fire, you will be instantaneously burnt into ashes." Boom! The few tens of fire pillars simultaneously exploded, formed together into a deep purple-colored sea of flames, filling up the entire Heavenfire Star Burning Formation and completely engulfed Xianxia and Xianxia within. The Heavenfire Star Burning Formation's spinning speed began to rise to its limits, driving the deep purple burning heaven flames to crazily burn. Everything within the profound formation started to burn. A scorching heat wave and charred smell flooded the entire Burning Heaven clan. However, not a single wisp of these extraordinary purple flames leaked outside of the formation, and they all intensely burned within the profound formation, swallowing everything inside without any hint of extinguishing. In the entire profound formation, other than the flames, there was nothing else. Finally, dead! Burning heaven blades powerlessly fell to the ground one by one. All of those elders and pavilion masters also fell on their bottoms, wordlessly watching the fresh blood and wreckage all over the place, and that stretch of deep purple sea of flames. From our ancestors' records, Heavenfire Star Burning Formation's power is enough to easily burn down super-strong experts of the late-stage Emperor Profound Realm. Xianxia is already certain to die. Right now, he ought to have turned into burnt ashes. Breathing heavily, Fen Moji spoke toward Fen Duanhun. Fen Duanhun similarly sat onto the ground paralyzed. Xianxia died. Being shrouded by the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation, there was no possibility for him to survive, but he couldn't feel joyous in the slightest. This Heavenfire Star Burning Formation could be said as Burning Heaven clan's last, as well as their strongest line of defense. If the sect was to be one day invaded by a force that far surpassed their strength, once the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation initiates, it would be enough to burn down all of the invaders. But today, it was actually forced to be used on a single person, moreover. It was a youth of only 19 years. And before that, a large number of the sect's disciples, and even elders as well as pavilion masters had already died in his hands. Within a day, the Burning Heaven clan, which could call upon the wind and invoke the rain in Blue Wind Empire, experienced a nightmarish heavy loss. Their entire strength would be vitally damaged because of this, and perhaps may even never recover from this setback from this point forward. As he watched Xianxia die within the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation, not only was he unable to laugh even a little, he had instead wanted to burst into loud sobs. In his heart, there was only endless dreary and sorrow. If he was given another chance to choose, even if he were to completely forfeit his dignity to compromise with Xianxia again and again, he would be absolutely unwilling to provoke him even a little. "Clan Master, are you all right?" A few Burning Heaven elders walked over and asked while breathing heavily. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, all of them had on a solemn face, and none of them carried the expression of joy. It would have been great if Grand Clan Master or Grand Elder was here. If they were here, then what would be so scary about one Xianxia, and how would we be driven to such a state? Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder had both closed off their 5 senses and cultivated in hiding for so long. Moreover, they stopped bothering with the sect's matters long ago, unless they appear themselves otherwise. Don't talk anymore. Fen Duanhun waved his hand, got up swaying, and said solemnly, "Gather all disciples to clear up the scene, and also prepare the funeral affairs for all the passed-away elders and pavilion masters. Other things can be discussed later." This calamity today, at the bottom of it, was brought on to us by none other than ourselves. Our burning heaven clan, flourishing till now, from up to elders and down to servants, were all boundlessly arrogant in the outside world and full of conceit. If that's not the case, then how would such a grudge with Xianxia be established? And in the end, to even abduct his family, such despicable behavior had at long last brought down such a retribution. As Feng Duanhun spoke, his harsh gaze swept through the elders' faces one after another. All who met his gaze drooped their heads down, with shame written all over their face. Such a despicable action that could possibly tarnish Heaven-Burning Clan's prestige. If not for having received the Elder Council's support, Feng Jucheng definitely wouldn't have dared to follow his own decisions, no matter how much he hated Xianxia. These elders, in order to avenge the Great Elder and the others, had all been impatiently wanting to cut Xianxia apart. Thus, they supported kidnapping Xianxia's family members as bait, and concealed it from Fen Duanhun together. It was also this decision of theirs that made the sect encounter such a catastrophe. Over 1,000 disciples and over 20 elders as well as pavilion masters became lying corpses. Moreover, even the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation was trashed. If they were to be held accountable, they all could be considered Burning Heaven Clan sinners. The elders dispersed one after another, arranging clan disciples to clean the sect that was in an extremely miserable state. In the blink of an eye, 7.5 minutes passed, and the emotions of Burning Heaven Clan's disciples finally settled somewhat. The Heavenfire Star Burning Formation's deep purple flames were still burning, and there was no sign of the fire receding at all, according to the records left by their ancestors. The flames in the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation would burn for an entire quarter of an hour. At this time, an elder's gaze suddenly fell onto the flames within the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation. Then he uttered a surprised and confused voice. "Quickly look, you guys. The flames in the profound formation seem to be a little odd." The Heavenfire Star Burning Formation's purple fire had always been burning quietly, and the sea of flames it assembled had well-distributed billows. Yet currently, the sea of flames was surging with streaks after streaks of fire waves. The number of fire waves were also increasing, scurrying up and down while undulating intensely, as if they were intensely struggling against something. All of a sudden, the entire purple-colored sea of flames, as if being lifted by something, had actually slowly started to float upwards. That's right. The entire sea of flames was floating. Furthermore, it was going higher and higher, from 1/2 foot to 1 foot to 2 feet, ascending with an even speed. This extremely inexplicable scenery made all of Burning Heaven Clan's people freeze on the spot, struck dumb, and their eyes stared wide, as they were unable to utter a word. At the first moment, they all thought they were seeing things. However, though a single person could be hallucinating, if everyone was seeing it, would it still be a hallucination? The sea of flames still continued to ascend, and had already slowly reached the height of a person from the ground. And below the sea of flames, a figure shrouded by the purple-colored glow of fire emerged. His left arm tightly hugged a frail and unconscious girl, and his right hand raised up high. Above his palm was precisely that burning purple-colored sea of flames. Xianxia! It's Xianxia! Shouts of extreme fright completely resounded through the entire Burning Heaven clan. The Xianxia they had initially thought to be burnt to ashes by the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation actually had not died. And not only did he not die, he wasn't harmed at all. Even his clothing, his hair, and the girl in his embrace didn't have a single trace of being scorched. And the entire sea of flames produced by the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation, the ultimate burning heaven flame enough to kill a late-stage Emperor Profound Realm practitioner, was actually lifted by Xianxia with his palm. This scene made all the Burning Heaven clan's disciples, even elders and the clan master, frightened to the extent that their heart and guts had almost bursted open. "Impossible! Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!" Impossible. How is it possible for something like this to happen? Fen Duanhun's entire body went limp, and 5 consecutive impossibles were uttered from his mouth. He, as the Burning Heaven clan's clan master, was actually trembling all over with his constricted pupils. The dreadful burning heaven flame actually did not harm Xianxia in the slightest, and was instead lifted up by him, and even became a flame in his hands. Right now, the Xianxia bathing in the purple-colored firelight was like a flame god that hailed from the world of gods, making everyone's heart and soul tremble with fear. When Jasmine said that this attack-based formation was a pure profound fire formation, Xianxia was already void of all worries, and let himself be engulfed by the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation without resistance. Within the sea of flames, he put away the snow phoenix beast, and completely isolated all flames, not letting Xianxia be harmed in the slightest. At the same time, through the evil god Fire Seed's fire-controlling ability that was unparalleled under the heavens, after an entire 7.5 minutes, he had completely annexed this sea of flames into his own control. "Want to kill me? You lot are not even worthy." Grinning, Xianxia's face was filled with a wild sneer and crazy resentment. "You wanted to kill me with such a little profound fire formation. Simply the nonsensical dreams of fools. I had originally wanted to just break away and leave. But I've changed my mind. I suddenly want to know what kind of extraordinary scenery it would be if this field of flames were to smash into your burning heaven clan." Xianxia's words were like the devil's voice and caused everyone's complexion to change severely. A deep expression of fright emerged on the faces of everyone present. You dare!" An elder loudly roared, but his footsteps were already panikedly retreating in the midst of his fear and fell onto his bottom. His entire person shivered like broken leaves in the wind. Even though this sea of flame was terrifying, it had been restricted within the profound formation and wouldn't leak out. But if it was really smashed toward Burning Heaven clan by Xianxia, those terrifying burning heaven flames would all turn into the most frightening fire of disaster, and crazily burn, spreading and flooding into the Burning Heaven clan. The burning heaven flame contained within would be enough to burn nearly half of the sect into flat ground. If the people present were to be engulfed within, they would all die. None would be able to luckily escape. If this stretch of flaming sea were to be really tossed down by Xianxia like this, then Burning Heaven clan would be thoroughly finished. You are implying that I don't dare." Xianxia's eyes narrowed and looked at the elder who spoke. That elder's entire body shivered, his lips trembled, and he could no longer utter even half a word. "Stop! Stop!" Fen Duanhun extended his palm toward Xianxia's direction, his eyes entirely bloodshot. He spoke with a trembling voice. "Xianxia, we can talk it over, you mustn't be impulsive." "Heh, I don't have anything to discuss with you old dogs of Burning Heaven clan." No. Fen Duanhun hastily waved his hands, and even his entire face was crazily convulsing under fright. "In this world, there are no unsolvable grudges. Put down the fire in your hand first. Anything can be discussed, anything can be solved. The faults we committed will definitely shoulder it for the matters before. I'll personally apologize to your family. Any compensation or terms if you speak it, even if I have to risk my life, will definitely satisfy you." These words were uttered from the Burning Heaven clan's clan master's own mouth. From the standpoint of a sect, this was already forfeiting all dignity of a sect. However, what Fen Duanhun was currently facing was a threat of the entire sect's annihilation. If the sect could be saved, even if they were words 10 times more humiliating, he still had to say them. What Fen Duanhun's compromise and begging for mercy that abased himself onto the ground traded back was still Xianxia's cold smile. But how could such a great expanse of burning heaven fire be so easily controlled? Enduring for this much was already his limit. If he didn't push out the sea of flames within 3 breaths of time, the flame sea would directly explode above his head. He glanced at the unconscious little ant, and his heart ached. But what he had an even larger fright and deep fear for similar things happening again. Because of Burning Heaven clan, he and Xianxia had nearly separated for eternity. His grandfather was also currently in their hands, his life and death unknown. As he thought about these, his rage uncontrollably burned crazily, and a furious voice roared out. "The fault you lot have committed must be repaid with the price of destruction. All of you die." As the last word fell, Xianxia's arm abruptly swung, and that stretch of flame sea, which carried a heat wave that flooded the sky, smashed toward his front with countless pairs of despairing pupils watching it happen. Following the tossing motion of Xianxia's arm, the purple-colored flame sea produced by the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation suddenly flooded forward like an exploding volcano. At that instant, everyone of the Burning Heaven clan uncontrollably screamed under extreme fright. What they felt was like the coming of the apocalypse. "Devilspawn, you dare?" Just at this moment, a furious roar resounded like rolling thunder, making everyone's eardrums hum from the shock. Xianxia abruptly turned his eyes around and looked toward the front within his gaze. Two middle-aged men appearing to be 40 or 50 in red robes swooped over with purple flames burning from their entire body. They were as fast as lightning and instantly came before the capsizing flame sea. Simultaneously, they extended both their arms as a roar sounded from their mouths and jointly pushed toward the burning heaven flame sea. Boom! A burst of an extremely somber noise sounded, and the capsizing purple-colored flame sea abruptly stopped there. After that, it suddenly reversed in direction and was violently pushed toward the east. Then, under countless pairs of wide eyes, it fell over 1,000 meters away. Boom! With a huge rumble, a field of purple-colored firelight surged up to the skies, burning the skies red and could even be seen 50 kilometers away. The flames crazily spread, instantly engulfing everything around it. Burning Heaven Clan's majestic main gate instantly burned into ashes, and 1/10 of the sect was completely drowned by the sea of fire. Even though it exploded at the edge of the sect, these berserking Burning Heaven flames still dealt extreme damage to Burning Heaven Clan, but they did not injure anyone. Compared to the landing point tossed by Xianxia, the results couldn't even be mentioned in the same day. The two middle-aged men who pushed away the sea of flames simultaneously landed, as their gaze and aura tightly locked onto Xianxia. Grand Clan Master, Grand Elder. None of the younger generation Burning Heaven disciples knew these two. However, all the elders and pavilion masters on the scene uttered out with an overjoyed voice. Some even fell onto their knees on the spot, as tears of joy flooded out. One is at the 2nd level of the Emperor Profound Realm, the other is at the 4th level of the Emperor Profound Realm. The current you is not their match. Leave quickly, Jasmine spoke urgently. Xianxia's brows abruptly knitted. And at this moment the middle-aged man on the left had already explosively flew up, his entire right arm turning into a ferocious purple fire dragon that smashed straight toward Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's expression darkened. Grabbing up Dragon Fault, his entire body's profound energy surged as the image of a howling sky wolf appeared behind him. Sky wolf slash! Boom. The sky wolf's image and the burning heaven fire dragon collided in midair, bringing up a rumble on par with thunder from the 9 heavens. A field of purple firelight also exploded in the air and dispersed several dozens of meters outwards. The violent blast of air had even knocked a vast amount of Burning Heaven Clan disciples down over 100 meters away. Within the firelight, Xianxia sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist and flew outwards like a cannonball into the purple-colored flame sea several hundred meters away. But right after, an enormous snow-white bird flew up from the flame sea with its wings spread out and became a white spot on the horizon with extreme speed. The red-robed, middle-aged man slowly descended, his body slightly swaying as he landed. A touch of abnormal flushed redness emerged on his face as the expression in his eyes became extremely solemn. "Chase quickly, we definitely can't let him escape," Fen Moji loudly roared as he looked in the direction Xianxia left toward. "Don't chase!" The middle-aged man who stood at the very front raised his hand. His voice was soft and slow, yet was imposing to the extent that it almost made one's blood solidify. He didn't receive too heavy of an injury. "If you guys chase, it'll only be throwing your lives away." As his voice fell, his body suddenly wavered as he abruptly covered his chest with his hand. From his mouth a dry moan leaked out. "Grand Clan Master, what's wrong?" Fen Moji flusteredly said. "What a shocking strength." Looking into the distance, the middle-aged man said with an overcast voice, "After cultivating away from the world for 20-odd years, I didn't expect that a being of such a caliber actually appeared in Blue Wind Empire. Judging from his age, he ought to not even be over 20 yet. Seems like in these years, something big had taken place within Blue Wind." The other red-robed, middle-aged man also slowly walked over. The expression on his face was similarly solemn. They both didn't choose to chase Xianxia. Pushing away that terrifying energy of flame wasn't easy and painless even for them, whose might was at the Emperor Profound Realm. They had used all their might when pushing earlier, not daring to hold anything in reserve, but still didn't manage to push it outside of the sect. And after that push with all their strength, the aura and blood continuously surged in their bodies, and still had not calmed even now. They knew of that snow-white enormous bird, which was evidently the snow region of extreme ice's emperor of beasts, the Snow Phoenix. It would be difficult to catch up with Snow Phoenix's speed even for them. Out of these two middle-aged men, one of them was the previous clan master of Burning Heaven clan, who was now the current Grand Clan Master Fen Yiju. The other was Grand Elder Fen Zia. Even though they appeared young, their actual age were both over 100 years old. Originally, they had already stopped bothering with matters of the sect and hid within the sect's secret grounds to cultivate in a concentrated state. Yet today, they were simultaneously startled awake by the enormous movement within the sect. Looking at the blood, shattered corpses, and mayhem all over the ground, even though Fen Yiju's heart was already like still water, he was still unable to contain his anger as he asked with heavy voice, "Duan Hun, just what is this about? Who was that young man earlier? You all sure are looking more and more promising. Our 1,000-year sect of Burning Heaven was actually almost buried in the hands of a youth." Even though Fen Duanhun was the current Burning Heaven clan master, his father's prestige still remained. Coupled with the shame in his heart, he let out a long sigh and slowly spoke out the whole story. The Snow Phoenix went straight east, and after flying very far into the distance, it suddenly emitted a lamenting cry. With a pair of wings that couldn't flap anymore no matter what, it fell straight down, bringing Yunqi and Xiao Lingxi along as it plummeted into a barren valley. Bang! Yunqi crashed down from Snow Phoenix's back with Xiao Lingxi in his arms, consecutively flipped several times on the ground, then crashed onto a mountain cliff head-on. He sat up with difficulty, and beside him, the Snow Phoenix beast's head drooped onto the ground. Its entire body was limp and trembled non-stop. Even the cries it uttered became powerless whimpers. After an entire 3,000 kilometers of full-speed rushing, it had reached its limits long ago. Furthermore, it attended a great battle with Yun Qi, then had also carried him and fled with full speed. The current Snow Phoenix had already exhausted a large extent of its power and lifespan. Yun Qi walked over, gently stroked its snow-white feathers, and said with an aching heart, "Little Chan, you've worked hard, come back and rest well." Snow Phoenix made a low cry, turned into a white stream of light, and returned into the profound seal. Xiao Lingxi still had not awakened. Under Yun Qi's protection that Yun Qi had split away most of his power for, she wasn't harmed in the slightest even during that instant of exchange with Fen Yiju, while Yun Qi himself had instead suffered a considerable internal injury. He still held onto Xiao Lingxi, unwilling to let go, and after a few heavy breaths he started to observe the surrounding landscape. This place was entirely barren, the land was dry and vegetation was scarce. There were also no hint of footprints in the surrounding area. With a glance, short mountains and jagged boulders were everywhere. It should be a desolate ground that hadn't been stepped on by people for a long time. This place was clearly still within Burning Heaven Valley, and Burning Heaven Valley was territory belonging to the Burning Heaven clan. Yun Qi thought for a bit and didn't choose to leave. Instead, he took up the Dragon Fault and heavily smashed onto the mountain wall behind him. Very quickly, a cave over 10 meters deep was blasted out. He entered the cave carrying Xiao Lingxi and laid a frozen cloud barrier that cut off auras. The most dangerous place was often the safest. Burning Heaven clan's people wouldn't expect that when riding on a sky-profound mount. Yun Qi didn't even fly out of the Burning Heaven Valley, and had instead just hid within the valley like this. Yun Qi also didn't want to go too far, because Xiao Lai was still within Burning Heaven clan. The unconscious Xiao Lingxi's expression was peaceful, like a baby in deep sleep. When Yun Qi gently put her down, she seemed to have noticed herself leaving Yun Qi's embrace. Her charming eyebrows knitted slightly, her eyelashes anxiously trembled faintly, and fear emerged from her expression. Yun Qi hastily held her up once again, and tightly squeezed her hand, all of her unease calmed again, and the corner of her lips had even faintly formed into a light smile of happiness. Seeing Xiao Lingxi right under his nose and within his arms, Yun Qi felt deep gratification, but also deep heartache. He had wanted to take them away after he returned home, to a place that no one would ever oppress them. He didn't expect that before he was even able to see them. He had allowed them to encounter such an adversity because of him. He didn't let go of Xiao Lingxi anymore, and just silently sat there holding her in his arms. On one side, he used his own profound energy and slowly repaired her injuries. On the other, he conjured the great way of the Buddha, recovering his own internal and external injuries with an extremely fast speed. Bastard thing! Before Fen Jiucheng had the chance to call out grandfather, he was already sent flying by Fen Yiju with a slap. This slap was extremely heavy. Fen Jiucheng's entire left face greatly swelled as blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. On the ground, 3 of his completely shattered teeth rolled about. Fen Yiju, who found out about the whole story of the matter, was already burning in rage. As he looked at everyone, he, who had been cleared of emotion for more than 20 years, was actually shaking from anger at this moment. My burning heaven clan actually birthed you bunch of bastards. Not only did a group of elders head out only in order to assassinate one youth, you actually did such a despicable and filthy act of abducting his family as bait. How F-seeking fantastic. Ignoring the matter of you bunch losing all of our clan's face, you actually were conceited enough to think that you drew in a jarred turtle. But too bad that it was actually a tiger which nearly even destroyed the sect. If not for me and Xia arriving in time, you would all have become lying corpses. My burning heaven clan's 1,000 years of heritage would have been wiped out then and there. Facing Fen Yiju's rage, all the elders and pavilion masters were all as silent as cicadas in the wintertime and didn't even dare to breathe out loudly. Fen Jiucheng had almost been slapped unconscious on the spot. He knelt down the ground, trembling, let alone speak. He didn't even dare to let out pained screams. "Sai, what's done is done, there is no use in getting angry." Fen Xia shook his head, let out a long sigh, and said, "Duanhun, how are the casualties this time?" Fen Duanhun closed his eyes and said with grief, "Amongst 27 elders and 33 pavilion masters, an entire 31 had died in Yun Chi's hands, including great elder Fen Moli, 127 middle-level disciples, and 1,692 regular disciples fell in battle." Each number that Fen Duanhun spoke out was more ghastly than the previous, to the point that it caused Fen Yiju's entire body to tremble from rage. His fist violently smashed down, and the stone table beside him instantly turned into a pile of dust. He raised his head, looked outside the door, and said in a low and deep tone, "This kid must be killed. His other family member is still here. With his personality, he'll certainly come back." Fen Moji said cautiously while paying careful attention of Fen Yiju's changes in expression. Just as Fen Jui was about to explode in fury, Fen Xia had spoke instead. "This kid indeed must be killed. What's done is done. Borrowing that already kidnapped bait is the simplest and most effective method. Elder brother does not need to get angry for this matter any further. However, that devil spawn is considerably injured from what I had seen. Added to the fact that he has already found out about the existence of the 2 of us, he will certainly only come back after his injuries fully recover. So, he wouldn't come again in at least 7 days. In this period of time, let us first settle down the chaos in the sect." Fen Yiju went silent, then slowly nodded. Fen Xia thought correctly. Yun Chi would indeed wait for his own wounds to completely heal and his strength to fully recover before he enters Burning Heaven Clan again. However, what he absolutely wouldn't have expected was that the time Yun Chi used to recover from his injured state wasn't 7 days at all. He only used 1 day. With the slow and gradual passage of time, a day xietly passed by. It was a completely calm place where Yun Chi had stopped, and no one came there to bother him. Yun Chi spent a day in the silence while holding Xianxia in his arms. His wounds and consumed power had already completely recovered within a day at a rate that transcended common sense, and he didn't feel any sign of weakness due to the heavy wounds and overconsumption he was suffering from before. Xianxia, who was lying in his bosom, had also completely calmed down. Her face was tinged rosy red, and her internal wounds, which weren't very serious in the first place, had almost healed by now. At this time, she suddenly let out a light coughing sound. Her eyelashes slightly trembled, and she opened her eyes bit by bit. Yun Chi at once detected her faint movements and immediately opened his eyes and looked at her. Xianxia's hazy field of vision began to get clear. Although it was somewhat dark inside the place they were staying, she clearly caught sight of Yun Chi's face even within the darkness. Both her eyes trembled, and her whole body suddenly stiffened. Everything that had happened these past few days was just like a dream that got increasingly confusing. In the beginning, she wasn't even able to distinguish that what part of the things she was going through was a dream and what part of it was reality. She and her father were taken to the Burning Heaven clan, which she had only heard of in stories before. She met little Chi, whom she had yearned for day and night. She saw little Chi breaking into the Burning Heaven clan by himself and cause great chaos in the incomparably powerful Burning Heaven clan. She jumped off from the high mountain cliff, yet felt her body fall in his bosom. Then she finally met him before her consciousness disappeared. All these things were as illusory as a pipe dream. She had no idea whether the dream she would be having next time was going to be a nightmare or a sweet dream. When her eyes opened, it was darkness that came in contact with them first. But right after that, she found Xianxia, and her eyes shone with worry as well as happiness. Feeling the temperature of his body and the distinct flavor she was longing for, she realized that these things were not possible to enjoy if they were a mere illusion. Then, everything she saw before losing consciousness quickly surfaced in her mind, and tears started overflowing from her eyes in an uncontrolled manner. She forcefully retracted herself in his bosom and tightly embraced him with her both hands. She lost her voice crying in sorrow and pain, and amidst the sobbing sound, could just barely manage to call out in a voice that sounded as if she was crying blood. "Little Chi, little Chi, little Chi." Her teardrops released a glittering and translucent light inside the cave, and seemed like pearls in a dark night. Xianxia caught her tumbling teardrops within his hand, as if he wanted to collect the most valuable rain or dew in the world. As she hugged Xianxia again, it became incomparably clear to her once more that she was unable to leave him again for the rest of her life. They had always been together for 15 years, so she was never able to know the implication of staying separated from him. However, she thoroughly understood it during the past 3 years. Her life and soul were already bound to him since long ago. She had felt as if she lost the body of her soul without him at her side, and every day there were nothing but things related to him on her mind. "Little aunt," Xianxia put his hands behind her back and tightly embraced her. The rim of his eyes had gotten moist. He softly said, "It's all because of me that you and grandfather had to grieve and suffer so much, but I assure you that everything will get better now. I won't let you and grandfather feel any grievance again." "Ooh." Xianxia could only cry. She was just a 15-years-old child 3 years ago, and though she was now already 18, she still cried wantonly like a child. "After leaving you and grandfather 3 years ago, I first went over to father's grave to offer sacrifice. Then I changed my surname to my biological father's, and from then onwards started calling myself Xianxia. Afterwards, I left the floating cloud city. Not long after that, I came across an unusual person, and she became my master due to some reasons. Her identity and existence is very special, and I'm not allowed to mention anything about her. Therefore, I can't tell you her situation. She helped me to repair my profound veins, taught me profound laws of cultivation, bestowed me with various kinds of profound arts and skills, and saved my life many times. Then, I arrived at New Moon City according to grandfather's wish." Xianxia snuggled before Xianxia's chest and pressed her little hands against his chest, quietly listening attentively to his narration. Her body didn't want to be apart from him even for an instant. Xianxia's narration was slow and very long, as he narrated all the hardships and troubles he went through during the past 3 years bit by bit. Without anyone realizing it, daytime had passed and night had arrived. A bright moon was already hanging high in the sky outside the cave. The night breeze would occasionally blow through the cave, filling the hot and dry insides of the cave with a natural, refreshing sensation. Xianxia's experience was like a mythical tale to Xianxia, who had never stepped outside the floating cloud city. Although Xianxia omitted many things in his narration, listening to it still caused her to unceasingly show lovable expressions of amazement and fear on her face. Thinking back to everything she saw in the Burning Heaven clan, Xianxia couldn't help but believe whatever he said. He, who had crippled profound veins and was called rubbish by the whole city, was now already a superclass individual who could force the highest-ranked sect of the Blue Wind Empire into a hopeless situation. She could confidently think so because she was sure that the one before her eyes was none other than her little Chi himself. His appearance, eyes, smell, aura, everything belonged to the little Chi she was very familiar with. She might mistake all other people in the world, but it was impossible to mistake someone else for him. "I just know that my little Chi is worthy enough to receive help from heavens, so he'll definitely soar in the sky one day, and everyone would be only able to look up at him. I just know," Xianxia whispered while crying tears of joy. At the same time, a sense of fear flashed within her heart, but this fear also dissipated completely at once. Even though he was already soaring high enough and had become an individual who could look down on Earth, even though he had already reached such a height that she wasn't even able to look up at him, even though the gap between them was as wide as heavenly moat. What of it? Back then, when everyone mocked him as rubbish, she treated him as her most precious thing. So now when he could look down disdainfully on Earth, he would still remain her little Chi, the little Chi who didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles and bravely rush inside the Blue Wind Empire's top-class sect with the intention to kill, just for her. She believed that no matter what heights he reached in the future, there would never be any distance between the two of them. And even if they truly got distant from each other, she would readily grit her teeth and exhaust all her strength to chase him with big strides, even if she had to act like a moth throwing itself at fire. Xianxia set up a stove and began to cook delicious rabbit broth. The fragrance of the meat wafting through the air was undoubtedly a trying torment for the two very hungry people. In the midst of this torment, Xianxia started listening attentively to Xianxia's narration of her past 3 years. She lived those 3 years in such a simple manner that there was hardly any difference in her life during that time. Every day she would practice the profound art and sword, and then fall in a daze, missing Xianxia before they realized it was already midnight. The moon was shining brightly at its peak position in the sky. At last, the rabbit broth was nicely cooked. He half-filled a bowl with the broth and carefully blew on the broth to cool it down before bringing the bowl in front of Xianxia. However, he didn't hand it over to her and said in a very natural way, "Little ant, I will feed you." Xianxia had already recovered under Xianxia's treatment and care, and her condition was no different from normal. Although she had remained paralyzed on Xianxia's body until now, let alone drinking broth by herself, even climbing mountains and rocks wouldn't pose any problem to her. However, Xianxia still seemed to be carefully attending to a seriously ill patient. Xianxia giggled and slowly collapsed on Xianxia's body. She narrowed her moon-like eyes and lightly opened her lips. A spoonful of broth was brought near Xianxia's lips. The broth flowed inside her mouth as some of it stuck to her soft lips. Then it entered her body, passing down the narrow passage. A warm current slowly started to vaporize inside her body, warming her body as well her heartstrings in the process. During the first 15 years of her life, they had fed food to each other so often that it could be called an ordinary thing. But today, she felt direct warmth in the depth of her soul. Because this let Xianxia even more firmly know that he was still her little Chi and had never changed all along. Within the calm and warm atmosphere, she quickly finished drinking a bowl of broth. Just when Xianxia was about to fill the bowl again, he unexpectedly turned around and his movements suddenly stagnated. Then he slightly raised his brows. Xianxia got nervous when she saw the change of expression on his face. While holding tightly onto his arm, she asked in panic, "Little Chi, what's wrong?" "SSSH?" Xianxia raised his forefinger and lightly gestured her to stay silent. Very soon, the sound of two people's footsteps could be heard getting closer and closer from outside the cave, and their voices also became clearer. "I can't believe they made us sneakily infiltrate the Bluefire city this late at night. Sai, we've been the dominating power in the Bluefire region for so many years, and this is the first time we've felt so oppressed and subdued. We can't do anything about it. Xianxia's strength is truly very terrible after all. He is simply just like a monster. If Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder hadn't appeared in time, Burning Heaven Clan would have thoroughly destroyed, and we would have also been cremated together with the Burning Heaven Clan. According to Grand Clan Master's conjecture, Xianxia is possibly a descendant from one of the sacred grounds. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. Ha! What do you say? Is it really possible that he might be hiding within the Bluefire city? I'm not sure about that. However, Xianxia had suffered heavy wounds, and he also consumed a lot of profound power, so he certainly needs a large amount of replenishment to recharge. And within the area of 1,000 miles, only Bluefire City that has the most comprehensive supply of resources. Since supplies from other small places would be utterly inadequate for someone of his power level, there's a very big possibility of him hiding in this place. Grand Clan Master will personally set out as long as we determine his hiding place. His injuries and power shouldn't have recovered yet, so I don't think he'll be able to escape from the Grand Clan Master's hand. The sound of their footsteps were getting closer and closer. The auras of their profound power wasn't very weak. One of them was at the 5th level of Earth Profound Realm, and the other was at the 6th level of Earth Profound Realm, similar to Xianxia. The two people should be Hall Masters or Instructor class individuals within the Burning Heaven Clan. From their grumbling, Xianxia roughly understood their objective for passing through this place. The strength of their profound auras allowed Xianxia to completely ease his brows. He turned his face and said with a relaxed smile, "No need to worry. They are just two little rats who are unlucky enough to come to this place. Watch me as I take care of them." After he finished speaking, Xianxia's body flashed as he rushed out of the cave entrance with a single leap and landed right before the two people. His sudden appearance scared the hell out of the duo that were busy chatting with each other. "Who is it?" both of them asked, shouting coldly in the same manner. However, the moment they caught the sight of Xianxia's face, their eyes opened wide and they became tongue-tied. Even in their dreams, they had never thought that they would run into Xianxia at this place. "You have come just at the right time." Xianxia let out a cold laugh. He spoke out a sentence that the duo wasn't able to understand even after hearing it completely. Before the two could finish their sentence, their vision suddenly blurred as a very heavy, enormously powerful, and ferocious blow struck their chests. Bang! Both of them were blown away like straw. The person on the right side met a violent death on the spot, and the one at the 6th level of Earth Profound Realm was barely managing to breath. The upper part of his body trembled, and he firmly stared with wide-opened eyes as Xianxia approached in his direction. His eyes were filled with desperation. Xianxia extended his arm, releasing the profound handle. It instantly flew and pierced its way to this person's mind. Immediately, all the memories belonging to this burning Heaven Clan's Hall Master poured into Xianxia's mind at an extremely fast rate. There existed a fearful ability called soul-searching technique in the spirit domain. With this technique, one could invade another person's mind using their spiritual power and forcefully plunder the memories within their soul. However, it was quite difficult to activate the soul-searching technique, as it could only work on a person whose spiritual power was far weaker than the user's, or on a target in a spiritually weak condition. Furthermore, the activation of this technique was also accompanied by a very big risk. Once the target seized the opportunity to retaliate against the technique, the consequences the user would face were too dreadful to contemplate. Not only could the profound handle be materialized using one's power to injure the enemy, it could also manifest into a pure spiritual form and invade other person's soul. So naturally, it could also accomplish everything that the soul-searching technique was capable of. Moreover, the consumption and difficulty of using the profound handle was very low compared to the soul-searching technique. In addition, since the profound handle was a separate entity, there was absolutely no risk of retaliation even if he failed to search another person's mind due to some unexpected event. Not only did the person before his eyes have a spiritual power far weaker than his, he was also on the verge of death. Therefore, the process of reading his memories using the profound handle was quite easy and smooth. The profound handle was very quickly withdrawn by Xianxia. As for that person, he remained lying there on the ground with wide-opened eyes and no longer made a sound. The name of this person was Fen Zizai, who was the Hall Master of Burning Heaven Clan's 72nd Hall. A subordinate of the 8th Elder, he was 45 years old, and the shape of his body was similar to Xianxia's. More importantly, the grade of his profound power was the same as Xianxia's current profound power, as he was also at the 6th level of Earth Profound Realm. The purpose of his going out in midnight was, as he had mentioned before, to quietly enter Bluefair City and find out whether or not Xianxia was hiding within Bluefair City. "This is truly a big gift that I didn't expect to receive," Xianxia sneered as he lowered his brows. After having observed this Fen Zizai's facial shape in detail, he stripped off the outer clothing on his body and tossed them inside the sky-poisoned pearl. Then he casually blew open a pit in the ground, kicked the corpses of the two people inside it, and buried them. Xianxia once again released the profound handle while still standing at the place, then fell in a little daze as he looked at the deep orange-colored profound handle. Right now, he was in his most ordinary condition, and hadn't even opened the evil soul yet. Under this kind of condition, the released profound handle should have been a red profound handle. But when he released the profound handle this time, it was clearly an orange profound handle. He started thinking about the matter again. Back then in the Burning Heaven Clan, he had forcefully opened Purgatory and threw out the profound handle in order to save Xianxia. The profound handle at that time was impressively a cyan profound handle, similar to what his grandfather Xianxia had. What is going on? Why would the profound handle appear in an advanced state under the same normal conditions as before? Could it be because of the dragon god's marrow? When his train of thoughts reached to his point, he immediately found out the most plausible answer. The strength of profound handle was half related to blood vessels and half to profound veins. When the evil soul gate opened, the power of profound veins would rapidly increase, and the profound handle would appear in the color of a higher level. However, some change had happened to his blood vessels after he got the dragon god's marrow. The dragon god's blood had bestowed an alteration in the composition of his blood vessels, and the dragon god's marrow had bestowed an alteration in the essence of his blood vessels. Although the dragon god's blood had already fused with his blood vessels, the dragon god's marrow would still produce fresh blood. When the dragon god's marrow entered inside his body, it allowed his blood vessels to become more and more similar to the incomparably powerful dragon god's blood vessels. In this way, it would also naturally let the profound handle, which was linked to power and blood vessels, become more and more formidable. Under the current normal condition, the profound handle had changed from red to orange color. Perhaps in the future, the color of profound handle would incessantly raise to a higher level as simply as it raised to orange. With the continuous increase in the power of evil god's profound veins and dragon god's blood veins, his profound handle might even evolve to the highest level. When Xianxia returned inside the mountain cave, Xianxia instantly threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. "Little Qi, are you all right? Are you wounded?" "Haha, don't worry." Xianxia laughed in a very relaxed manner. "Currently, there are only a handful of people in the whole Blue Wind Empire who could injure me. Those small fries just now were simply no match for me. Now then, let's continue to enjoy our delicious food. Forget what happened just now." Xianxia's heart calmed down. She softly said while looking at Xianxia, "My little Qi has already grown up completely and has become so awesome, but you don't feel even the least bit unfamiliar to me. But of course, no matter what has happened till now, we're still the most intimate of persons to each other. So how would I feel unfamiliar to you? Now, open your mouth." Xianxia lightly brought a ladle near Xianxia's lips. The broth in the ladle was mixed with some gray powder that he had quietly sprinkled inside it just a moment ago. As soon as Xianxia swallowed it down, she was suddenly overcome by a burst of fatigue. Her eyes slightly blinked, and then she weakly closed her mouth. "Little Qi, I suddenly feel a bit tired." "Tired, huh? Then why don't you take a good sleep? I'll be here at your side." "Amen," Xianxia replied softly in agreement. Her whole body relaxed as she completely immersed into the dreamland. Before long, Xianxia's breathing sound became smooth and steady, the particular sign of a sound sleep person. Xianxia took out a blanket and laid it on the ground. Then he gently placed Xianxia on it. He said as he looked at her peacefully sleeping face, "I am sorry, little aunt, but don't you worry. I'll be back very soon. I assure you that when you will wake up and open your eyes, it would be me and grandfather that you'll catch sight of first." Although he had successfully rescued Xianxia, his grandfather Xiaolai was still in the hands of the Burning Heaven clan. Every additional second he stayed at that place was an additional second of Xiaolai being miserable and being more in danger. Therefore, he had to use his utmost to save grandfather in the fastest speed possible. He could no longer wait another second to rescue him. As for how to save him, the plan had already formed in his heart at this time. However, he naturally couldn't bring Xianxia with him, and if he were to leave her alone at this place, she would definitely feel worried and afraid. So he could only opt to make her fall in a deep slumber. Xianxia came out of the cave, and after 7.5 minutes, he finished concealing the entrance of the cave. He thought for a little while, then took out 5 drops of the Dragon King's blood from inside the sky poison pearl. He mixed more than 10 medicinal herbs with them, dipped the solution in water and refined it, and produced 5 drops of frozen profound liquid jade. He called out the snow phoenix beast, and fed it all the 5 drops of the frozen profound liquid jade. After drinking the frozen profound liquid jade, the originally extremely dispirited snow phoenix immediately let out a low cry, and its both wings began to flutter in a vigorous manner. "Channer, it hasn't been long since last time, but I'll be troubling you again. However, this time it wouldn't take too long, so you definitely have to persevere," Xianxia said, feeling somewhat guilty, as he caressed and stroked its tail feathers. The frozen, profound liquid jade could let the snow phoenix to speedily recover his power, but it was unable to recover the snow phoenix beast's vitality. Flying at an extreme speed while borrowing external power would cause further damage to its vitality. But today, Xianxia could only depend on it again. He put the snow phoenix inside the profound seal and changed into Fen Zizai's clothes. Xianxia also arranged his hair and put on Fen Zizai's spatial ring. He brought his hand on his face and began to make smearing movements. Very soon, his face appeared to look exactly the same as Fen Zizai's. Then he adjusted his walking posture and swaggered towards the direction of the Burning Heaven clan. It was already late in the night, and the Burning Heaven clan was still in a complete disorder at this time. It hadn't recovered at all from the calamity that it had faced yesterday. The majestic and powerful main gate of the clan had disappeared without a trace, and the one they used as a substitute was already in ruins. Above the ruins, more than 10 people were still guarding on the previous guarding positions, and some of them were yawning from time to time. It was at this time when a human figure came over to the place while trotting in a hurried pace. Its arrival immediately caught the attention of the Burning Heaven clan's disciple who was guarding the gate, and he said in a stern voice, "Who goes there?" "It's me." The pace of the person approaching the place slowed down, and he answered in a haughty and strict voice, "Oh, so it's the 72nd Hall Master. Please excuse me for my impropriety." When the disciple guarding the gate got a clear look of the person coming to the place, he promptly stepped aside as he bowed his head in courtesy. Another Burning Heaven clan's disciple asked, 72nd Hall Master, didn't you just leave for Bluefire City with the 73rd Hall Master? How have you come back so fast? Of course, since I already obtained some important information, I hurried back to report it to the elder. Fen Zizai said in a half-hurried and half-impatient manner, "Make sure to properly guard this place. Our sect is in a crisis right now, so you absolutely should not let any stranger get near this place." After he finished speaking, he hastily entered the sect, going straight to the 8th Elder's residence. All the people of the Burning Heaven clan practiced the Burning Heaven art of the fire attribute. As a result, everyone had some fire elements swaying around their body. Xianxia accomplished this point very simply due to the presence of the evil god's fire seed in his body. Although he was unable to make the aura of his profound power seem completely identical to the Burning Heaven arts, as long as no one concentrated their mind and seriously tried to distinguish his aura, it would be very difficult to make out the difference. Moreover, the aura strength of Xianxia's profound power was completely similar to Fen Zizai's under normal condition. Therefore, his disguise could almost be considered flawless. Even though it was already late in the night, there were countless disciples patrolling inside the Burning Heaven clan. However, none of them suspected that the person who went past them was just stealthily substituting for Fen Zizai. No one blocked or hindered Xianxia throughout the way, and he entered the pavilion where the 8th Elder lived. When he claimed that he had some important information to report, he was able to see the 8th Elder, Fen Machi, just as he wished. Fen Machi had not yet fallen asleep. Seeing Fen Zizai, he asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Didn't I make you and Xianxia sneak into Bluefire City to take advantage of the night and check whether Xianxia had fled to that place or not? So how have you come back so fast? Also, what is that important information you wanted to report?" Fen Ziz hastily said, "Reporting to Elder. There's no need to scout out Bluefire City anymore. On the way, I sound transmitted to some of my old friends living in Bluefire City to inquire about Xianxia. They told me that yesterday afternoon. They saw a fully snow-white and extraordinarily majestic large bird fly past Bluefire City. Then it landed around the northern part of the city. Afterwards, they didn't see that large bird flying away from the city again, so we can conclude that Xianxia is at present hiding inside Bluefire City." "So it's just as we expected." Fen Machi stood up as he let out a huh sound, and he had an angry look on his face. "HMPH? He is simply looking down on us, Burning Heaven clan, to so brazenly land inside Bluefire City. He thinks that we won't dare to take the initiative to chase after him, huh? Right now we have Grand Clan Master as well as Grand Elder with us. I'll see how he still keeps up his arrogant attitude." Fen Ziz silently sneered and then continued to speak. "Elder, although it's true that Xianxia is hiding inside Bluefire City, it's still such a big place, and Xianxia is sure to be prudent. So I think it would be extremely difficult to determine his hideout. I talked it over with Xianxia, and he has continued to proceed towards Bluefire City ahead of me. This disciple has rushed back with utmost speed to ask for instructions from the elder about a matter." "What is it?" Fen Machi said as he raised his brows. Fen Zizai forcefully swallowed his saliva and said with a nervous look, "Xianxia has a family member who is apparently inside the lowest floor of Dragon Confining Prison. This disciple wanted something on this person's body. Anything would be fine, like clothing or even a pendant. Then I'll at once hurry to Bluefire City this very night and hang that thing in a conspicuous place. Perhaps that might be able to draw Xianxia out of hiding. And once he has entered our line of sight, then we can easily know his whereabouts and hideout. This is just a worthless idea of this disciple, and I'd like to ask the elder for his instructions." "Oh." Fen Machi lowered his head and muttered to himself. After a long time, he slowly said, "This kind of means is too obvious and extremely difficult to have the targeted person get hooked. But he is young after all, full of vigor and vitality, and do things extremely impulsively. Maybe this will be very effective in his case. All right. Let's do just as you say. However, even though Xianxia is currently wounded, you and Zhengzhai are absolutely incapable of dealing with him. He should be quite weary and decisive right now, so you must be extremely careful. In the event you find out the place he's staying at, you must at once transmit me." "Yes, sir. This is my command tablet. With this command tablet, you can freely go in and out of the dragon confining prison. Make haste now." Fen Machi threw a crimson command tablet at Xianxia as he said indifferently. This command tablet was the very thing that Xianxia wanted the most at the moment. Under his perfect disguise, he thought about how everything had progressed even more smoothly than he imagined. Xianxia picked up the command tablet and took his leave. Then he went straight to the dragon confining prison. Fen Machi remained standing at the place as he muttered to himself for a while. He faintly felt as if something was wrong, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. After a while, he picked up his sound transmission jade and spoke out. "Clan Master, we've already confirmed that Xianxia is hiding in Bluefyr City." The dragon confining prison was the Burning Heaven clan's internal prison. The disciples who had made big mistakes or committed serious crimes were locked up in there. The Burning Heaven clan's personal enemies and those who did something to incur the clan's hatred were also imprisoned inside the prison. Naturally, there were also a few persons who just had their freedom restricted by the Burning Heaven clan, or were secretly concealed among the people locked up inside the prison. The dragon confining prison had 7 floors in total. The lower the floor, the darker and gloomier it would become. Likewise, the lower the floor, the more important people and serious criminals locked up inside them. This dragon confining prison is an important place. You are not allowed to trespass. The moment Xianxia got near the gate of dragon confining prison, a guard disciple blocked his way while warning in a stern voice. Xianxia took out the command tablet and raised his head as he said, "By the command of the 8th Elder, I'm going to the 7th floor of the dragon confining prison in order to take something on the body of the prisoner." The guard disciple looked at the command tablet and nodded his head. Then he personally led the way ahead. "Please follow me." Relying on Fen Machi's command tablet, Xianxia stepped inside the dragon confining prison without any fear and danger, just as he wished. Although he had the command tablet, 4 sword-wielding guards still tagged along with him, closely walking before and behind him as soon as he entered the prison. After all, there were such people locked up inside the dragon confining prison whose discovery by an outsider could cause the establishment of a deep hatred. There were even some special individuals who would despise and deride the very sight of common people. For example, core sect individuals that were quietly captured to seize the profound art or secret of some major sects, and maybe other people like Xiao Lai, whose exposition could cause the Burning Heaven clan to lose all its dignity, to use as bait. When he entered the dragon confining prison, a pungent stinking smell assaulted his senses. The lower he went, the stronger the stinking smell became, and he couldn't help showing a scowl on his face. Thinking about his grandfather being locked up in this kind of place, his heart started to fill with fury. He endured his anger and impatience, and continued going downwards along with the guard disciples who were walking with an unhurried pace. After walking through the circular route for a while, they finally reached the 7th floor of dragon confining prison. Just as he arrived at the 7th floor, Xianxia saw Xiao Lai at first glance, because he was locked up inside the prison cell that was right in front of the 7th floor's prison gate. Xiao Lai leaned on a corner of the dragon confining prison. His face was thin and his complexion was haggard. There was no anger, no resentment, no panic nor struggle. In regards to someone's arrival, he did not have the slightest of reactions, as if he was already completely indifferent to his life and death. As a nobody from a small town being brought into Burning Heaven clan's dungeons, anyone would know how he would ultimately end up. Xiao Lai's aura was minutely weak and was accompanied by the marks of his slight internal injuries. However, there weren't any scars on his body, which allowed Xianxia to heave a large breath of relief. The disciple guarding the prison stepped forward, opened the heavy prison door, and then said stiffly, "Go in, remember to be quick." "No need." Xianxia's eyes went cold. Before the 4 prison-guarding disciples had time to react, Dragon Fault was already within his hands, and instantly swept once. "You!" Bang! The entire dragon-confining prison's surface slightly quaked as the 4 prison-guarding disciples were instantly sent flying with a bang. To have been directly attacked by Dragon Fault, their outcome was undoubtedly going to be instant death. Before they died, their eyes had gone wide, reflecting that nightmarishly awful Dragon Fault. This sudden change immediately caused the 7th floor of the dragon-confining prison to become chaotic. Everyone locked within the prison threw themselves forward, and it was unknown whether they were howling screams of excitement or fear. It was also at this time that the deathly still Xiao Lai lifted his head. Xianxia took a huge stride forward, grabbed onto Xiao Lai's arm with one hand as he emotionally yelled, "Grandfather, it's me, it's Chair." As he said that, Xianxia gently wiped his face, and his face immediately appeared within Xiao Lai's line of sight. Xiao Lai's dim eyes suddenly burst with light. He grabbed onto Xianxia's arm as his entire body trembled with emotion. "Chair, you," Xianxia said with a resolute expression. "Grandfather, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I have so many things I want to say to you, but now is not the right time. We have to leave this place first. Don't worry, Grandfather, we will definitely escape. Little Ant is already waiting for us in a safe place." Xiao Lai fixed his gaze at Xianxia and had millions upon millions of emotions and words to say. As he looked at Xianxia's expression, he felt an aura that was as thick as a mountain, as boundless as the sea, that was strange yet incomparably familiar. He heavily nodded his head. Okay. What's happening?" Loud shouts sounded from up above, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Xianxia lifted Xiao Lai, tightly held his body, and said softly, "Grandfather, we're going to leave right now." "Ha!" Xianxia fiercely sucked in a deep breath and yelled lowly. Followed by the loud and clear sound of a dragon's cry, Dragon Fault smashed upwards. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, an enormous sound, as though the heavens and earth had all collapsed, resounded through the entire Burning Heaven clan, making the originally quiet Burning Heaven clan fill with alarmed cries as yells sprang up from every corner of the night. In just one strike from Xianxia, the entire 7-floored dragon-confining prison had directly been penetrated through. Xianxia suddenly leapt while carrying Xiao Lai, instantly rising over a height of 66 meters, returning back to Burning Heaven clan's ground level. The suddenly exploded open ground naturally attracted every gaze in the surroundings. But when the nearby Burning Heaven disciples clearly saw who had landed, their faces instantly changed into endless terror. Xianxia! The profound seal on the back of Xianxia's hand emitted rays of light, and the snow phoenix beast appeared beside him amidst its long cry. He quickly pushed Xiao Lai onto the snow phoenix's back and said calmly, "Grandfather, let little Chan bring you away first. It will bring you to the place where little Ant is. I'm going to stay to settle personal grievances, rest assured. In at most 4 hours, I'll return and meet up with you too. Little Chan, leave quickly." "Chair, you." Before Xiao Lai's anxious words had completely left his mouth, the snow phoenix had swiftly gone with the wind in the midst of a long bird cry. Like a snow-white shooting star beneath the dark night, it disappeared from his line of sight in the blink of an eye. Xianxia had not heard Xiao Lai's later words, but he knew what Xiao Lai had wanted to say. As he watched the snow phoenix fly into the distance, Xianxia smiled cheerfully. Once he turned his face around, his face instantly became cold. With the Snow Phoenix's speed, even Burning Heaven Clan's Grand Clan Master might not be able to catch up to them. But currently, the Snow Phoenix was supported by medicinal power, and it was fundamentally unable to maintain its extremely quick flight speed. Adding on to the fact that Xiaolinxi's currently location was not too far from Burning Heaven Clan, he absolutely could not travel together with Xiao Lai. If he did, there was a large chance that they would be overtaken, and the hiding place would be discovered. Besides, Burning Heaven Clan's objective was never actually Xiao Lai, and was instead him. Since he had appeared, there would obviously be no one who would care about Xiao Lai. Once Xiao Lai had left, he was basically completely safe. After safely rescuing both Xiaolinxi and Xiao Lai out of Burning Heaven Clan, Xianxia was finally at ease. But to him, the situation at hand had obviously not ended yet, because now was the time that he would formally demand payment from Burning Heaven Clan. Dragon Fault loudly smashed onto the ground with a bang, and more than 10 lines of cracks quickly spread outwards from under his feet. They expanded all the way to the feet of the burning heaven disciples, making them hurriedly retreat in fear. Seeing those burning heaven disciplester sorry figures, he laughed wildly and said, "That's right, your granddaddy Yun's here again. Obediently wait for me here. I, Xianxia, solemnly swear that within 1 month I'll strike your burning heaven clan off of the profound sky continent forever." Xianxia's voice was extremely ear-splitting, and his clear voice spread throughout the entire burning heaven clan encampment. Amidst his wild laughter, Xianxia withdrew Dragon Fault, turned around, and quickly fled towards the south, his figure rapidly disappearing into the curtains of the night. Not long after, like a sudden clap of thunder, a bellow could be heard from the sky. "Devil spawn, tonight this old man shall make you disappear forever. Where do you think you're going?" This voice was even more ear-splitting than Xianxia's. At the same time, it was mixed with deep fury. It was evident that it had been thoroughly infuriated by Xianxia's words. Before the voice had even landed, 2 black figures came from the sky, immediately chasing in the direction Xianxia had fled in with a monstrous speed. Among these 2 black figures, one was Burning Heaven Clan's Grand Clan Master Fen Yiju. The other was Grand Elder Fen Zia. Very quickly, Fen Duanhun and a group of elders rushed to the scene. Seeing the mess above the dragon confining prison, they all flatly breathed in a cold breath of air. "Clan Master, should we go support Grand Clan Master?" Fen Moji asked. "No need." Fen Duanhun raised his hand. "With my father and Grand Elder's strength, they simply do not need our help. HMPH, he had just suffered serious injuries yesterday and wasted a large amount of his strength. I didn't expect that he would dare break in again this time. With the combined forces of Father and Grand Elder, it's impossible for him to escape even if you gave him wings. In the end, he is just too young. Just to save a useless relative, he'd actually throw his life away regardless of his injuries. With Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder going out together, it's absolutely foolproof. I believe that within half a quarter of an hour they would get him. This time, we must make Xianxia pay the greatest, most miserable of prices." Another elder said as he gnashed his teeth, as if Xianxia was already in their hands. Not long after Xianxia had dashed out of Burning Heaven Clan, 2 streaks of incomparably strong aura directly chased after him. He stared blankly for a moment, and then sneered. He never expected that it would actually be Burning Heaven Clan's old farts who refused to die that were chasing after him together. It was simply too wonderful. He usually carried Dragon Fault on his back when moving, and used Dragon Fault to fight. This was usually one way in which Xianxia trained himself. With Dragon Fault in hand, Xianxia possessed an extremely destructive power, but when in movement, it was exceedingly cumbersome. In regards to displacement, evasion, and surprise attacks, he usually depended on Star God's broken shadow. And once he had put away Dragon Fault, it was as if Xianxia had discarded a huge mountain that was on his back. His speed quickened, becoming as fast as lightning, instantly making the 2 great Emperor Profound experts behind him incapable of catching up to him. 3 streaks of human silhouettes, 1 up front and 2 behind, traveled throughout the dark night. The 2 streaks of aura above him firmly locked onto Xianxia. As they continued their pursuit, the 2 grew increasingly surprised. They had clearly seen that Xianxia had been wounded yesterday. The time between getting the injury and now was only 1.5 days. He had actually recovered to such an extent that he was able to make them continue chasing him for this long. Unwittingly, 30 or 40 kilometers swept past under their feet. The distance between the 2 great Emperor Profounds and Xianxia was still not 1 meter away from the initial 100 meters. And at this time, the Xianxia who was in front of them had finally arrived at an eerie deep forest. "Devil Spawn, because of what you did to our Burning Heaven clan, tonight, I'll definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. Even if you run to the very ends of the earth, don't even think about escaping out of this old man's hands." Fen Yiju furiously roared as the distance between him and Xianxia grew ever increasingly closer. "With just you, you're not even worthy." Xianxia suddenly turned around in the middle of his wild dash. With Dragon Fault in hand, the sound of a howl was accompanied by the silhouette of a wolf came from behind him. A sky wolf smashed onto the 2 people in the air. AWO! The silhouette of a wolf soared into the sky, and the extremely tyrannical power greatly changed both of their expressions at the same time. Not daring to receive the attack together, they had instead simultaneously flashed in the sky, rapidly splitting into 2 different directions to avoid it. The sky wolf silhouette nearly brushed past, instantly causing all the hairs on their body to stand erect. This kind of frightening sensation made them clearly realize that if they were directly hit by that wolf silhouette, even if it was them, they would still suffer serious injuries. The panic dodge they executed with all their strength allowed a split second of interruption to appear in their firm locking of Xianxia's aura. Seizing this opportunity, Xianxia rushed into the jungle up ahead with the fast speed possible, directly towards the south. HMPH, you still have the delusion of escaping from within our grasp. The two people simultaneously locked onto Xianxia's aura and immediately began chasing again. With a speed even swifter than a fierce gale, the two people's figures rapidly and completely disappeared into the darkness. And it was at this time that Xianxia's figure casually came out from the most outer edge of the forest. He sneered behind a thin layer of the frozen cloud wall that had enveloped him as he looked towards the direction in which the two great Emperor Profounds had left for. That's right, what Fen Yiju and Fenzia chased after was merely his profound handle. With frozen cloud wall still activated, Xianxia turned around in Burning Heaven Clan's direction. As the distance between the three grew increasingly further, Xianxia's speed became faster and faster. Once there was a safe enough distance between them, he canceled frozen cloud wall and dashed straight for Burning Heaven Clan at full speed. Not long after, fields and fields of fire soared from a remote distance. Inside the dark forest, Fen Yiju and Fenzia, who had lost Xianxia's aura, used a special method to force the concealed Xianxia out. They began to set fire to the forest. Never would they have believed that Xianxia would escape out of their aura lock, nor would they believe that Xianxia, whose aura had just disappeared, had actually been more than 500 kilometers away from them since a long time ago. Once the Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder personally took charge, everyone in Burning Heaven Clan thought that Xianxia's death was inevitable. What they saw were not the Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder's capture of Xianxia, but instead only Xianxia. Xianxia! But once Xianxia's sword shook the ground and appeared within Burning Heaven Clan, it was as though everyone had seen an evil spirit from hell which frightened them to the point where their souls had flown away. Fen Moji yelled, "Where's Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder? Why is it only you?" "Oh, you're talking about those two morons," Xianxia taunted while sneering. "I don't know which forest they're playing with fire in. They like to play with fire, but I like to kill dogs." Xianxia's expression and voice immediately became incomparably dark. Accompanied by the wild dragon cry, Dragon Fault was suddenly swung out. "Stop him!" Fen Duanhun roared. Fen Duanhun had already experienced Xianxia's terror yesterday, and he only felt a deep fear and dread towards Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia had actually escaped Fen Yiju and Fenzia and charged straight back to Burning Heaven Clan, his heart suddenly dropped to the floor. He could only pray that the injuries Xianxia had gotten yesterday had not recovered much. But what made him lose hope was that under Xianxia's smash, that terrifying storm which came from the heavy sword directly flew towards 5 elders. Its might was no less powerful than yesterday's, and he showed not the least bit of an injured or weak state. "Father, where are you? Xianxia has already invaded the clan once again." Fen Duanhun held the sound transmission jade and used the loudest shout he could muster while retreating backwards. Just as he finished shouting, before he had even received Fen Yiju's response, an aura of death suddenly loomed towards him. He lifted his head and astonishingly saw that the distance between him and Xianxia's heavy sword was no less than 15 meters. "Do not harm our clan master." The sounds of roaring echoed like thunder claps as more than a dozen thick fiery dragons attacked Xianxia from different directions and exploded the instant they touched his body. However, these powerful profound flames that came from Sky Profound experts had only stalled Xianxia for an instant, not harming him at all. Xianxia cut open the flames, and without even looking ahead, swung an overlord's fury that was accompanied by a soul-shaking dragon cry. Boom! Under the force and profound weapons' absolute suppression, the 4 Earth Profound level Burning Heaven blades were all destroyed into 4 pieces. 4 Burning Heaven elders had also all flew backwards while vomiting blood, landing more than 30 meters away, incapable of getting up for a long time. Heaven-scorching burning fire? A long blade enveloped by a wildly ignited purple flame suddenly slashed forward from Xianxia's rear. Xianxia didn't move his body, as if he had not detected the attack. Just as it was barely half a foot away from his head, as quick as lightning, he suddenly extended his hand, grabbing onto the Burning Heaven blade's body. An extremely ear-piercing crunching sound echoed, together with the direct collapse of the purple flames on the burning Heaven Blade's body. The mouth of that elder who had launched a sneak attack on Xianxia gaped open, as both his eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. With a flip of Xianxia's palm, the half of the blade in Xianxia's hands flew outwards, piercing through the body of that burning Heaven Elder, firmly nailing him to the ground. 19th brother, Xianxia, I'm going to kill you. As he watched the elder get impaled by his own burning Heaven Blade, Fenmoji's eyes became bloodshot. His previous fear had all completely become insanity as he discarded his burning Heaven Blade, charging towards Xianxia with only an enormous blood-red claw that aimed for Xianxia's chest. HMPH, overestimating yourself. As soon as the blood claw struck onto Dragon Fault's tip, in that instant, the blood claw, which contained a sky profound might, shattered. Dragon Fault lightly swung, meeting the suicidal Fenmoji. Hurry up and dodge, second elder. Fully aware of the terror behind Xianxia's heavy sword, the elders and pavilion masters all roared in alarm. Bang! Dragon Fault heavily smashed onto Fenmoji's chest, and the fracturing of more than a dozen breastbones distinctively resounded through everyone's ears. Fenmoji flew outwards like a kite with a broken string, spraying out a bloody mist that filled the sky. He fell on the ground with his already shattered internal organs, and no longer made a sound. Following the death of Great Elder Fenmoji, Second Elder Fenmoji had also died a tragic death under Xianxia's sword. Second Elder? Every Burning Heaven clan member trembled in fear. They never thought that the prey they lured in due to their scheming, which did not hesitate to be despicable, was actually a devil that currently pressed them towards an abyss of despair. When he came back to Burning Heaven clan, in not even 30 breaths of time, 3 more elders and 1 more pavilion master had died by his hand. Furthermore, 8 had suffered various degrees of injury. As for those Burning Heaven disciples beneath the rank of elders, more than a large amount of them had died. This was because they simply were unable to receive the aftereffects of Xianxia's heavy sword. They could only die, and none were without injuries. Fen Duanhun roared with indignation. Xianxia, you've gone too far. It's you guys who have gone too far first, Xianxia roared back. You Burning Heaven clan have always time and time again tried to kill me, and I still had given you some leeway. But not only had you not shown restraint, you actually dared to touch my close relatives, and now you say that I've gone too far? Bullshit. Xianxia pointed his sword at Fen Duanhun and growled. In my eyes, not one person in your entire clan is as important as the hair on my relative's head. To actually dare to touch my grandfather and little aunt, I will definitely exterminate your entire Burning Heaven clan. Fen Duanhun's face distorted. When he thought about the cause of everything, he really wished he could personally cripple Fen Juchang. He said furiously, Dream on. How could our Burning Heaven clan with a millennium's worth of heritage possibly be exterminated just based on your delusions? Every elder and pavilion master, use all your strength to stop him. Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder are currently coming back to the sect at full speed, and will return shortly. Burning Heaven fire rose, as a field of brilliant purple-red filled the night sky. Every elder and pavilion master's profound fire came together and completely swallowed up Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and shouted, Don't you Burning Heaven clan enjoy playing with fire? Then I'll let you Burning Heaven members fully enjoy this round of fire playing. Star, Scorching, Demon, Lotus. Xianxia leapt up high, and the biggest phoenix fire lotus he had ever released up to this point instantly blossomed in midair. The scarlet-colored flame continuously blossomed, spreading out for more than 300 meters. The thoroughly red blaze completely covered everything within the 300-meter area. Run quickly. The flame lotus in the sky emitted a terrifying high temperature, greatly changing the complexions of all those who had been playing with fire since birth. Those elders and pavilion masters who were quicker to react didn't even bother to think, as they constructed the most powerful of profound defense barriers around their entire body, and desperately tried to flee outside the 300-meter region. Star-Scorching Demon Lotus blossomed to its largest, and if one were to see it from a far distance, they would see a completely red, indescribably enchanting fire lotus blooming in midair. As soon as this fire lotus fell, a sea of fire instantly formed, wildly engulfing and burning everything in sight. The broiling temperature had almost instantly extended over the entire Burning Heaven clan, making the entire Burning Heaven clan feel as if they were currently being roasted alive by hellfire. Under the Phoenix fire, those Burning Heaven clan disciples who did not escape in time were instantly burnt into charcoal, and did not even have the chance to cry wretchedly. Fen Yiju and Fen Zia, who were still 15 kilometers away, clearly saw the sky above Burning Heaven Clan become a field of red. Both howled simultaneously. Their speed increased to their maximum limit as they crazily dashed over. Yunqi never planned to stay at Burning Heaven Clan for long. It was not because he feared Fen Yiju and Fen Zia. Instead, it was because his grandfather and little aunt still hung in his heart. If he were to encounter Fen Yiju and Fen Zia at the same time, escaping would definitely not be that simple. Yunqi flew out of the center of the Flame Lotus, searched through Fen Zizai's memories, and directly charged towards Fen Jucheng's dwelling. Bang! City-destroying pavilion's wall was smashed open in one strike. In just one glance, Yunqi saw Fen Jucheng's completely colorless face. Fen Jucheng spent the entire day quaking in fear, because he clearly knew that the first person Yunqi wanted to kill was him. All the resentments between Yunqi and Burning Heaven Clan had ultimately been birthed because of him, and even Fen Yiju was also furious with him. At this very moment, he himself was already thoroughly regretting so much that his intestines had almost snapped, and now that he saw Yunqi's face suddenly appear before his eyes, it was as if he had suddenly fallen into a nightmare. Yunqi, you? Just as Fen Jucheng spat those 3 words out, he had already been grabbed by the collar by Yunqi, like a raised chicken about to be slaughtered. Dragon Fault disappeared within Yunqi's hands. Yunqi's body flickered, heading straight towards the north, and quickly disappeared into the night. Behind him came the panicked shouts of "Young Master!" By the time Fen Yiju and Fen Zia had returned to Burning Heaven Clan, it was already messed up beyond recognition as Phoenix Fire still raged in combustion. This was ablaze with the Phoenix attribute. Even if it were the Burning Heaven Elders who possessed strong fire attribute profound arts, it was still extremely difficult for them to suppress the Phoenix Fire to the point where it could be extinguished. Yunqi had long since disappeared without a trace, and had even brought young Master Fen Jucheng along with him. Fen Yiju trembled all over, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His fiendish roar reverberated throughout the entire Burning Heaven Valley. Yunqi, as long as I, Fen Yiju, am still alive, I swear that I'll turn your bones into dust. Yunqi continued going northwards, and then gradually arrived at the place where he had hidden with Xianxia. The Snow Phoenix was currently loyally guarding the cavern's entrance. Seeing that he had returned, it let out a long, happy cry. Rushing into the cave, he saw the protected Xiao lie by Xianxia's side. And it was also at this moment that Xianxia, who was in a deep sleep, happened to open her eyes. Night had passed, and dawn's light quietly shined. Bluefjord City's streets were completely silent. Aside from the city guard's night vigil, there were barely any figures moving about. Right at this moment, a fierce zephyr bird was currently flying over Bluefjord City. On top of the fierce zephyr bird was an anxious-looking youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Bluefjord City's peacefulness surprised this young man. He stopped in midair, pondered for a long while, and then suddenly slapped his own head while soliloquizing. "Oh, right, I just remembered that I have his sound transmission imprint." The young man promptly took out his sound transmission jade and a sound transmission talisman. After thinking for a while, he said carefully, "Boss, it's little Jai. I just arrived at the Bluefjord region. I basically know what happened between you and Burning Heaven Clan these past 2 days. Is there anything I can help you with?" The sound transmission talisman slowly disappeared, and after a little while, receiving formation appeared. Yunqi's voice was transmitted over. "Where are you?" Ling Jai was pleasantly surprised after receiving a reply and hurriedly sound transmitted. "I'm right above Bluefjord City. Where are you? May I go find you?" Yunqi's voice quickly transmitted. "Approximately 10 kilometers south of Bluefjord City. Once you get in range, I'll go find you. I do indeed have something that I need your help in." "I'll be right there." Ling Jai put away his sound transmission jade and quickly urged the fierce zephyr bird to swiftly fly towards the south. After safely rescuing Xiao Lai and Xianxia, even though Yunqi really wanted to give Burning Heaven Clan the most horrifying vengeance, he couldn't leave his grandfather and little aunt, whom he had just reunited with, alone. They had not left the Bluefjord region yet. If he were to go battle with Burning Heaven Clan just like this, it would possibly bring danger to them. What he needed to do the most right now was to deliver them to the safest place possible. Before the sky brightened, Yunqi had already walked out of the Burning Heaven Valley with Xiao Lai and Xianxia, and gradually neared Bluefjord City. It was at this time that he unexpectedly received the sound transmission from Ling Jai. Very soon, the cries of the fierce zephyr bird came from the northern skies, and the aura Ling Jai deliberately released also entered Yun Qi's sharp senses. Yun Qi, who was accompanying Xiao Lingxi whilst bathing in the morning wind, stood up, and scarlet-colored phoenix flames ignited from his hand. The fierce zephyr bird instantly swiftly swooped down, and without even coming close yet, Ling Jai had already impatiently jumped down. Staggeringly dashing to Yun Qi's front, he said anxiously, "Boss, are you okay?" Looking at the Xiao Lingxi beside Yun Qi, as well as Xiao Lai, who was not too far away, he stared blankly for a bit, then said with surprise and joy, "These two are your family members who got abducted by Burning Heaven clan. You rescued them both, that's great. As expected of boss to actually accomplish it so fast." Yun Qi nodded with a smile. He could tell that the urgency and worry on Ling Jai's face had all come from his heart and were not falsified in the least. His heart was also full of warmth. "This is my grandfather, this is my little aunt, he is my little bro, Heavenly Sword Villa's second young villa master, Ling Jai." Ling Jai hastily stepped forward and said, "Hi Grandpa Xiao, hi little aunt. This junior is Ling Jai, feel free to just call me Little Jai." Seeing that Xiao Lingxi's age was about the same as his own, the little aunt uttered from Ling Jai was extremely awkward and bashful, and his identity as Heavenly Sword Villa's young villa master, on the other hand, had unquestionably astounded Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi greatly. Xiao Lai let out a gentle laugh as astonishment and praise revealed in his eyes. Xiao Lingxi responded back somewhat prudishly, "Young Villa Master Ling, save me, save me." Just as Ling Jai was about to speak, a dry and hoarse voice suddenly came. Only after tracing the voice did Ling Jai notice that there was a person lying within the withered bushes on his right-hand side. His gaze was lax, his face had no hint of color, his clothing and hair extremely messy, his limbs slightly trembling, and there was already no presence of profound energy at all on his body, clearly indicating that his profound veins were destroyed. "Fen Ju Cheng." When he saw this person's face clearly, Ling Jai cried out in shock. He glanced at Yun Qi as his heart was filled with astonishment on his own. Not only did he rescue two family members from Burning Heaven clan's hands, he also counter-abducted Fen Ju Cheng. Even if one were to look through the entire blue wind, just how few could achieve this. "Save me, save me." Seeing that Ling Jai recognized him, hints of hope flashed through Fen Ju Cheng's eyes. He begged, "Our four major sects are of the same breath and branches. My Burning Heaven clan and Heavenly Sword Villa had always been intimate. Please, you have to save me, save me." Fen Ju Cheng was scared of death, extremely scared of death. He was born with a golden key in his mouth, had the identity and family background far superior to the prince, had grown up in glory, and was sought after by everyone for his entire life. He had never thought that such a miserable day would come to him. This." Ling Jai pressed the tip of his nose and said with an apologetic expression, "Yun Qi is my boss, but you and me don't seem to be very familiar. For me to save you from boss's hands, no matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem to be very appropriate." The hope that was just born within Fen Ju Cheng instantly turned back into despair. "Little Jai, why would you come here?" Yun Qi asked. Ling Jai turned his face around and answered seriously, "Actually, I've already received information 4 days ago saying that Burning Heaven clan's people went to floating Cloud City and was currently bringing 2 people back to the sect. And there was a high possibility that those 2 were your family members." Yun Qi's brows suddenly twitched, as expected of Heavenly Sword Villa. Burning Heaven clan must have done this in extreme secrecy, yet Heavenly Sword Villa had still quickly obtained this information. "That time I was both anxious and angry, so I persuaded father to act." Ling Jai's expression suddenly became slightly awkward for a little bit. "But father is that kind of person who doesn't like to be nosy. So I personally left Heavenly Sword Villa, preparing to come here and persuade Burning Heaven clan to release your family. With my identity, as well as bringing out my father's name, Burning Heaven clan should give me this face. Otherwise, if worst comes to worst and they don't release the hostages, I'll threat to spread the information of their despicable and ugly actions. I actually wanted to transmit this matter to you, but I was afraid that you'll be too impulsive with your personality and may also affect whatever you were doing at that time. So I didn't tell you and planned to tell you after rescuing them. But I didn't expect that on the way here. I would hear from the villa's people saying that you've already arrived at Burning Heaven clan and fought a massive battle within Burning Heaven clan. Not only the Heavenfire Star Burning Formation that even the villa had records of, you've even forced out Grand Clan Master Fen Yiju and Grand Elder Fen Zia, who had become hermits long ago. Xianxia. Things that happened in Burning Heaven Clan, Heavenly Sword Villa basically knew them as clear as day. Clearly, there were Heavenly Sword Villa's eyes within Burning Heaven Clan. Little Jai, thank you, Xianxia said sincerely. This person who shouted to become his underling under naive, impulsive, and hot-bloodedness, unique to that of a youth, even though he was already mature. He still rushed thousands of kilometers for him in this sort of moment. This friendship was one that would be difficult for him to forget. No need, no need, Ling Jai hastily waved his hands. It is only natural for me to do things for boss anyway. Moreover, I couldn't do much for you. As he said to hear, Ling Jai's eyes started to shine and said with extreme excitement, Boss, I simply can't believe how amazing you've got now. To actually flip Burning Heaven Clan upside down by yourself, and even forced out the Grand Clan Master. And now, you had even captured Fenju Cheng? Boss, every one of these things you've done could shock the world. If the word of this spreads, perhaps there won't even be anyone who'd believe it. They brought this upon themselves. Very soon, everyone under the heavens would know that not only am I going to destroy the sect Burning Heaven Clan, I'm also going to destroy all of Burning Heaven Clan's prestige and dignity. As he spoke these words, Xianxia's tone was very calm. The inside of Ling Jai's heart uncontrollably shivered once when he looked at him. These words made him clearly comprehend just how much of an unprovocable landmine Xianxia's family was. Thinking back to during the time at the Sword Management Terrace, Xianxia had unhesitatingly used his life to rescue Zia Yuanba. Toward people intimate with him. He could be so recklessly selfless, but toward enemies, he was as cruel as the devil at this moment. Ling Jai suddenly rejoiced that he was not his enemy, and also rejoiced that Heavenly Sword Villa was not his enemy. Little Jai, I have a matter that need your help. Xianxia spoke. Ling Jai nodded. Say it, boss, I'll definitely accomplish it with all my strength. Xianxia turned around and looked at Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi. Help me send my grandfather and little aunt to the Blue Wind Imperial City. I had initially wanted to first go back to New Moon City together with them, but since you've come, I changed my mind. Okay, Ling Jai affirmed without hesitation, and then questioned. Then you, Little Chi, you aren't coming together with us. Xiao Lingxi caught onto the idea hidden within Xianxia's words and hastily walked over and pulled him. Xianxia grasped Xiao Lingxi's hand with a backward grip. He looked at her and Xiao Lai. Little Xi is Heavenly Sword Villa's young villa master. With his protection, you can safely arrive at Blue Wind Imperial City. I'll come after a few days, but only a few days. I promise you I'll definitely reunite with you safe and sound. You are going to stay to deal with Burning Heaven Clan. Xiao Lingxi spoke quietly, as water mist silently veiled her eyes. But we've already escaped. Why would you still go back and face danger? Burning Heaven Clan is so formidable, I'm afraid. Xianxia faintly smiled. He spoke slowly but resolutely. Because I want Burning Heaven Clan to know, and more so let everyone in this world know, what their end would be if they touch my grandfather and little aunt. Hate me, frame me, assassinate me, I can temporarily endure. But if they dare laying a finger on any of you, no matter who it is, I'll definitely not let them off. I will use Burning Heaven Clan's annihilation to make everyone in the world know the consequences of harming you. Safety and peace was not blind compromise, tolerance, and avoidance. It was absolute terror that makes one not dare to lay their fingers on you. During his life in the Azure Cloud continent, Xianxia had already understood this point very clearly. He wanted Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Lai to be absolutely safe within Blue Wind Empire without anyone daring to oppress and harm them. But, ooh, Dad, tell little Chi to not do that. I'm scared that something will happen to him. Xiao Lingxi looked at Xiao Lai with a gaze seeking help. On this matter, I support Chair's decision. Xiao Lai lightly sighed. Ah! Xiao Lingxi's cherry lips slightly opened as her face filled with bewilderment. Burning Heaven Clan had already been pressed to such an extent. Even if Chair stops right here, they definitely would not let Chair off. Xiao Lai walked over and lightly patted Xianxia's shoulders. Your growth, to me, is just like a dream. Now that I've seen the current you, even if I were to die right now, I would be extremely gratified. Do what you wish to your heart's content. Lingxi and I will tour the Imperial City while waiting to reunite with you. Yes. Xianxia nodded and nodded again. He moved his lips and was just about to say something, but then started to hesitate. Grandfather, there is something that I don't know if I should tell you. Ha ha, Xiaolai smiled gently. In this life of mine, I have received countless wounds on my body and also countless injuries to my heart. In this world, there is already nothing that I cannot endure anymore. Whatever it is, feel free and speak it. Losing one's child, losing one's grandchild, losing one's wife, just how despairing and miserable were those years to Xiaolai. Yunqi's heart felt a surge of bitterness. He slightly nodded and said, Grandfather, I have already found out who it was that hunted down my parents and killed Uncle Zio back then. Xiaolai's aura was originally as calm as tranquil water, without the slightest perturbation. As Yunqi's voice fell, his entire body fiercely shook and his eyes instantly became misty. It was only after a long while did he finally shakily turn his head around and ask with a trembling voice, What did you say? You found the murderer. Zio Ying, the son he took pride in, who was also his only son, was murdered by someone, and his daughter-in-law had suicided in grief. After his wife gave birth to Zio Lingxi, she passed away from too much longing and grief. Xiaolai's life had also fell into a bottomless abyss of despair. If not for Zio Lingxi and Yunqi needing to be raised up by him, perhaps, he would have long ago followed his wife. Concentrated on that murderer who killed his son was all the hatred he had in his entire life. He searched a whole 10-odd years, and had never stopped searching. He, whose disposition was kind and gentle, who had never killed a person in his life, had even wished to dismember that person into shattered corpses with the cruelest method in this world. Really, who exactly murdered my brother? Zio Lingxi also asked urgently. Even though she did not personally experience it back in the days, she had felt the hardship Xiaolai had gone through all these years as thought they were her own. She, too, had always wished to find the murderer back then. Yunqi muttered to himself for a bit and said, Grandfather, I know that finding the culprit was your greatest wish for all these years. However, the force that killed Uncle Zio back then is far more powerful than we've ever imagined. You have to prepare yourself mentally. As Ling Jai heard to hear, his heart suddenly rattled. He quickly went and dragged up Fen Jucheng and said, I'm going to feed my fierce zephyr bird, just holler when you are ready to leave. After he finished speaking, he dragged Fen Jucheng a far distance away and also suppressed his sense of hearing. Xiaolai's chest heavily undulated. A little while later, his heart finally calmed down a little and he spoke. Go ahead and tell. In these 10-odd years, I wanted to know who murdered my son even in my dreams, no matter who it is. Yunqi slightly nodded and said with a low voice, Grandfather, have you heard about the 4 great sacred grounds before? 4 great sacred grounds? What kind of place is that? Zio Lingxi had a blank look. Xiaolai slightly froze, then his expression greatly changed. He indeed had heard of the 4 great sacred grounds. Moreover, he actually had learned the name of the 4 great sacred grounds from the mouth of his son Zio Ying. He knew that those were the greatest 4 forces in the entire profound sky continent, an existence that looked down upon all of the profound sky continent like an inquisitor. Their might far surpassed the 4 major sects. They were legends of pinnacle that they could never touch in their entire lives, and even hearing their name would be rare. He spoke with a shocked voice. Don't tell me the person who murdered my son is. As for the exact person that murdered Uncle Zio, I don't actually know who it was. I only know that he comes from the mighty Heavenly Sword region, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, Yunqi said with a solemn tone. Xiaolai's entire body went stiff. His eyes and hands were both intensely trembling under endless agitation and shock, while Zio Lingxi still seemed to be at a loss as she whispered, Mighty Heavenly Sword region. She, who had never heard the name of 4 great sacred grounds, fundamentally didn't understand just how frightening of a concept the 4 words, Mighty Heavenly Sword region, was. A powerful being such as Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master basically couldn't even be considered average at Mighty Heavenly Sword region. Once, Xiaolai had wanted to take revenge countless times. He had swore in his heart that no matter who the culprit was, he'd personally make the culprit pay the debt of blood when he finds him. However, the name, Mighty Heavenly Sword region, pressed onto his heart like a mountain so tall that one couldn't see the peak of. It made him feel a deep despair, and the fire of vengeance was instantly suppressed to the extent of almost extinguishing. Amongst the profound sky continent's 7 nations, Blue Wind Empire's size was the smallest. Strength was the weakest, and even needed to send consecration to Divine Phoenix Empire every year. And the 4 great sacred grounds were existences that surpassed the profound sky continent's 7 nations. Even the mighty divine Phoenix Empire absolutely would not dare to provoke the 4 great sacred grounds. Before the 4 great sacred grounds, all living things were as insignificant as ants. This vengeance, how could he take it? What could he use to take it? Xiao Lai's response allowed Yun Qi to know what he was currently thinking. He stood in front of Xiao Lai and said each word unyieldingly. Grandfather, even though this foe is far stronger than we had predicted, it absolutely does not mean that we cannot take revenge. Even more so, it cannot make us give up on revenge here. With my current strength, I'm far from qualified to head to mighty heavenly sword region and make them repay their debt. But I ask Grandfather to believe me, that there will definitely be one day when I'll slaughter my way into the mighty heavenly sword region and collect this debt of blood. Because this is not only Grandfather's and Uncle Xiao's debt, it is also my biological grandfather, biological parents, and my own debt. In this life of mine, as long as I am alive, I'll certainly make mighty heavenly sword region pay, not a single cent less. Your biological grandfather? Xiao Lai was struck dumb. Yun Qi lightly nodded. Last year, I found my grandfather amidst an enormous accident. He was heavily wounded by mighty heavenly sword region, and was sealed within an abyss of darkness for an entire 100 years. If not for being at the right place at the wrong time, I probably wouldn't have met him in my entire lifetime. From my biological grandfather, I made sense of some matters back then and found out about my birth parents' identity, and also found out the culprit that murdered Uncle Xiao back then. Then your grandfather, how is he right now? Yun Qi closed his eyes, gently turned his face away to look into the far and empty distance. He passed away in order to allow me to escape. He snapped his own heart veins before his death. He wanted me to pass on his gratitude to you. He said that you are the person he was the most grateful and guilty toward in his entire life. Xiao Lai had on a dumbfounded expression, and he didn't speak for a long time. On the day my biological grandfather died, I had already sworn that I'll collect this debt of blood from mighty heavenly sword region no matter what. When that day of me barging into mighty heavenly sword region and finding the culprit that killed Uncle Xiao comes, I'll take him before Grandfather alive and let Grandfather personally dispose of him. Yun Qi said resolutely. Xiao Lai's gaze trembled again. A long while after, he slowly nodded and spoke as if he had lost himself in a dream. Okay. Xiao Lai was usually an extremely composed person, and Yun Qi had very rarely seen him lose control over his emotions. Yet Xiao Lai's mind at this moment was evidently already in chaos. He thirsted to know the murderer back then, but the truth was extremely cruel to him. From Xiao Lai, Yun Qi had even felt the will of dying that suddenly emerged within him. What had supported Xiao Lai through all these years was not only Xiao Lingxi and Yun Qi, but also the fixation on finding the culprit and taking vengeance. But when revenge became wild wishes, shock, powerlessness, and the feeling of having failed his son and wife, these all made the fire of his heart dismal. Yun Qi resolutely swore he would definitely take revenge, but that was mighty heavenly sword region, the pinnacle of existence in the profound sky continent. He wouldn't think that Yun Qi really had the ability to ask such a colossus for vengeance, and more so didn't wish for Yun Qi to face danger for this, to the point of even losing his life. Looking at Xiao Lai's expression, Yun Qi silently sighed in his heart and said, After me and my biological grandfather recognized each other, I found out about some things. Back then, after my birth parents had left floating Cloud City, they weren't caught by mighty heavenly sword region, and had instead safely fled back to their own homeland. Grandfather, do you know what this implies? This can at least make certain that the one who followed my birth parents and left, Uncle Xiao's son, your biological grandson, wasn't killed, and instead arrived at an absolutely safe place together with my birth parents in the end. Yun Qi's words sounded like rolling thunder beside Xiao Lai's ears. His eyes instantly stared wide, and his originally dead gray eyes instantly exploded with incomparably intense vividness. He grabbed Yun Qi's shoulders with both hands, excited to the extent where his entire body was shaking. Is what you said true? Is what you said true? Undoubtedly true. Backhandedly grabbing Xiao Lai's arm, Yun Qi said as he looked him straight in the eyes. When my birth parents fled to floating Cloud City, they were already wounded all over and burnt out. If the mighty heavenly sword region's people had caught up to them by then, they would have definitely met their end. But they safely returned to their homeland in the end, which proves that they had not encountered any other enemies afterwards. Then the child in their arms would also definitely be safe. His age is similar to mine, and as for today, he is also 19 years old like me. Grandfather's bloodline, Uncle Xiao's bloodline, had never been cut off. Xiao Lai's entire person froze there, and in a moment his aged eyes were already full of tears. Yunqi lowered his voice and said, I am hoping to reunite with my birth parents, and he must also be hoping to reunite with his blood-related family. So, grandfather, you have to be strong. Your biological grandson is still waiting to recognize and reunite with you. Xiao Lai's hands gradually loosened. His face was full of tear marks, but the color in his eyes became much more energetic, replacing all of the dead gray of before. He heavily nodded and said in a low voice, Okay, okay. They were the same two words, yet they were no longer murky and powerless, and more so no longer had any hint of the wish to die. Yunqi secretly let out a breath of relief. He called back Ling Jai and carried Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi onto his mount, the fierce zephyr bird. Little Qi, you have to be careful, be sure to not overexert yourself, and be even more sure to not let anything bad happen to yourself. Xiao Lingxi tightly gripped the corner of her clothing as she exclaimed with anxiety and worry. Don't you worry, Yunqi said with a relaxed smile on his face. I'm invincible right now, you know. I don't even need to put an insignificant burning heaven clan in my eyes. I had just reunited with you, so how can I be willing to let myself die, tour the imperial city with all your heart for a few days? When you guys are done playing, I ought to be back too. Heh, haven't seen each other for 3 years, and little Qi had actually also learned how to talk big. Xiao Lingxi faintly smiled. She looked at the Fen Jucheng slacked onto the ground not far away, suddenly thought of something, and said, Little Qi, if you really could destroy Burning Heaven Clan, then can you spare a person there? Yunqi slightly froze for a bit, then said, The person Little Ant is talking about is. I remembered that his name was right, it's Fen Juchen. Fen Juchen. Yunqi's brows abruptly sunk, and he said with a surprised tone, Why spare him? It was clearly he who abducted you to the Burning Heaven Clan. But he was also listening to that person's orders. Xiao Lingxi extended her hand and pointed at Fen Jucheng. Also, after arriving at Burning Heaven Clan, to me, this detestable person wanted to, it's Fen Juchen who stopped him. Or else I might have already. Also, when you came, it was also this person who wanted to use me to threaten you, and it was similarly Fen Juchen that stopped him. He was even heavily wounded because of that. Xiao Lingxi's words made cold sweat instantly emerge all over Yunqi's body. He fiercely turned his eyes and stared over at Fen Jucheng as the intent to kill crazily surged all over in his heart. Only after using all of his willpower did he finally forcefully suppress this surge of killing intent. He slowly nodded. I understand, I'll spare him. Phew. Xiao Lingxi patted her chest and let out a breath of relief. Even though he looks scary, his heart isn't bad at all, but this person called Fen Jucheng is thoroughly bad. Fen Jucheng, who was paralyzed on the ground, uttered a painful moan as though he wanted to refute or beg for mercy, but in the end he could only powerlessly slump back down. The fierce zephyr bird slowly ascended, yet Ling Jai stood on the ground for a long time and didn't leap up. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly said toward Yunqi, Boss, this time are you really going to destroy completely Burning Heaven Clan? Yes. Yunqi nodded without a single bit of hesitation. Like what I said before, I must let everyone know the outcome of harming my family members. There is absolutely no leeway. The corner of Ling Jai's mouth moved as he faintly let out a sigh and spoke. There's something I might need to tell you. My grandfather had a period of friendship with Burning Heaven Clan's Grand Clan Master Fen Yiju before. Even though I hadn't seen grandfather many times before in my life, I had heard my father say that my grandfather extremely values friendship and loyalty. I'm worried that if Burning Heaven Clan really reached that step, grandfather may possibly act. Yunqi, 10 years ago, grandfather was already at the middle stages of Emperor Profound Realm. He is currently the publicly recognized #1 of the entire Blue Wind Empire. Burning Heaven Clan's Grand Clan Master Fen Yiju's power is incredibly strong, but even if there are 3 of him, it would be impossible for him to beat my grandfather. If my grandfather really acts, I'm afraid. As he spoke till here, Ling Jai shook his head once with force and said with a smiling grin, It's just only a tiny possibility. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Besides, grandfather had said long ago that he doesn't bother with worldly matters anymore. Anyways, boss, you have to be careful. Amen, I got it. Thank you for telling me these, Yunqi said as he nodded. With a faint howl of the wind, Ling Jai leapt onto the fierce zephyr bird. The fierce zephyr bird extended its wings and left as it broke through the air. Looking at that touch of cyan-colored silhouette that went further and further away, Yun-Chi's brows sunk as he sank into deep thought. Yun-Chi had occasionally heard Kang Yue mention Ling Jai's grandfather before. Sword Saint Ling Tianyi, #1 in the current blue wind. After being burnt by phoenix flames the night before, Burning Heaven clan was already extremely disordered and messy. The entire sect was filled with a thick and heavy burnt smell. Who would have ever thought the mighty Burning Heaven clan that loftily looked down upon the world would one day fall to such a miserable extent? And all of these were only because of one person. They had thought that with the appearance of their grand clan master and grand elder, this catastrophe which came from Yun-Chi would also end there. Unexpectedly, in just a day, Burning Heaven clan had once again been ruined to such a state of devastation. Fen Yiju didn't sleep for an entire night. His aptitude was extraordinary from childhood. He had almost never been defeated when growing up, and in the end became one of the few beings at the most pinnacle of the Blue Wind Empire. He never would have thought that after going into seclusion and cultivating for many years, he could actually be played around and shamed by a junior of not even 20 years of age. Even his apathetic state of mind, which had been silent for 20 years, almost collapsed completely because of this. Early morning, in Burning Heaven clan's great assembly hall of the 33 pavilion masters and 27 elders, only 22 people entered their seats. Moreover, more than half of them had injuries on their bodies. They looked at each other with hearts filled with sadness. The moment Fen Yiju arrived, a panicked voice came from the outside. "Clan Master, this is bad, this is bad." Fen Duanhun abruptly stood up and said with a solemn voice, "What is there to be so panicked? It's young Clan Master. Right now he is currently being hanged on top of Bluefear City's city gate." What?" All the elders stood up with shock. Fen Duanhun's head was also buzzing, and he almost exploded on the spot. "Preposterous!" The bones in Fen Yiji's entire body were making cracking sounds, and he explosively rushed outwards in a violent rage as he stepped out of the sect. He forcefully stopped his steps, clenched his teeth tightly, and spoke with a rage that he tried to suppress using all his strength. Yun-Chi is extremely shrewd, and this may very possibly him luring the tiger out of the mountain again. "Xia, you stay here." "Yes." Fen Xia stopped his steps and lightly nodded. In the next moment, Fen Yiju had already taken off into the air, directly rushing toward Bluefear City. Fen Duanhun and a dozen elders followed closely behind. Bluefear City's city gate was currently overflowing with crowds of people, clamoring all over. Above the tall city gate, a person was suspended above by a thick and long rope. The person dangling there was completely stripped naked without a single thread of clothing. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his entire body was completely limp, not struggling in the slightest. Even though both his eyes were open, they did not have any color or focus, as though he was a dead person. But the occasional twitching and convulsion of all the muscles on his body proved that this was clearly a live person. Bluefire region was hot all year long, and even the morning wind carried a wave of scorching heat. Yet the person being suspended above the city gate was shivering and convulsing non-stop within the hot wind. A little worm as thick as a mere pinky was even occasionally swaying under his groin. More and more people came before the city gate, and when every single one of them saw the person dangling up there clearly, they were all shocked, flabbergasted, because this person was known by everyone in the Bluefear region. He was the #1 in the Bluefear region's younger generation, and was more so the future overlord of the entire Bluefear region that no one had ever dared to offend and provoke. Burning Heaven clan's young clan master, Fen Jucheng. This being existing at highest level in the entire Blue Wind Empire was actually completely stripped naked and hung above the city gate. Citizens of Bluefire City were filled with endless shock. They almost could not believe their own eyes. Bluefear City's mayor had already arrived whilst rolling and crawling when he received news of it long ago, but had shriveled up in a corner and still didn't dare to give the order to let Fen Jucheng down. As the mayor of a city, he naturally was not an idiot. Someone who dares, and had the ability to humiliate the Burning Heaven clan's young clan master to such a degree, was undoubtedly someone he couldn't afford to provoke. If he were to give the order to let Fen Jucheng down, it was very likely that he would provoke an extremely terrifying enemy. As the surrounding onlookers continuously increased in number, this extraordinarily big news that was enough to stir up the entire blue wind dispersed out with incomparably shocking speed. Driven by sound transmission talismans, it had long ago spread to the distant Blue Wind Imperial City. In the eyes of these onlookers, Burning Heaven Clan was originally in existence so high that it was absolutely impossible to climb up to. Even an ordinary disciple of Burning Heaven Clan would receive their endless envy, and they wouldn't dare to slightly offend him. They had absolutely never thought that they would actually see such a scene one day. They all faintly had a premonition that Burning Heaven Clan, and even the entire Bluefire region, was about to go through a change in regime. A wave of abnormal wind howls came from the south, and a surge of imposing pressure also suddenly arrived, making everyone's breathing suddenly and simultaneously stop. Their chests were so uncomfortable, as though a boulder weighing 1,500,000 kilograms had pressed onto their chest. They subconsciously looked to the south. In the skies up above, a tiny black dot appeared, but in just an instant, this black dot had already abruptly magnified in their vision. Its speed was fast to the point of surpassing their cognition. Fen Yiju flew the entire distance with his fastest speed, and as he arrived at Bluefire City's gate, he saw Fen Jucheng dangling above the city gate fully naked at first glance. And below him were packed crowds of onlookers pointing and discussing. Fen Yiju's eyes stared wide. His chest almost blew up on the spot from extreme rage and humiliation. Ah! Fen Yiju, who had cultivated his heart for a few dozens of years, who had lived for nearly 100 years, actually let out a roar as though he was a maddened wild beast. Within his roar, his entire body ignited with fire, and he extended his hands, directly grabbing toward the Fen Jucheng suspended in midair. Just as he was no more than 15 meters away from Fen Jucheng, a phoenix-shaped flame suddenly surged up toward the skies below him, blasting straight at Fen Yiju's face. With bloodshot eyes, Fen Yiju retreated backwards and slapped the phoenix flame away with a palm. His eyes that were about to burst stared fixedly at that figure below him. Yun Qi leisurely walked out while dragging Dragon Fault. Every single step he took, the marble ground below him would directly crack apart, left with an extremely deep footprint. Looking at Fen Yiju, who was in midair, he sneered. "You're finally here. To actually make me wait for so long, looks like this grandson of yours doesn't seem to be of any importance to you either." "Dirty swine!" Fen Yiju's chest sharply undulated, surging with a raging killing intent which he wished could turn physical and grind Yun Qi into pieces. "I must personally grind your bones into flying dust." "Ha ha ha ha!" Hearing Fen Yiju's words, Yun Qi actually started to laugh with extreme disdain. "What are you laughing for?" Fen Yiju's expression was dark and cold. "I'm laughing because your Burning Heaven Clan are all a bunch of presumptuous idiots." Yun Qi raised up the Dragon Fault, the sword tip directly pointed at the midair Fen Yiju. A wave of aura containing the presence of the dragon god silently dispersed out, making the surrounding crowd feel suffocated and dizzy. They all quickly retreated under fear, until they backed up to a distance they felt safe in. "Originally, I had numerous matters to take care of, and bothering with your Burning Heaven Clan wasn't worth my time. Yet you guys had obstinately forced me to come to your doorsteps. You only have yourselves to blame for being reduced to such a miserable state, and it isn't the slightest unjust. As for you, did you think that the reason I was always avoiding you was because I fear you? HMPH, perhaps 10 years later I would dread you. But the you're right now doesn't have the qualifications to be insolent in front of me. But a pity you already won't live for 10 more years. Today I will personally destroy you." Yun Qi sneered. "I don't know whether or not I can live for 10 more years, but what I am sure of is that you definitely won't live for more than 10 days. As Yun Qi's voice fell, he fiercely rushed out. Sword light bloomed on the Dragon Fault as it swept up a storm and shrouded toward Fen Yiji. "Presumptuous! Today I'll let you know the consequences of provoking my Burning Heaven Clan." Fen Yiju swung his palm. 3 strokes of flame, tongues over 1 foot thick, furiously shot out and simultaneously exploded in midair, causing Yun Qi's attack to suddenly slow down. Burning Heaven Flame, Pyretic Hell. Purple flames explosively ignited from Fen Yiju's entire body, and his black hair flew upwards against gravity. Waves after waves of flames surged up to the skies. They poured out like flames from hell and caged down toward Yun Qi in a fashion that blotted out the skies. Shocked cries resounded from everywhere before the city gate. That ball of purple flames surging to the skies was half a kilometer away from the nearest crowd of people. But they still felt as if they were instantaneously placed in bubbling lava. Their entire bodies had even almost started to burn. Even in their entire lives, they had never seen such a terrifying power. On one hand, they panickedly retreated while screaming, and on the other, they fixedly stared with wide eyes at those overwhelming purple flames. Because in their entire life, they might not have another chance to witness a battle of this level ever again. You will immediately know what is the true burning heaven flame. I'll burn you to the point that even the ashes of your bones won't remain. Die. Fen Yiju's voice was ruthless and hideous. His hatred toward Yun Qi had already deeply seeped into his marrow. Yet facing his burning heaven flames, Yun Qi wielded dragon fault in his hands and didn't move at all, letting the avalanching purple flames flood toward him, until he was completely swallowed within. Break! An enormous noise following a dragon cry that shook one's soul came from within the purple flames, instantaneously blasting away the purple flames that engulfed Yun Qi, turning them into countless completely dispersed embers that scattered in all directions. Yun Qi stood where he was unharmed. Not even a single hair was burned. He laughed mockingly. "Oh, so this is your so-called burning heaven flame. I've at last witnessed it. It's simply laughable to the point that my sides are hurting, ha-ha-ha." "You!" Fen Yiju's eyes slightly bulged outwards as shock filled his entire face. With a grasp of his palm, a completely scarlet-colored long blade of over 9 feet in length appeared in his hand. The body of the blade was wrapped with raging fire. The name of this blade was Absolute Flame, one of the only 2 sky-profound weapons that Burning Heaven clan possessed. It was left by the Burning Heaven clan's ancestral founder, and using it to unleash fire-attributed profound arts would exhibit an even greater power. I almost forgot. You can release phoenix flames and aren't too afraid of flames. Then I'll let you die under the Burning Heaven blade. Fen Yiju's body swiftly descended and pierced out. A long blade beam over 15 meters encircled by incomparably scorching purple flames charged forward. Bang, 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 dragon fault greeted the blade, and in the blink of an eye, the heavy sword and the blade beam had continuously collided for over a dozen times. Purple flames were swept up and scattered about everywhere. The incredibly ear-piercing collision sounds almost made the eardrums of the audience over several kilometers away burst open. Overlord's fury! Dragonfault swung upwards through the air. Its force instantly explosively increased as the thick and heavy sword body smashed onto the blade beam while carrying violent power. Bang! The 15-meter blade beam instantly shattered, and the residual force of Dragonfault surged up to the skies, blasting toward Fen Yiju. Fen Yiju coldly snorted. With a palm strike downwards, he dispersed the Dragonfault's power. It was also at this moment that the image of a ball of purple-colored flame suddenly appeared behind him. Around Yun Qi, an enormous purple ring suddenly appeared as well. Burning Heaven Domain. You are indeed somewhat stronger than what I had expected, but no matter how strong your combat power as a mere earth-profound realm is, you will never be able to resist against a throne's domain, Burning Heaven Domain. After a few frontal exchanges with Yun Qi, what Fen Yiju felt was far more than somewhat stronger than my expectations. The shock in his heart was like the turbulent waves. Clearly only having the profound strength at the earth-profound realm, yet wasn't slightly disadvantaged under his Burning Heaven flames and Burning Heaven blade. This was something he totally did not expect. As Grand Clan Master of the Burning Heaven clan, the pinnacle being of the current world, a true throne, to actually be unable to take care of a mere earth-profound realm practitioner after several strikes, especially under the gazes of the masses. His patience and face could no longer hold out, for he directly released his powerful domain skill. Waves of fire tumbled and churned around Yun Qi as the purple flames surged to the heavens. Following Fen Yiju's loud shout, the world in his vision had suddenly become a pure purple. The purple flames that could even quickly melt fine steel filled every inch of space around him. It was as though he had suddenly been imprisoned in a world of raging flames. Purple flames and burning to ashes was the only rule of this world. The entire Bluefjord city's temperature abruptly rose. Looking from afar, it actually seemed like an extra purple sun had appeared in midair. The purple-colored flames light blotted out both the sky and the sun, and even the surrounding space was scorched to the extent of distorting. Domain. That's the domain that could only be casted at the Emperor Profound Realm. I actually saw the legendary domain with my own eyes. Yun Qi is completely engulfed by the domain. No matter how strong he is, it'd be basically impossible for him to live after entering this kind of domain, right? Burning Heaven domain was different from Frozen Cloud Asgard's control domain and Xianxia's soul domain. It was a pure attack type domain. This domain wasn't built upon the caster, but instead was built around the enemy, locking the enemy into an inescapable domain with endless flames. Xianxia's body, which was locked inside the domain, swayed and swiftly dashed toward the front. However, there seemed to be no end to this flame world. After dashing at full speed for a long while, he was still actually unable to break out. With the evil god's power protecting him, he wouldn't be harmed even if these flames were 10 times stronger. If it was someone else, even if they were at the later stages of Sky Profound Realm, they would certainly be heavily injured from being burnt by now. Xianxia stopped his steps but laughed heartily. Fen Yiju, do you think a mere domain would be able to trap me? This domain of yours isn't worth even a single cent in my eyes. With an explosive shout, Xianxia brought up all the strength in his body and blasted a sword strike forward. The incomparably ferocious power condensed into a mighty sword beam of over 3 meters wide in front of him, breaking through and directly blasting the tumbling, raging flames ahead. Boom! With a huge sound, the place where Dragon Fault smashed instantly formed a void of over 3 meters wide in the flames. The residual force of the heavy sword maintained the void, causing the surrounding flames to be unable to spread into it at all. With a twist of his body, Xianxia rose again, stepping with Star God's broken shadows, dashing everywhere within the Burning Heaven domain. Every time his body shifted, the heavy sword would bring about a huge rumbling sound. In the turn of an eye, Xianxia consecutively swung out over 100 strikes, blasting the entire world of flames and riddling it with thousands of gaps. Looking from the outside, that sun, suspended in midair, had actually seemed to have turned into a huge sieve all of a sudden. Bang, 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 bang. A noise similar to crystals shattering resounded, and the heavily damaged Burning Heaven domain finally and completely shattered under Xianxia's last sword strike. Large amounts of purple flames quickly scattered toward different directions, causing the space around them to distort from the impact. You actually broke my domain. After opening Burning Heaven domain, Fen Yiju didn't immediately go save Fen Jucheng because he wanted to personally hear the scream of despair coming from Xianxia. But after more than a dozen breaths of time had passed, not only did he not hear the sound he wanted to hear, he had instead seen his Burning Heaven domain be blasted with one hole after another, before directly collapsing. He was shocked to the point where his soul had almost flown out into the heavens. When he saw Xianxia walking out of the shattered domain, his pupils abruptly stared wide, as he couldn't dare to believe his eyes at all. Because Xianxia, who was trapped within the domain for over a dozen breaths of time, wasn't the slightest harmed from head to toe. Impossible! This is impossible! Fen Yiju's body swayed as his voice uncontrollably leaked out. He couldn't accept the scene he saw, he couldn't accept it no matter what. The domain was a power that only Emperor Profound experts could release. In the Blue Wind Empire, a domain in undoubtedly the most pinnacle of power. In the entire Blue Wind Empire, there were no more than 10 people who could cast domains. Once a domain was casted, other than those pinnacle experts who were similarly at Emperor Profound Realm like him, there was simply no one who could resist against it, because the power of domain was not merely the suppression in terms of power. More so, it had the suppression of planes and nature's law. Emperor Profound and Earth Profound, there were a whole 2 planes of difference. That originally ought to be an absolute suppression that couldn't be resisted and countered no matter what. But the outcome was that his domain was actually broken by this profound practitioner of the Earth Profound Realm. Moreover, it only lasted for over a dozen breaths of time. Him using the domain so soon was precisely for burning Xianxia to death in the shortest amount of time. He hadn't expected that this would be the outcome in spite of everything. At this moment, a sliver of fear was suddenly born in Fen Yiju's heart. A fear that he may really fall under Xianxia's hands. And to a strong being of his level, once this sliver of fear emerged, it would instantly transform into an endless malice and bloodlust. I had said before that your domain isn't worth even a single cent before me, Xianxia said as he coldly laughed. Fen Yiju lifted up his absolute flame blade, as his voice filled with extremely cold and thick killing intent. Your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations, and indeed is worthy for me to use all my strength. Ho! Xianxia's lips disdainfully curled up. It's like you're saying you haven't used your full strength yet. You! Fen Yiju's face violently convulsed. He raised up the absolute flame blade and said with a cold tone, I seem to have made a mistake from the start. Perhaps it's because you possess the Phoenix's bloodline, your control over the laws of fire had far surpassed my expectations. It's difficult to harm you with ordinary profound fire, and I simply shouldn't use profound fire to deal with you otherwise. How could an insignificant Earth Profound Realm practitioner like you be able to resist against the power of the Emperor Profound Realm? With an explosive cry, Fen Yiju's absolute flame blade slashed down from above. This time, there weren't any flames ignited on the absolute flame blade. There was only a blade beam over 3 foot long. Even though it was only a blade strike without any fancy tricks, the crowds over several kilometers away all felt a force that could sever mountains and rivers in half. Because this was a blade strike that came from a throne. The biggest reason why Yuan Qi could deal with Fen Yiju before was because he didn't fear profound fire in the slightest. However, this absolutely did not mean that he could make light of a throne's mighty profound strength. Watching the trajectory that absolute flame blade slashed down, his brows slightly knitted as he greeted it with a sword strike. The sword's body and the blade's edge collided together, an array of eye-piercing light unleashed in midair. The two colliding energies entangled into a vortex that surged up to the sky, and the surrounding ground was completely ripped apart as shattered stones, sand, and dust shot outwards without restraint. The spectators over a few kilometers away were impacted by a storm that suddenly arrived, to the point where the blood and air in their body churned. They had no choice but to conjure their profound energy to protect themselves, while some of the ones weaker in profound strength were directly sent tumbling away from the impact. And even the closest of them from Yuan Qi and Fen Yiju were at least a kilometer away. The intimidation of the two's energy colliding had caused everyone to be terribly startled. This was the strength of a throne. Yuan Qi consecutively retreated 7 or 8 steps as the blood and gas in his body churned. Dragon Fault dragged out a long ditch on the ground, and all of the shattered stones beneath his feet were also tramped into fine sand. Fen Yiju tumbled away in midair. Then his figure suddenly paused and abruptly drew down a stroke of gray shadow in the air, instantly charging within 30 meters of Yuan Qi. The absolute flame blade slashed out countless blade mirages, which shrouded toward Yuan Qi. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Both the space and earth were crazily sliced apart by the blade beams, and countless criss-crossed blade marks instantaneously bore on the ground's surface. Yuan Qi retreated one step after another. Every single one of Fen Yiju's blade beams contained the genuine power of the Emperor Profound Realm. Even though the constitution of his body was extremely strong, it definitely wouldn't be pleasant if he were to be touched by any of these blade strikes. Using Star God's broken shadow, Yuan Qi's figure drifted back and forth through the blade beams like a ghost. But he didn't have any chance to counterattack for a short while. In the turn of an eye, Fen Yiju had already slashed out over 1,000 strikes, and over 100 meters of surrounding land had completely turned into a beehive from the destruction. As expected, without using the burning heaven flames, you don't even have the chance to counterattack. And no wonder you could run rampant in my Burning Heaven clan. Even though the power of Burning Heaven blade without fire has greatly fell, it is already enough to chop you into mincemeat. With continuous low shouts, Fen Yiju floated in the air as blade beams slashed down, tightly suppressing Yuan Qi, who couldn't use the profound floating technique. And at this time, Fen Duanhun and the elders of Burning Heaven clan had finally arrived as well. They saw Fen Yiju and Yuan Qi's fight at first glance. When seeing Yuan Qi being completely suppressed by Fen Yiju, they all secretly breathed out a sigh of relief, and in their eyes, this was the outcome that should be happening. Even if Yuan Qi was stronger, how would it be possible for him to be stronger than their Burning Heaven clan's Grand Clan Master? But when he saw Fen Jucheng dangling above the city gate without a single thread of clothing on, the blood in Fen Duanhun's entire body almost flowed backwards and leaked out. Even though Fen Jucheng had committed a great fault, and was the main reason why the sect had suffered such a great disaster, he was still his biological son, and more so the young clan master of Burning Heaven clan. He had actually received such a cruel and inhumane humiliation. After today, how could he still establish himself in Blue Wind Empire? Also, to what extent would Burning Heaven clan be mocked? Fen Duanhun loudly roared, took off the ground, and rushed toward Fen Jucheng. It was at this time that the eyes of Yuan Qi, who was being pressed backwards step after step, suddenly glimmered, as a cold smile flashed through the corner of his lips. His retreating steps suddenly stopped as an extremely overbearing energy storm exploded outwards. Falling moon, sinking star! A dragon cry pierced the skies, and Dragon Fault heavily smashed onto all of the sword beams ahead of him. With a huge rumbling noise that sounded like the collision between two enormous mountains, all of the sword beams were instantly shattered. The broken sword beams shot out, scattering like razor blades. Fen Yiju flew backwards over 100 meters away in the air. The part between his thumb and index finger that held on blade burst apart, and a blood vessel on his right arm exploded as a spring of fresh blood rushed out. After blasting Fen Yiju away with a sword strike, Yun Qi vaulted up and neared Fen Jucheng, beating Fen Duanhun to the punch. With a swing of the Dragon Fault, a stroke of phoenix flames suddenly shot out, blasting onto Fen Jucheng's body. The phoenix flames explosively ignited the instant they touched Fen Jucheng's body, and spread all over his entire body. Fen Jucheng, who appeared to be no different from a dead person, suddenly uttered screams of agony that were as miserable as banshees under the burning of phoenix flames, while his entire body painfully struggled like a violently wriggling earthworm. Chenger, Fen Duanhun's pupils shrunk as he let out a shriek that tore through his chest. By that time, the rough rope that was suspending Fen Jucheng had also been burnt and broken. Fen Duanhun rushed before Fen Jucheng, who had fallen onto the ground, and discharged his profound energy without holding back. Yet he was still unable to quench the flames on his body. He could only stare wide-eyed as his own son lost his last struggle amidst his shouting, as a living and breathing person was reduced to a pile of burnt ashes before his own eyes. The flames of the phoenix's fire far surpassed any ordinary profound fire. In just a few breaths of time, Fen Jucheng had been thoroughly burnt, and even his bones had been burnt to ashes. Let alone leaving a corpse, even his bone ashes were dispersed swiftly by the wind. Fen Duanhun stood there, his face deathly pale, as if he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. Trembling, he turned his hand, finger pointing towards Yun Qi, as he let out a low howl. "Yun Qi, your heart is so vicious." A cold smile covered Yun Qi's face as he muttered lowly, "My good heart is only saved for those who are good to me. I've never known what pity I should be taking when treating those who are worse than dogs and pigs. The reason why I've waited for you to come to kill him is so that you can taste the pain and consequences of losing a loved one when provoking me. I'll kill you." Fen Duanhui has completely lost control of his emotions. Grabbing onto the burning heaven blade, he let out a shout and rushed towards Yun Qi while yelling madly. "You aren't his match, back down," Fen Yiju shouted. In the face of his father's scolding, the Fen Duanhun, who had never defied an edict, did not take heed in the least as he rushed towards Yun Qi like a madman. Even the profound energy on his body was in utter chaos. Clang! Fen Duanhun's burning heaven blade was sent flying by a single strike from Yun Qi. The second strike landed on his chest, shattering all the protective profound energy on his body in an instant. Fen Duanhun threw up blood incessantly and fainted after falling straight down from the sky. He, who was at the 9th level of the sky profound realm, wasn't fit to be Yun Qi's opponent. In the great mess his mind was in, he had even been grievously injured by Yun Qi in just 2 hits. Fen Yiju's eyes had already turned red as he watched wide-eyed when his grandson had been reduced to ashes while his own son was injured severely. He crowed coarsely, "This enmity will never be reconciled." All the profound energy in Fen Yiju's body was crazily set into motion. In a split moment, the aura that he had been releasing suddenly burst exponentially. In his rage, all the energy in every cell of his body flared up, and with a loud howl, he charged towards the top of Yun Qi's head with his sword. An enormous wave of a profound tornado welled up from the tip of the sword, bringing with it a shriek that split the heavens and the earth. "R.I.P.?" Yun Qi dodged backwards. The ground under his feet was instantly gouged out by the profound storm, forming an extremely large hole. Fen Yiju's eyes locked unyieldingly onto Yun Qi. Extending the palm of his left hand, he formed an eccentric hand sign, and a majestic wave of energy suddenly condensed and burst out. "Burning heaven print?" In an instant, a violent ripple suddenly ripped through the space between Fen Yiju and Yun Qi suddenly. A handprint of enormous might pressed down, crushing towards Yun Qi's skull just like the hands of the sky. Being suppressed by the matchless tyrannical energy caused a momentary stagnation in Yun Qi's actions. Yun Qi's movements slowed as his eyes grew cold. Lifting Dragon Fault, he gave a great shout and rushed up to face it. Boom! The rolling thunder-like explosive sounds thoroughly penetrated the entire Blufker city, causing the ears of people a few kilometers away to buzz as their visions darken. A wave of an almost solid, profound energy storm crazily dispersed out, and Bluefjord City's stone city gate was shattered from the impact as if it was made of rotten wood. The overwhelming sand and dust, as well as the suddenly erupting purple flame cloud, shrouded Xianxia and Fen Yiju's silhouettes. Everyone was staring with their eyes wide, waiting for that ball of flowing dust and flame cloud to disperse without blinking at all. They wanted to know just who exactly had obtained the upper hand, and whether or not Xianxia, who was mythologically strong, had endured a furious strike that came from a throne. From within the fire cloud and flowing dust, colliding rumbles of sword and blade came. Under the profound energy storms that continuously exploded, the fire cloud and the sand quickly dissipated, revealing Fen Yiju and Xianxia's figure. Both of Xianxia's sleeves were completely busted apart, lines after lines of small blood marks riddled all over his arms, and there was even a hint of blood on the corner of his lips. Fen Yiju's clothing was similarly utterly tattered, and a stroke of a long and thick blood mark that startled one's eyes was on his arm. "This enmity between us, even if I have to burn up all my blood essence, I'll kill you." Fen Yiju's gaze was ferocious. His face was savage, completely devoid of the elegant demeanor that a clan's grand clan master should have. He even appeared nearly insane. Every single one of his attacks were fiercer than the previous, but they were all defended by Xianxia. Then you'll have to burn through your blood essence for me to see. The great, honorable Burning Heaven clan's grand clan master is actually unable to cope with a small junior like me. You're not just trash. You're a pitiful and ridiculous piece of trash that only knows how to talk big. Xianxia sneered toxically. "Ah!" Fen Yiju's eyes stared widely, and with a roar another burning heaven print came crashing down. Boom! Both men flew out and collapsed simultaneously as a 100-meter-wide hole appeared in the ground that had already been ruined beyond comprehension. Fen Duanhun was supported up by Elder Zhang and was quickly fed a healing pellet. Watching the fight between Xianxia and Fen Yiju, none of them did not feel scared witless. Up until then, they had originally been seeing Xianxia getting suppressed completely by Fen Yiju. But Xianxia seemed to have not been using his full strength then, and against Fen Yiju, who was currently in violent rage, a practitioner of the 4th level of the Emperor Profound Realm, a strong fighter who sat loftily at the pinnacle of the practicing world. He seemed to actually be completely not at a disadvantage. He had even taken all of Fen Yiju's extremely strong Burning Heaven Prince head-on. This Xianxia, how on earth did he train to actually fight on the same level as the Grand Clan Master? An elder spoke as his mouth trembled. Rumors say that he is a person from the Divine Phoenix sect, but the junior generation of the Divine Phoenix sect all say that they've never met a person like him. Some rumors also say that he is the descendant of one of the sacred grounds. What sort of person must his master have been? Earth Profound against an Emperor Profound practitioner. Forget about ever seeing it before. In all the history of the Blue Wind continent, this had never even happened before. What kind of experience and seniority does our Grand Clan Master possess? Xianxia might be at a deadlock with our Grand Clan Master for the moment, but once the fight drags out, he'll definitely not be a match for our Grand Clan Master. This battle between Fen Yiju and Xianxia caused their hearts to be in a continuously trembling state, but they seemed to have simultaneously neglected a point, which was the fact that Fen Yiju had the absolute advantage in terms of position and movement. He could freely fly using profound energy, but Xianxia couldn't. His attack effectiveness was also greatly discounted in this unfair fighting condition. Piercing Sun Blade! Even though the blade's body was devoid of fire, the might of this blade was still extremely terrifying. Following the absolute flame blade's slashing path, a fissure of over 100 meters long and unknown depth spanned the ground. Xianxia's left shoulder to his left ribcage instantly burst out with blood as a streak of a bloody wound that one could almost see the bones was torn apart. His footsteps also retreated with a stagger. Taking the chance while Xianxia's body was unbalanced, Fen Yiju fiercely rushed down from above, and an enormous hand print diagonally pushed toward him. Burning Sea Print? Bang. Dragon Fault was forcefully pushed aside by the frightening power, and the handprint that hid an overbearing strength solidly smashed onto Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's lower body instantly sunk into the ground. An arrow of blood sprayed out from his mouth as his face was also dyed with a touch of paleness. Before Fen Yiju had the chance to wildly laugh, something blurred in his vision, and Xianxia had actually already disappeared from his original location as a wave of energy even more violent than his Burning Sea Print was already blasting toward his chest. When Fen Yiju was afloat, Xianxia could only defend most of the time. Taking the chance of him rushing down to attack, an overlord's fury combined with Star God's broken shadow heavily smashed onto Fen Yiju's chest. The heavy sword's energy storm loudly exploded on his chest. Boom, two of Fen Yiju's ribs snapped with a crack, and his body was smashed flying 100 meters away. Holding his chest, blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth while he glared viciously at Xianxia. Xianxia's breathing was heavy, his gaze cold and sinister. Wiping away the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth, he said coldly, "The one who will die today can only be you." Fen Yiju spat out a bloody sputum and said with an overcast tone, "I have to admit that you are indeed a great prodigy. Not even 20 years old, yet you could actually do battle with a throne. In the history of the Blue Wind Empire, you are worthy of being number one. But you are the enemy. Since you are the enemy, the more prodigious you are, the more you must die. Even though your strength is shocking, you are still too young and already have the indications of exhaustion. As this fight goes on, you'll definitely not be my match." "Is that so?" Xianxia coldly laughed. Straightening his body, a dreadful field of energy flooded above the dragon fault. "Are you really that sure that my strength is only temporarily even with yours? You seem to have been using your full power, but I haven't yet." Fen Yiju froze for a bit, then wildly laughed with disdain. "Your internal energy is already weak, and your profound energy is already in chaos, yet you still dare to shamelessly boast like this. What an enormous joke. Since that's the case, then let me see your so-called full power." Rainbow slicing blade. Light shot in all directions from the absolute flame blade, and for a short while it even obstructed the light that came from the sky. Before this blade strike fell, its might had already caused the crowd several kilometers away to feel their entire bodies turn cold. At this moment, an explosive roar came from afar. "Clan Master, I shall assist you." Sand and dust were swept up from the south as a fierce wind surged. A gray-clothed elderly man carrying a golden long blade swooped over. Seeing this person, all of the Burning Heaven clan's elders revealed joyous surprise. "Grand Elder!" Fen Zia had found out about everything that had happened here through sound transmission. He dashed to Fen Yiju's side, and he was astonished as he saw that Fen Yiju was actually carrying injuries. While furiously glaring Xianxia, he said with a sullen voice, "This lad destroyed our sect, killed our disciples and elders, and even crippled and killed young clan master. For this huge debt of blood, even 10,000 of his lives wouldn't suffice as compensation. I know that clan master doesn't wish to join forces, but this lad—" "I understand. Today we'll join hands and strike him down here. Do not give him any chance of escape whatsoever," Fen Yiju said with bloodshot eyes. "Leaving him with a sliver of life is even better. Letting him die just like this is seriously too good for him." "All right," Fen Zia responded with a nod. One in front and one in the back, the two surrounded Xianxia with him at the center. The two extremely strong Emperor-profound auras tightly locked him down. The sand and dust that were swept into midair all froze there under the extremely terrifying energy field and didn't float down for a long time. Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder are joining forces. This time, Xianxia will definitely die. "This devil spawn, his corpse must be minced into 10,000 pieces," an elder of Burning Heaven clan said with resentment written all over his face. Faced with Fen Yiju in front and Fen Zia behind him, it was as if two chunks of metal plate weighing 1,500,000 kilograms heavily pressed onto Xianxia's chest and back. His two hands grasping dragon fault secretly tightened as sweat perfused his forehead. His pair of eyes were as cold as a spring in winter. He was going up against two great Emperor Profounds simultaneously. In the Blue Wind Empire, where Emperor Profound practitioners were as rare as phoenix feathers and Killin horns, this was practically a situation that would never happen. Today, it had actually happened to him, a youth who was merely 19. Whether or not he gets defeated or killed today, or even perhaps miraculously win, in any case, he would shake the Blue Wind down straight to its core. Even though battling with Fen Yiju was extremely difficult for Xianxia, he had complete confidence in defeating, and even killing Fen Yiju after figuring out Fen Yiju's full strength, because he had many trump cards that Fen Yiju could never expect. But Fen Zia's appearance was outside of Xianxia's expectations, making him feel way more pressure than before. "Xianxia, no matter how shrewd and despicable you are, you have still fallen in our hands. Today, even if you have extraordinary miraculous powers, you won't be able to escape my palms. Die." Fen Zia flew up. His golden flame blade brought up a 9-meter-long flame chain and smashed down, with the intent to lock Xianxia within the flame chains. Fen Yiju also loudly roared. The absolute flame blade blossomed with brilliance as blade beams explosively shot out, piercing straight toward Xianxia's throat. The enormous might of two great Emperor Profounds simultaneously attacking made the clouds and wind before the Bluefear city gates sway. The sky had even suddenly darkened, as though the storm of the apocalypse was about to come. Xianxia's figure swayed, instantly forming into 4 figures moving in 4 different directions. Fen Yiju and Fen Zia simultaneously saw 2 Xianxias coming straight at their face. R.I.P. Fen Yiju's blade beam pierced Xianxia's afterimage and sliced out a ripple in space that lasted an instant. Fen Zia's blade posture changed, and the thick chain of flames twined in the air, simultaneously entangling the 2 Xianxias. One of the Xianxias instantly disappeared, and the flame chain that touched Xianxia's true body disappeared as if it had touched 1,000-year-old profound ice. Xianxia's heavy sword swung out like a swooping dragon, as an overlord's fury violently smashed down. Clang! Fen Zia consecutively retreated over a dozen steps. His entire right arm became severely numb as it faintly trembled. On his golden flame blade, a 2-inch wide gap, as well as a cracked line that almost spread through 1/3 of the blade's body had shockingly appeared. It's actually a Emperor Profound sword? Fen Zia looked at the heavy sword in Xianxia's hands, as that terrifying might actually cause the golden flame blade in his hands to involuntarily tremble. Fen Yiju and Fen Zia had the absolute advantage in terms of movement, and it wasn't like Xianxia didn't have any advantages, which was the absolute suppression in terms of profound weapon. Fen Zia's golden flame blade was a pinnacle-ranked Earth profound weapon which neared the sky profound, but the 2 realms of difference made it a completely suicide for golden flame blade to face against Dragon Fault, directly breaking it in just 1 collision. Fen Yiju's sky profound weapon, absolute flame blade, also had countless gaps of various sizes on the blade's edge from colliding with Dragon Fault earlier. Zia, his comprehension of the law of fire far surpasses common sense. It is very difficult for profound fire to harm him. Don't waste profound energy to use profound flames instead. Use the Burning Heaven Blade and Burning Heaven Prince to deal with him, Fen Yiju said with a leaden voice. Understood, Fen Zia nodded, and directly put the golden flame blade away. Both of his hands simultaneously formed hand gestures. Burning Heaven Print was the Burning Heaven clan's insurmountable profound skill and requires an Emperor Profound Realm's profound strength to cast. In the entire Burning Heaven clan, only Fen Yiju and Fen Zia could conjure it. Even Fen Moli, who was half a step into Emperor Profound Realm, didn't have the ability to use it. Even though every Burning Heaven Prince expenditure of power was enormous, it possessed a might that could cause the sky to rumble and the earth to shatter. In terms of small area destruction, it even far surpassed Burning Heaven flames on the same level. Burning Heaven Print, Burning Sea Print, 2 enormous handprints came 2 thrones, carrying an incomparably terrifying pressure as it smashed down from the sky above. Forcefully countering against a single Burning Heaven Print would be no pressure at all for Xianxia, but directly defending against 2 thrones Burning Heaven Prints. Even if Xianxia's strength fundamentally laid in ferocious power, it would be very difficult for him to do. If he were to forcefully block it, it would be accompanied by extremely great exhaustion and unpredictable danger. He continuously casted Star God's broken shadow, his body dispersing into 4 mirages that couldn't be told apart from the true body, and chaotically drifted around under the Burning Heaven Print that came from above. Boom, 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 every single time a Burning Heaven Print smashed down, a 6-meter deep enormous pit would be blasted in. The clothes on Xianxia's upper body were already extremely tattered, but he had not yet received any real damage with his body of the Dragon God. He wouldn't receive too heavy of a wound even if he were to frontally take a Burning Heaven Print, let alone the impact of its residual energy. Fen Yiju and Fen Zia were both in the high skies 60 meters up, looking down from above as their position was already undefeatable. Their Burning Heaven Prince had even more so caused Xianxia to consistently be in danger from the smashing, without any spare strength to counterattack at all. But after over 100 Burning Heaven Prints, their expressions also became heavier and heavier. Xianxia's movement profound skills really were eccentric to the extreme. About those 4 figures that continuously scattered and shifted, they simply couldn't discern which ones were real and which ones were fake. Under the continuous attacks, even though they made Xianxia look to be in an extremely difficult position and completely at a disadvantage, they clearly knew that not even one handprint had directly smashed onto Xianxia yet, while every single burning heaven print would be accompanied by extremely great consumption of energy. After smashing down over 100 burning heaven prints, they both distinctly felt the enormous exhaustion of their profound energy. Burning mountain print, a Chinese letter-shaped handprint shrouded down from above, and an overwhelming pressurizing force plummeted down like a mountain. Before it even reached the ground, the earth below was already deeply caving in. Boom! The ground was entirely flipped up and countless shattered stones were blasted flying over 100 meters into the air. Instantaneously, Xianxia's figure appeared in a flash over 30 meters away as if teleportation, yet was still forced to retreat backwards from the impact of energy. He didn't resist against this surge of impacting force and let his body tumble into the air. A vicious glimmer flashed across his eyes, and with a low roar, Dragonfault violently swept up toward Xianxia's direction. Phoenix, break! The two continuously smashed down burning heaven prints from above, pressing Xianxia to the extent of unable to breath. But they absolutely didn't expect that Xianxia, who was being blasted flying by the burning mountain print, could actually counterattack all of a sudden. That stroke of phoenix flame suddenly striking toward them was as fast as a meteor. The heat and might it carried made Xianxia's expression slightly change. No longer having time to avoid it, he could only fill his palms with energy, then push it out toward the phoenix flame flying at him amidst a loud roar. Boom! Phoenix flames exploded in front of Xianxia and poured down a rain of phoenix fire all over the sky. Phoenix break was absolutely not as simple as pure phoenix flames. It was more so filled with the berserking power of the heavy sword. Even though Xianxia and Fen-Yiju were both of the Emperor Profound realm, Xianxia, who was at the second level of the Emperor Profound realm, was far weaker than Fen-Yiju, who was at the fourth level of the Emperor Profound realm. Xianxia's heavy sword attacks was something that Fen-Yiju could barely defend against, but it wasn't something that Xianxia could handle. With a miserable scream, Xianxia's left wrist directly dislocated. The instant the phoenix flames touched his palm, it quickly ignited as if meeting dried grass, and completely engulfed both of his palms in the blink of an eye. After he drove the phoenix flames away with extreme difficulty, his two palms had already been badly scorched, and nearly half of his hands were burnt black. Places that were most heavily scorched were even revealing spooky white bones. Xianxia practiced fire attributed profound arts for his entire life and had extremely great resistance to profound fire, yet was still rendered to such a miserable state. If it was someone else that dared to forcefully receive the phoenix flame like this, both of their hands would probably be burnt to the point where only the bones would be left. This brat! Xianxia quickly wrapped his hands with profound energy, grimacing from the acute pain. HMPH. I had thought that capturing him alive would be best, but now it's better to just directly send him to hell, Xia. Lend me your strength, Fen-Yiju said solemnly as he took a glance at Xianxia's state of injury. Xianxia slight froze for a bit, then understood what he meant, flipping up both of his palms. He pressed onto Fen-Yiju's back without contact and poured his profound energy into Fen-Yiju's body without restraint. Brat, you actually dare to wound me this time. I'll make you pay the price of being smashed to bits and pieces. Xianxia viciously roared as he stared at the Xianxia below. Fen-Yiju, who was in front of Xianxia, clasped his palms as all the energy his body crazily surged. On the surface of his body, shockingly emerged a scarlet-colored brilliance. When looking at it, it was as if blood was leaking out. A wave of extremely terrifying, imposing pressure also caged the space below, and everything within a few hundred meters completely fell into stasis under this pressure. Could it be? Fen-Yiju's appearance made all of the Burning Heaven clan's elders simultaneously think of that ultimate profound skill in legends, and for a moment they were all excited to the point that their entire bodies trembled. Their eyes stared as wide as possible and didn't dare to blink even once, afraid to miss any single moment that would happen next. Burning, God, print, devil spawn, meet your death! Fen-Yiju explosively roared and blood-red handprint blasted out, quickly expanding as it swiftly descended. In the blink of an eye, it had already filled the entire space above, as though the entire sky had been flipped upside down. Not only did this profound print's power surpass the ones before by severalfold, it also enveloped nearly 300 meters of space. Even if Xianxia consecutively used Star God's broken shadow, he wouldn't be able to escape. Continuously retreating several steps, he firmly watched the blood-colored handprint that became increasingly near as a deep viciousness flashed through his eyes. With a low roar, a dragon's cry and a wolf's howl resounded through the heavens as a sky wolf slash blasted out toward the air. Rumble! The sky wolf's image collided onto the blood-colored profound print and unyieldingly stalled the enormous blood-colored profound print in midair. This scene made both Fen Yiju and Fen Zia reveal an expression of shock as the profound energy in their entire body surged, pouring into the burning god print. Crackle, crackle, crackle! After a short stall, the burning god print once again pushed down, slowly engulfing the sky wolf's image bit by bit. And in this entire process, the burning god print was also gradually shrinking, but the shrinking speed was clearly above the speed of the wolf image being engulfed. In the end, when the sky wolf's image was entirely engulfed, and the burning god print, that was still nearly 1/3 its size, abruptly fell, it smashed onto Xianxia's body. The rampaging energy savagely tore apart his protective profound energy and rushed into his body. A noise as though a bedsheet was being ripped apart sounded, and the clothing on Xianxia's upper body completely burst apart. A stream of blood from within his mouth, chest, and shoulders respectively shot out. His entire person was violently smashed below the ground, then deeply buried by the sand and stone that fell after being swept up. A wave of shocked cries came from afar. Xianxia, who had not lost under the might of Emperor Profound Realm since the beginning, was finally heavily smashed down this time. That handprint was so frightening, it made them deeply believe that simply no one in the entire blue wind could defend against it. Has Xianxia, the heaven-blessed prodigy who broke history, truly fallen this time? Looking at the ground below that buried Xianxia, Fen Yiju slowly retracted his palm. Fen Zia also lowered his arms, and said with a frown, "To actually forcefully dissipated nearly 70% of burning god print's power. This brat is simply a monster, but having eaten a burning god print of 30% power is also enough for all of his organs to burst apart." "No, he shouldn't be dead yet," Fen Yiju said, "but this is fine too. Even if he isn't yet dead, he would certainly be on the verge of death. Letting him die like this is simply too good of a deal for him. Let's go and drag him out." Boom! Just as Fen Yiju and Fen Zia was about to descend, an explosion suddenly came from below. The ground was completely blown up, blasting off sand and stones like an overwhelming tide of flying grasshoppers. A figure vaulted out from within, and heavily landed on the ground. His head was messy, and his clothes were tattered into countless strips of cloth. Bloody wounds covered his entire body, as lines after lines of blood flowed down the heavy sword and then fell onto the shattered ground. What Fen Yiju and Fen Zia's felt at this time could only be described as utterly terrified. Even though the Xianxia who jumped out from the ground below was full of bloody wounds and looked to be in an extremely sorry state, he stood as straight as a pen, and his body didn't sway in the slightest. Not only that, the aura of his strength was not in the slightest weakened compared to before. Instead, it carried an ice-cold, killing intent several times more gruesome than before. With this appearance of his, let alone on the verge of death, he couldn't even be considered heavily wounded. At most, he was in an injured state, a little bit more serious than being lightly wounded. Moreover, his strength barely deteriorated at all because of this. Being hit by the burning heaven print, yet actually only received such a wound, was his body forged from fine steel or something? Amidst the terribly shocked gaze of the two great thrones, Xianxia slowly lifted his head. An extremely terrifying, ferocious and sharp aura was being emitted from his eyes. "You have successfully enraged me." Xianxia's entire body emitted a shocking hostile air. He was indeed enraged. Sky Wolf Slash was his strongest killing blow, and its power far surpassed Overlord's Fury and Falling Moon Sinking Star. Before today, every single time Sky Wolf Slash was unleashed, it would always break through anything, and no one could blunt its edge. But today, his Sky Wolf Slash was completely suppressed for the first time, and he was even smashed down into the ground in an utterly tattered state. Wounds of various sizes on his body added up to over 30, and even his innards had taken substantial damage. "I will kill you right now, Purgatory." With a loud roar, Xianxia's eyes were suddenly shrouded by a layer of blood-red light. Instantly, all the wounds on his body burst open as blood sprayed out in all directions. His profound energy aura had also sharply surged at this moment. Just as Fen Yiju and Fen Zia were about to attack again, they suddenly felt the change in the aura coming from Yun Qi's body and were simultaneously taken aback. During the fight earlier, he had clearly used all his strength and even continuously received injuries. But the aura now had actually rose sharply at this time, to an extent that made even Fen Yiju feel deep awe. Could it be that he used some kind of forbidden secret arts? Fen Zia said with a solemn voice. It should be so. Perhaps he had ignited his blood essence. If it's like that, then he ought to be near his wit's end. Finish him right now. After a short while of stalling, the two great thrones simultaneously let out a low roar, and two burning heaven marks descended from the sky, falling toward the top of Yun Qi's head. This time, Yun Qi didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly went toward the two burning heaven prints and jumped straight up, as Dragon Fault fiercely smashed onto them. With a loud bang, the two burning heaven prints that carried a frightening might were completely torn apart like two sheets of thin paper the moment they touched Dragon Fault. Yun Qi's body was only slightly stalled for a bit, then kept going up. Within Fen Yiju and Fen Zia's suddenly restricting pupils, he directly rushed to their front. Between them, there were not even 10 meters of distance left. A pair of eyes filled with endless malice, killing intent, and viciousness firmly locked onto Fen Yiju and Fen Zia, making even them, as thrones, feel a chill through their entire body. Just as they were about to act, their chests suddenly felt stuck, and a heavy sense of suffocation came over. Even their brains had suddenly felt a very severe dizziness. Their bodies that originally were supposed to move suddenly seemed as if they were frozen in ice, unable to move for a long time. What suppressed their movements was a surge of an extremely terrifying energy pressure that was violently colliding. Yun Qi's hands tightly gripped the Dragon Fault. His arms had already inflated to twice the normal size as streams after streams of blood fiercely shot out. The eye white and pupil in his eyes had completely vanished, and what replaced them were two eyes that had completely turned blood red. A wave of malicious and savage aura that felt as if it had come from purgatory was also abruptly unleashed at this instant. Destroying sky, decimating earth. BOOM. The entire Bluefyr city was completely enveloped within booming rumbles. As though the heavens and earth were collapsing, all other sounds were thoroughly engulfed. Bluefyr city fiercely shook, and several kilometers of land was directly flipped flying. Shattered stones and sand were swept to nearly a kilometer in the air, almost touching the tattered clouds in the sky. In the surrounding area, the ears of all of the spectators instantly went deaf. No matter the elders of Burning Heaven clan or those ordinary Bluefyr citizens, they were all swept up by a completely irresistible storm and were blasted out very far into the distance. Endless fright appeared on the faces of everyone present. The terrifying extent of this power surpassed the common sense of every one of them. Even Fen Yiju and Fen Zia had never seen such a terrifying strength in their lives. They simply couldn't imagine what this young man, who was not even 20 years old, used to unleash such a terrifying power. Destroying sky, decimating earth, evil god art's third style, which was also a move that Yun Qi had to pay a heavy price to execute. He exhausted his profound energy and even his life to unleash this ultimate destructive killing move. Back then, during the ranking tournament, when facing Zia Qingyu, whose overall strength surpassed himself, he used this move for the first time. And the second time he used it was against two great Emperor Profound Realms, and its terror simply couldn't be endured, even if it was two great thrones. Amidst the matchless, terrifying storm of destruction, Fen Yiju and Fen Zia flew out like two kites cut from their strings. The fronts of their chests were both badly mutilated, as if they had exploded. However, as thrones, even though they were heavily injured, it wasn't to the extent that they would just die from this. As they flew backwards, they desperately concentrated their utterly chaotic, profound energy in order to suppress the stage of injuries on their body. And at this time, as the fine sand that blotted the skies dispersed, the crowd saw a streak of a scarlet flame silhouette that was like a meteor crossing the sky suddenly rush toward Fen Zia. Its speed actually surpassed Fen Zia, who was being blasted flying by destroying sky, decimating earth. Empyrean dance of the Phoenix! Yun Qi's eyes carried a vicious glint. The profound energy on his body was chaotic, but also wild like boiling water. Following an enormous sound, Dragon Fault heavily smashed onto Fen Zia's body within his despairing eyes as a ball of raging phoenix flames exploded on his body. When you go to hell, don't forget to tell your ancestors that the one who killed you guys, who destroyed your Burning Heaven clan, is called Yun Qi. Xianxia's voice, which was cold to the point that it directly seeped into his marrow and soul, resounded beside his ears. Right after that, Fenzia's consciousness became completely blank as his body plummeted down like a cannonball while carrying burning phoenix flames. Under the oppositional force of the Empyrean dance of the phoenix, Xianxia was blown off into the high skies. Staring at Fenzia's landing point, he poured the last of his power into Dragon Fault. Phoenix, break! Dragon Fault's entire body burned with flames, left Xianxia's hands and broke through the air, violently penetrating Fenzia, who had just fell onto the ground, still with one last breath of life left. The rampaging energy flooded into his body and rendered his innards into paste. Fenzia's eyes bulged outwards, but he was no longer able to let out one last scream as he lost all sound and life, dying just like that with his eyes wide open. A generation of Emperor Profound had just died under Xianxia's sword here and now. Xianxia's body freefalled from the sky. Him right now was already weak and limp to the extent that he didn't have a single hint of strength left. The 3 gates on his profound veins had also automatically closed. The injuries on his body also made his brain feel waves after waves of dizziness. After taking one last glance at Fen Yiju, who fell over a kilometer away, he said with a hoarse voice, "Little Chan, let's go." The snow phoenix beast flew out from the profound seal, caught the falling Xianxia, surged up in the air, and flew far away. A few elders of Burning Heaven clan wanted to chase them, but how was the snow phoenix's speed something they could catch up to? They could only watch as the snow phoenix quickly disappear from their line of sight with a speed that far surpassed their own. Grand Elder! Grand Elder! Yet when they came over to Fenzia's body, they found that all of his organs were already completely destroyed. He did not have the slightest signs of life left at all. The few elders all felt their vision go dark. They almost fainted on the spot. Their mouths were more so uttering sorrowful and bereaved cries. The Grand Elder tragically dying. This was something that had never happened in the Burning Heaven clan's history. Even an Emperor Profound expert being killed was something that had almost never happened in the entire history of the Blue Wind Empire. This was because the Emperor Profound realm was the pinnacle of the Blue Wind in a true sense. Upon reaching this realm, it would already be enough to look down on the world, unparalleled. If 2 were both at Emperor Profound realm, perhaps one could be defeated, but basically couldn't be killed. Fen Yiju's profound strength was 2 ranks above Fenzia, and though he could defeat Fenzia, but it would be extremely difficult for Fen Yiju to kill him. The core reason why the 4 major sects could stand tall within the Blue Wind Empire for so many years was because of the thrones that existed within these 4 major sects. Even though the Sky Profound realm was an extremely high realm within the Blue Wind's profound cultivating world, it certainly wasn't something that only the 4 major sects could foster. Many very powerful great sects of Blue Wind Empire could all produce Sky Profound experts, including even the Blue Wind Profound Palace, which possessed several Sky Profound experts. But strong beings of the Emperor Profound realm had always, and only, appeared within the 4 major sects. Emperor Profound experts possessed by the 4 major sects were their sect's genuine and true foundation and guardian. For every extra throne that a sect had, it would mean that the entire sect's strength would be raised up a level. This was also why the other 3 sects' reactions were so fierce when Chu Yuechen displayed her strength of a throne during the ranking tournament back then. Vice versa, if a throne fell, then the entire sect's position would slide down vertically. The true threatening power between the 4 major sects had always came from experts of Emperor Profound realm. Losing one would be losing a large amount of threat. Even though Xianxia had killed over 30 elders and pavilion masters of the Sky Profound realm, this absolutely could not be compared to having destroyed Burning Heaven clan's foundation. Given a few dozen of years, Burning Heaven clan would be able to nurture up a few dozens of Sky Profound practitioners again. With the Grand Clan Master and Grand Elder in garrison, no sect within the Blue Wind Empire would have the guts to step in when they were weak, because a desperate fight with 2 thrones was enough to even make a colossus like Heavenly Sword Villa pay an enormous price. The tragical death of Grand Elder was an extremely heavy impact to the entire Burning Heaven clan. They had never thought, and never believed, that Xianxia actually had the power to actually kill their sect's Grand Elder. Burning Heaven clan elders who kneeled beside Fenzia's corpse were all sullen and weeping. Fen Yiju, who was heavily injured, finally was able to catch a breath for the better. With a ghastly complexion, he covered his chest with his hand and said with a frail voice, "How is Xia?" The Burning Heaven Elder beside him had an old face full of tears as he answered with a hoarse voice. Grand Elder, he has gone to heaven. Fen Yiju's entire body went stiff, then violently started to tremble. Looking at the Fenzia's corpse far away, his ghastly pale lips shivered as he spoke. Take me back to the sect, PFF. A large mouthful of fresh blood violently sprayed out from Fen Yiju's mouth. Amidst the alarmed cries of the elders, his head slanted to the side as he fainted on the spot. Along with Snow Phoenix Beast, Xianxia had gone far away, and no one knew where they were at now. While carrying the unconscious Fen Duanhun and Fen Yiju, as well as Fenzia's corpse, Burning Heaven Clan's various elders flew toward Burning Heaven Clan's direction with gloomy expressions. Only a crowd of spectators who couldn't bring themselves back into reality from the endless shock was left. Many of them were lightly or heavily injured by the residual waves, but they couldn't feel the pain on their bodies at all because their heads were completely filled with the scenes they had personally witnessed earlier. Bluefear City's 60-meter wide and 30-meter tall stone gate had vanished. An extensive part of the city walls collapsed. A large stretch of land south of the city was destroyed to the extent that it was unspeakably miserable, as though it had just underwent an Armageddon. Enormous pits were scattered all over like the stars in the night sky, the largest being more than 100 meters deep and over 300 meters wide. The clothes worn by Bluefear City's mayor had long since been completely soaked wet. Bluefear City's front had finally returned to peace, but his heart was still beating as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with force. He was extremely certain that Bluefear City would become the focus of the entire Blue Wind Empire for a very long period of time from now on. A huge change in the wind would also sweep across the entire nation very soon. Today's Burning Heaven clan was no longer as majestic and dignified as before, especially when the news of their Grand Clan Master being gravely wounded and Grand Elder Fenzia dying in Xianxia's hands came. The entire Burning Heaven clan was enveloped in a terrified atmosphere. The clan's disciples were panicky, and amidst the unease in their hearts and mind, they all faintly smelled the odor of destruction. Even if this catastrophe stopped here and now, from now on, Burning Heaven clan wouldn't be qualified at all to maintain the title of 4 major sects on the same level as Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard, and Xiao sect. In the Burning Heaven main pavilion, Fen Yiju had just woke up. Fen Duanhun and every elder and pavilion master that were left had all gathered here. Everyone's faces were all completely filled with gloominess and grief. Every single time they fought Xianxia, they would always discover that they had once again underestimated Xianxia's strength. Every single time when they thought with full confidence that they could definitely kill Xianxia, the other side would give them a nightmarish result. And the name Xianxia had now already become the most frightening nightmare in their hearts as well. "Father, how are your injuries?" Fen Duanhun took a step forward and asked. His voice revealed a deep feeling of powerlessness. To him, the only thing that could be considered as comforting was that Xianxia had similarly received heavy injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to flee immediately. "Not to the point of dying yet, cough, cough, cough." The moment Fen Yiju opened his mouth, he started coughing fiercely for a while. Every single cough would carry out pieces after pieces of blood. That one, destroying sky, decimating earth, move from Xianxia easily shattered all of his profound strength defense, making all of his internal organs shift greatly and get damaged. The state of injury was so serious that even with the power of the Emperor Profound Realm, it would still take at least 3 months to completely recover. "Grand Clan Master!" The few elders hastily got up and encircled Fen Yiju's side. "Do not mind me, I'm fine." Fen Yiju conjured profound energy to suppress the injuries, then raised his head as his gaze revealed deep viciousness and coldness. "I have wrongly estimated Xianxia's strength. Every one of us had wrongly estimated his strength, and you guys actually brought about such an enemy." All the elders drooped their heads down. Their complexions were at times ghastly pale and at times ashen. Fen Yiju's chest undulated as he continued speaking with a solemn tone. "Many things on Xianxia cannot be measured using common sense. In the previous days, he clearly had left with heavy injuries, but within just 1 day, both his injuries and strength had actually completely recovered. He must have some special secret arts for recovering from injuries. This time he didn't receive a lighter injury than me, but he perhaps could still be the same as last time and recover in a very short period of time. When that time comes, it will be the day that my Burning Heaven clan perishes." The moment Fen Yiju spoke these words, everyone's complexion instantly turned yellowish-brown. These words did not come from someone else, but were personally said by the Grand Clan Master himself. And what he said was also the cruel truth that couldn't be refuted at all. Grand Elder had fallen, Heavenfire Star Burning Formation was destroyed, and Grand Clan Master was gravely wounded. If Xianxia assaulted them again, they really wouldn't be able to bring out anything worthy to oppose him. Father, at the moment, just what exactly should we do? How can our burning heaven clan's 1,000 years of groundwork be destroyed just like that? Otherwise, what face will we have when we meet our generations of ancestors in the world of the dead? Fen Duanhun clenched his fists tight and said, "At the moment there are two solutions," Fen Yiju said. Fen Duanhun and the elders instantly rallied their spirits. Hope was revealed on their faces once again as they asked anxiously, "What? What solutions?" Fen Yiju let out a long breath and slowly spoke with a low voice. "In this disaster, we are already covered in wounds, no longer with the power to defend. At the moment, we could only seek help from others. And with Yun Chi's strength, only Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard, and Zyro Sect would have the power to solve this calamity. Frozen Cloud Asgard doesn't have any enmity nor benevolence with us, and never liked to take part in disputes. Thus, seeking help from Frozen Cloud Asgard would bear no fruit. Then we could only seek help from Heavenly Sword Villa and Zyro Sect. I had a period of deep friendship with Heavenly Sword Villa's Grand Villa Master Ling Tianni, and there was a time when we drank. I had laughingly said that if Burning Heaven Clan were to encounter despair, I hoped he would definitely lend us a hand, and at that time he also laughingly consented. Ling Tianni, the publicly recognized #1 Blue Wind's profound cultivating world, Sword Saint Ling Tianni. This name thunderously resounded beside everyone's ears, causing all of their faces to reveal joyous surprise. They had never expected that Fen Yiju actually had such a friendship with this Blue Wind #1. And even had a promise to help when Burning Heaven Clan meets disaster. If Ling Tianni were to really lend a hand and act, then Burning Heaven Clan's disaster would undoubtedly be resolved here and then. Even though Yun Chi was unexpectedly powerful, he couldn't be Ling Tianni's match no matter what. Moreover, behind Ling Tianni's back was the enormous Heavenly Sword Villa. "All right, I understand. I'll sound transmit to Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master Ling Yuefeng right away, and ask him to pass the message on to Heavenly Sword's Grand Villa Master," Fen Duanhun said somewhat excitedly. "Don't get happy yet." Fen Yiju slowly spoke. "Ling Tianni and I had not met for a few dozen years. His disposition had always been indifferent, and after cultivating away from the world for 20 years, perhaps his heart is already empty and doesn't want to touch worldly matters anymore. Whether he would be willing to assist is unknown. As for Zyro Sect, even though I had some friendship with Zyro Wuking back then, it was far from intimate. If Zyro Sect knew of Yun Chi's strength, then they certainly shouldn't want to offend such a terrifying enemy for us. Even though we could try both of these methods, hope is vague. Without trying, how would we know it wouldn't work?" Fen Duanhun's brows were tightly knitted, but his expression no longer had its previous sulness. "I am not sure whether the Sword Saint would act, but on Zyro Sect's side they would definitely lend their hand." Fen Yiju turned his head and looked at him. A puzzled expression emerged on his face. Fen Duanhun said immediately, "When investigating everything about Yun Chi before, we have unintentionally discovered that the core reason why he was chased out of his home was because he was prosecuted by Zyro Sect Master Zyro Juishan's fourth son, Zyro Quanjian. Because Zyro Quanjian had wanted to seize his wife back then, and at the same time wanted to lay his hands on his aunt." The expression in Fen Yiju's eyes swayed. There was actually such a thing? There was indeed. Fen Duanhun nodded. Yun Chi swore to destroy our Burning Heaven clan just because we kidnapped his family. It can be seen that he is a person that views his family with extreme importance, and at the same time, an extremely narrow-minded person that would take revenge on any small grievances. And such a great enmity had formed between Zyro Quanjian and him, so how could he not get his vengeance? If Zyro Quanjian was just an ordinary Zyro Sect disciple, then that would be fine and all, but he is the Sect Master's son. Just this would be enough to transform into a grievance between Yun Chi and the entire Zyro Sect. But it seems that the current Zyro Sect had not yet noticed this. If Zyro Sect knew about this, and also knew about Yun Chi's personality of seeking revenge on the smallest grievances. If I was Zyro Juishan, I'll definitely not choose to sit and wait for Xianxia to come visit them while feeling uneasy when eating and sleeping. Instead, I'll take the chance to join forces and strike out to kill Xianxia right now. I'll go sound transmit to Heavenly Sword Villa and Xiao sect right away. At the same time, within the Xiao sect. What did you say? Is this really true? Xiao Juishan spoke in a shocked tone and stood up. Absolutely true. Several tens of thousand people at Bluefgear City witnessed the battle with their own eyes, and very soon, no one would be ignorant about this within the Blue Wind. Ahead of Xiao Juishan, an elderly person said with a serious expression. This really is hard to believe. I remember when he was at the ranking tournament, he was only 17 back then. Today, he ought to be no older than 19, right? The shocked expression on Xiao Juishan's face didn't disperse for a long while. It was difficult for him to believe that this young man of only 19 could actually almost force Burning Heaven clan, whose strength wasn't much weaker than Xiao sect, into a state of despair with his strength alone. Moreover, when fighting against two great Emperor Profounds simultaneously, he had actually killed one at the scene. How terrifying of a strength was this? How shocking of a news was this? I really wonder just what kind of master could actually bring up such a disciple. Or is it that his aptitude was really prodigiously talented to this extent? Or maybe he was really, as rumored, a descendant of the sacred grounds. Xiao Juishan exclaimed. He suddenly asked, Xianxia insisting on annihilating the entire Burning Heaven clan, just what deep grievances did it stem from? Don't tell me that Burning Heaven clan exterminated his entire clan. No, the elderly person shook his head. The true reason, perhaps sect master would find it laughable. Fen Jucheng back then wished to take Princess Kangyu as bride, but was crashed upon by Xianxia and lost a great amount of face. Burning Heaven clan wished to find Xianxia for revenge, seemed to be overly hasty, and thus used the despicable method of kidnapping two of his family members from Floating Cloud City, where Xianxia was born in order to lure him to go to Burning Heaven clan. Because of this, Xianxia was tremendously enraged and swore to destroy Burning Heaven clan. HMPH, Burning Heaven clan actually used such an utterly contemptible method. Xiao Juishan coldly grunted with disdain. Could it be that his two family members were slaughtered by Burning Heaven clan? No, both his family members were safe and sound, but just because Burning Heaven clan abducted his family members, he wished to exterminate their entire clan. The elderly person raised his head and said with a cautious tone, Clearly, this is a person that could seek revenge on any small enmity and would become like a madman once he harbors a grudge. We definitely can't provoke him. Of course we can't provoke him, Xiao Juishan nodded. A person that could force Burning Heaven clan into a desperate state by himself, who even has an extremely terrifying speed of growth. Even if we can't be friends, we absolutely can't make him into an enemy. In tomorrow's morning meeting, remember to announce to the entire sect that whenever we meet Xianxia or anyone related to him from now on, everyone have to keep a good distance from them. Even if one was to act weak, he absolutely can't offend him. As one of the 4 overlords of Blue Wind, Xiao sect had never needed to fear anyone on the outside. But Burning Heaven clan's bloodied example made him unable to not birth a deep dread toward Xianxia, even to the point of fear and awe. At this time, an elderly person in black attire hastily entered and said with an urgent tone, Sect Master, Fen Duanhun has just sound transmitted to us, asking on the part that since Burning Heaven clan had always been on friendly terms with our sect, to please assist them in defending against Xianxia. Hearing this, Xiao Juishan didn't feel surprised. He laughed indifferently and said, No need to mind it. My Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan's friendship is not good to the point where we'd provoke a person that may bring annihilation upon the sect. But, the black-attired elderly person said with difficulty as he forcefully gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Fen Duanhun said that Burning Heaven clan would encounter the revenge of having their entirely clan annihilated just because they had kidnapped his family, then Xianxia's enmity against us would be hundreds of times deeper. If we don't lend a hand to them after Burning Heaven clan was annihilated, then it would be our Xiao sect's turn. Xiao Juishan's brows fiercely knitted. A bunch of nonsense. My Xiao sect and Xianxia never had and grudges and ill will. Where did the enmity come from? To make us act. Even retarded words of such a low level could actually come out of Fen Duanhun's mouth. Black-attired elderly man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as his voice started to tremble. Sect Master, do you still remember that 3 years ago before Elder Xiao Zheng passed away, he thought constantly of that thread of bloodline he left in floating Cloud City, and begged Sect Master to take a person back to Xiao Sect. And back then, the person Sect Master sent was the youngest master. At that time, the one that accompanied youngest master there was East Pavilion's bolter, Xiao Mashin. When youngest master came back, Xiao Mashin had told me before that when youngest master was there, he had plotted a frame-up against a young disciple there in order to lay a hand on his newlywed wife and his aunt, and even forced that person to be forever exiled from his home in the end. And that person is today's Yun Qi. As the black-attired elderly person spoke out the last sentence, it was as if a bomb had went off within Xiao Juishan's head. He instantly stood up with his entire body trembling all over, as all the muscles on his face violently twisted together. "What did you say?"